What are the ones that mean the most?
He takes me down, down deeper, deeper than I've ever been before. I'm getting lost in this vapor. Before I know it, I'm the bullet till it's gone. See, we're on the run here, steer clear, keep me going. He'll be giving all the fuel I need. There'll be no hesitation, ain't taking no persuading. Heading to the wild where he discovers me. We're on the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away? On the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away? He brings me around, he stays focused. Without him, I surely fall apart. When I'm crying loud, he's behind me. I won't be taken down without a fight. See, we're on the run here, steer clear, keep me going. He'll be giving all the fuel I need. There'll be no hesitation, ain't taking no persuading. Heading to the wild where he discovers me. We're on the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away? On the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away? Steal me away. We're on the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away? On the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away? Won't you steal me away?
Throw me aside at the end of the game. Turn your back cause I call your name. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Slam the door as you curse my name. Toss my clothes on the open flame. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Well, I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder. can't hurt anymore, then it's already done. Now you're on your own, hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again, you're bad again. That you're on your own, hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again, you're bad again. Well, I'm glad that it's over, 'cause it can't hurt anymore, and I won't look past my shoulder, 'cause it can't hurt anymore, then it's already well, done. I'm glad that it's over, 'cause it can't hurt anymore, and I will look past my shoulder, 'cause it can't hurt anymore, then it's already done. You can't harm me, 'cause it's already done. You can't scare me, 'cause it's already done. You can't hurt me, you can't harm me, 'cause it's already done, Well, I'm glad that it's over, 'cause it can't hurt anymore, and I won't look past my shoulder, 'cause it can't hurt anymore, then it's already done.
You got to go and find somebody, somebody else who knows you better. Yeah, when you find that something, you lost inside your soul. Oh, you wanna behave in a better way. You run away from yourself. I don't wanna be in any other place but home again.
Put your tone down, it's not too late. Are you feeling me when I say you're tempting fate? Double back, check your facts and get it straight. I promise you it will be worth the wait. This altered state. Can you hear it louder now? Trying hard to knock us down. Noise is getting louder now, but nothing gonna take us out. We in this altered state, it's all blurry. Don't matter when we gonna wait, I ain't worried. Stay with me in this altered state, we all blurry. And I don't wanna wait, I don't wanna wait. Just stop. Aren't you tired of always waiting for the drop? Cause there's more to life than all the things you got. Hold you hostage cause you think you need a lot. You got one shot, to start fresh. Working on the part that's not just blood and flesh. Find the quiet place where you can start to bless. Maybe all these thoughts are from imagination. And don't stress, we'll find this altered state, it's all blurry. Don't matter when we gonna wait, I ain't worried. Stay with me in this altered state, we all blurry. And I don't wanna wait, I don't wanna wait. This altered state, don't matter when we gonna wait. Stay with me in this altered state.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. LCO Day 2, Week 4. Let's get into the action.
It's going to be a banger day of games as per usual. And speaking of bangers, we saw a couple of those yesterday. Some not as close as expected, but of course always bringing that entertainment. Let's have a quick look back before we do delve into today's goodness.
Play for. Now looking for a fight to try and end all things. It's Beats who falls on down first and foremost. It's going to be the box that goes on out. Maximising the flank. Puma deleted!
Okay.
There's the shutdown. Chungy running away, but brings with him Buggy. And then Buggy gets sent home packing with the buster shots. Okay. Now you have a situation where Vengeance tries to position himself accordingly to lay down the law. The lane waste! Out comes the Requiem. Boom! And 2 people pop. Well, that is the risk you take. There's no Hex to cultivate him, but there is a flash available for the Camille. The Baron bait, the Baron dance, it's all there. They all pile drive on through. Looking to try and take out Appy. He's just so tanky. What on earth are we watching right now? He soaks at the damage. He is the Sion reincarnate. Fortunately for him, you can't outsmite a smite. It's not a jinx. It's going to be Sion that gets the kill, actually. He takes that only in the process of things. There goes the Cosmic Radiance just as the charm expires, but a pulverized combo lock him in place to make sure that as soon as that invulnerability falls on down, he will too. It's a 3-man shove here from Claire, but they have no damage to back it on up. Those are the moments you live for as an R player. But those are the fights that you pounce upon if you're Pinternet. And they're going to look for the final kill, put him in the coffin, give them a back-to-back.
What a great day that was. Speaking of great days, going to have another one of those today. And to join me and help fix my speech impediment and me tripping over my own tongue, I got Jupes and I got Elf Boy back again to bring us all the action. Jordan, look, you had the day off. How'd you enjoy your Tuesday?
I did enjoy my Tuesday. I got to do things that weren't directly related to esports for one day in my entire life, which is, you know, it might sound like a bad thing, but it is kind of nice to have a day off here and there. So I did enjoy it. Didn't really get to catch too many of the games, actually, Max. So I'm hoping that we're going to get some good ones today that I'll be able to, you know, sink my teeth into. Yeah,
well, there's been a couple of things going on. Look, Pentanet's still undefeated, so that was probably expected by you. I think your prediction game's
I got all of them correct.
Okay,
yeah, I got all of them correct. I do know that much.
4 from 4, just like Jubes and Nat. So you all copied each other's homework. I, of course, went for a couple of crazy picks, and again, it didn't work for me. So still just going deeper into that hole. Jubes, how are you feeling today, mate?
Oh, not too bad. I actually feel good. I had a bit of a nap before, so definitely feeling rejuvenated. And I love how I get the single here, so I might just drag this one out just a little bit just to see where the blemishes lie, because I didn't actually look in the mirror. So thank you very much for that one. No, feel good, man. Feel very good.
That picture was just perfection. I don't think there's any blemishes to see. So if you see any that we don't, please, you know, take a photo
point them out.
And put them on Twitter. And also, don't point them out. Just say, "Hey, Jubes, you're looking spectacular as always," which, you know, would be my tweet if I tweeted that as well. Anyway, let's have a quick look at the standings and where everything currently sits going into today. And there you have it. We do have a quick little highlight at the top there of Pentanet showing that Pentanet with the 9 wins have secured themselves a slot in the playoffs. Now 9 obviously being the magic number there. Peace, they could make that happen this week if they don't drop the ball again, coming out of a bit of a rough one last week, getting those L's. Anything that really sticks out to you? Jordan, you weren't here yesterday. What are your thoughts on everything here on the ladder?
Well, I mean, the thing that obviously sticks out to me, and it's probably something that I've been saying for the last couple of weeks, is that battle for, I mean, 3rd, 4th, and 5th really at this point, although previous weeks it has been more so the battle for 5th place. It looks like Direwolves Order and the Chiefs probably do have that one on lock. It's more of a question of what order they are going to actually end up in. And I suppose also to a degree what kind of pressure Legacy can put on that 5th place team from the 6th spot. If, for example, Legacy can get a couple of wins to start to really get a little bit closer to maybe taking down that 5th place team, then we could have a 4-horse race. But right now, it certainly looks like a 3-horse race. That's the most endearing part of the standings for me. I mean, the rest seem like they're already a foregone conclusion. I think we know Pentanet's going to take 1st. We're pretty confident that Peace is going to take 2nd unless they continue on the downward trajectory that we did see for... you know, it was more of a hurdle. I'm prepared to call at this point. They seem to have gotten over, but we'll see how they go today. And then Gravitas and Mammoth, I don't think are going to be getting off the bottom of the standings anytime soon. So that definitely does seem like it's that battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th right now.
Yeah, hurdle is a very good description for what Peace have come up against a few times now. Speaking of Peace, before we jump into the schedule, AP is still on 9 from 9. Will he make it 10 from 10 in terms of not playing the same champ twice? That's something that I'm really excited to see going forward because the man's a machine. He can play anything. Now, let's bring up the schedule, see what games we do have on today. And look, jump in whenever you want because we went over this yesterday. Of course, it's Order and Chiefs first, Direwolves Mammoth second, Legacy Pentanet third, and Gravitas and Peace to end things off. Jubes, any thoughts on which matches you want to see today?
I mean, at the start of the week or even, late last week, I think the first game of the split, the first game of this week, the Chiefs Order game was one that maybe we didn't really have our eye on for any particular reason. Thought there'd be a little more distance between the two teams, but this game is really, is the opportunity for a team to stamp their authority on the ladder and say, okay, we're the team that's competing for the upper end of the bracket, if you will, or the upper end of the teams, and you'll be competing with Legacy and the likes of Gravitas Mammoth for that last slot in playoffs. So I think this match has some sort of significance because, yeah, you don't want to be the team that's just rolling on in, sneaking their way in come playoff time.
Yeah, I think Order in particular, from what I've seen from them, they haven't hit their stride yet. I think there was one game where they really just minced their opponent, but then other than that, a lot of the games have come probably closer than you'd expect, considering the lineup that they do have. Now, look, going towards that 8 p.m. slot, I'm looking at Legacy and Pentanet, and obviously Pentanet yesterday in the interview, you had Pabu saying that Legacy was actually the hardest team for them in terms of prepping and understanding how they play. So it's been their biggest challenge. And does that leave open the possibility for maybe a Catman? Because last time Pentanet said, nah, we're not going to ban Cat. Morally, there's no point. We don't care if you're a one trick. We're just going to let you play it. And it turned out to be a little harder than they expected.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting topic, isn't it? I think there's probably a potential ban coming through here. I have to say, and Jules, I'm not sure if you agree or not, but I'm sure you can get into it, that it did look like to me Legacy was the team that actually pushed Pentanet the most. And I'm sure we'll talk about it when we get into that matchup. But it seems to me like Legacy is kind of the ultimate coin flip team. Either they're going to have a really good game or they're going to have a really bad game. And if they do have one of those really good games, then they can push a team like Pentanet. I'm not sure that they have the depth, really, to go and actually win that game. But I'm sure now, having seen that matchup, Pentanet's probably just going to say, well, we're not interested in seeing the Katarina anymore. Let's just get him off the comfort champ.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on this one, Juice?
It would almost be like, it almost sounded when Pabu did the interview that they're going to use Legacy as training weights. They're going to see if they can take a game off them or, if they're able to win with their unpredictable champ select. The one thing I will say is the thing that we learned rather, from the Legacy Pentanet game first time around, is that Exhaust is a very good summoner spell into Incursio's champion pool. A lot of the late game team fights, when it's a 5v5 angle, in a synergized team, they would drop it. They had 2 exhausts up at every time. So anytime Incursio went in on Katarina, once you exhaust Kat, she's useless for the majority of that fight. And I think, I'm hopeful that we get to see one of those pick bans again from Legacy and Incursio whip out one of his demon champs, but I think Exhaust is just a little bit too OP versus him.
Well, look, speaking of that mid lane contention, we do have the key picks for mid lane so far throughout at least the LCO. And lately, you got Syndra, Orianna, Victor, and Galio. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that Victor again. We know Chaz has been doing a very good job on that. None of these, though, scream out Incursio to me.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
Incursio's been looking at the Yone, the Yasuo, the Katarina, if he can get it. We've seen a bit of Silas from him. So these seem to be like the safer champions. These seem to be the champions that you can kind of pick into a lot of different matchups and that you can pick into a lot of different team comps as well. Whereas for Incursio, he seems to be kind of like, all right, well, I'm going to go on a carry champ and I'm going to either feast or famine this game. So I suspect that we're going to see that continue for him. But you look at the other mid laners and this is more so what their champion pool tends to look like. So we do have some outliers, but this is the general trend. And look, I've got to say, I'm having a look at the stats here actually of some of these champions, and it hasn't actually been such a great time to be an Orianna player so far in LCO. They've actually lost 7 games, only won the 3. So while it's getting picked a lot, it's not having a whole lot of success.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be the key pick for a lot of the players. I think we've seen it go well a few times. Jubes, what is the strength of that Orianna?
Well, Orianna is a safe mid laner when paired with a strong jungler. We talked about it yesterday, the way that Shock got punished when he picked the Orianna, because he had the Mundo jungle, and Mundo's offering no assistance, no vision control, no tracking of the enemy jungler whatsoever. It's just as clear jungle as fast as you can. So Orianna offers a lot of flexibility to your composition when you draft it, but you need to be able to get her through like the weakest part of her game, which can be the early to mid game like transition. At times, obviously, there's going to be an accelerated Orianna for sure, but one thing that surprises me is we don't see much Azir. So Orianna's been picked 7 times, and there's been no Azir counter pick. Azir historically counters Orianna just because of the range of the streamer shuffle. So whilst we see those key picks there, there's definitely a few champions I'm surprised that we don't see. Seraphine being one in the mid lane, Azir being another one, and they're kind of staples that we see overseas, but we don't really see much of here. And it shows the dynamic that we have in terms of mid laners, right? You got Kisei playing Nocturne mid, Kisei playing different types of champions. You know, played the Karma instead of the Azir. So we just have a a different shake or a different spice, a different twist of the meta, if you will.
Yeah, I think I actually remember there was one point where I think last time we did the key picks for mid lane, we actually had Azir in there. But now
so he must have just
obviously
fallen out.
Yeah, it just seems to have
He's
fallen
only been
out.
picked a couple times. Like, he's even been picked in the top lane just as much as in the mid lane, if you can believe it. So
That's one player. That's one player.
No, I understand that, but that kind of just shows the degree at which we haven't actually seen Azir in mid.
Well,
Yeah.
look, speaking of how good we are at games, both myself and who else got roasted yesterday? Was it Rusty? Myself and Rusty got roasted yesterday, or at least coached. And now it's Jordan's turn. So, Elfish Guy, let's bring up your op.gg and see what you've done lately and what you're good at, what you're bad at. And Jubes, roast away.
Okay, well, the recent games, I'm seeing Jarvan support with the Zonya's Rush. I think he got a little bit of flavor of the month from your man Aladoric, and he definitely took those one into the ranked game straight away. First things first, you said you had 1 day off from esports, and that was yesterday. So how come you haven't played ranked in 13 days?
Because I've been working, mate. That's the problem. I've been working too much.
Okay, well, you need to eliminate those contracts from your repertoire, and you need to focus on the solo queue.
Right.
Because the solo queue trumps all at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
You can go to the bank with a good OPGG, but you can't go there with a bank full.
True.
First, and then secondly, I don't like you're playing a lot of range champs. I don't think they're like the enchanters are that great, especially the Nami at this point in time. So I would suggest adding some more hard engaged tools, easier to execute into your kit. Different playstyle, sure, but something like the Nautilus, like the Leona, like the Rel in particular. Rel in solo queue right now, I think absolutely busted because you don't really get counterpicked too often, and you'll be able to, climb a few ranks. I'll be honest with you, but it all starts with playing the game. It all starts with playing the game.
Okay.
There's no
That's good to know.
substitute for gameplay.
He's
What,
got
what do you reckon about that 65% with Pantheon? That's pretty good.
That's not bad, and that's what I talk about, because Panth has like a really OP level 2, really OP all-in, and in Plat, you're going to be able to punish like 9 times out of 10. You're going to be able to punish supports and ADs, because half the time they're auto-filled too. So if you just have the kit or the tool to like have that aggressive laning phase, you're going to get kills 9 times out of 10.
Look, considering he's a busy man, he's played over 300 games this season, which is still, a whole damn lot of games. And he's in the positive win rate, which, means he's slowly but surely climbing. Now, that's enough from you, Jordan. Look, hopefully that allows you to improve your game. We do have one from another fan out there, and of course, that is going to be James Allender. So, looks like he's going to be a jungle player. Jubes, I feel like this is your specialty, so, coach away.
Like, the problem with these OPGGs is, like, how do you coach what's just all wins, all MVPs, like, and it's just perma-winning every game? The only suggestion I would make, but even then he's winning, is try the Chem Tank build. Try in situations where, like, you're the only frontline on your team, in this instance, like Fiora, Zed, Tristana, sure, Alistair's a frontliner. You could opt in for the Chem Tank build into Deadman's Plate, use Phase Rush instead, but, like, it's full broken record, right? But statistically speaking, if he played more games, he wouldn't be in silver games, right? Like, literally, he hasn't lost.
Yeah.
Unless he's done some form of Photoshop and edited it and it looks like he's missed the clean, then all he needs to do is play.
There you go. So maybe just playing a few more games, maybe not photoshopping out the left column so we can see what else you play other than a whole damn lot of Hecarim, who is actually getting nerfed real soon, isn't he? Slightly.
I'm just confused because every OPGG, the guys are on massive win rates and like massive win streaks and just on a tear. I'm actually very confused.
Not mine. I'm an honest summoner. I take part in the summoner's code, and I just send in the truth and only the truth.
The truth
Normally,
and only
Mac,
the truth.
when I get sent an OPGG when I'm streaming or whatever,
Yep.
it's like bronze 3 in the depths, red, wrong
Me.
build, wrong runes.
It's
like,
just Mac on his Smurfs, bro.
Mate, look, I use Blitz, so I don't have to worry about my runes. It does it all
True.
for me. It's absolutely
it.
beautiful.
I hope they paid you for that.
They probably didn't, but look, if they want to, they can. Anyway, moving forward, if you want your op.gg page roasted or coached, free coaching from Jubes here, which is, something you really want, at LCO, hashtag LCO, follow LCO on all the socials, send in your screen grab. If you want to stay anonymous, I dare say hide your little name and black out any other names as well if you are going to go like particular matches. So there's no roasting publicly other than, of course, your Twitter tag. Also, we are still very open to all the content, all the trash talk. So keep that up as well. Any memes you have, feel free to send them in and we'll throw them up in between the games, before the games, post games, end of the show, whenever, because we love you and we love what you guys do.
Yes.
Yes. Now,
That's indeed true.
moving forward, it's game time. We do have one big game to kick things off, and that is going to be Chiefs taking on Order. Let's have a quick look at the Chiefs to kick things off here. And, look, you're a man that loves to rate these players, Jubes. Please continue this rating.
Well, I'm actually rating these guys.
Let's go on bicep size.
Bicep size, Liv,
Yep.
not actually sure. Swaith, I think, has been hitting the gym just a little bit. Biceps getting there. Ronald just Ronald Vo, Kisei, too committed to Summoner's Rift. Don't think he's lifted the dumbbells yet.
Yep.
Boma, bit of a fitness freak, but he's more of a sprinter than a lifter, I would say, from what I've seen in the social media department. And Dragku, I've heard from rumors that single-handedly is the guy who goes around picking up all the dumbbells after people don't re-rack them, and that's why he's so big.
A little bit of extra work put in there. Good to see. He
Yep.
actually broke my hand the other day when I met him, and he gave me a handshake, so I'm still recovering from that. Fortunately, I've got good genetics, and I recovered quite quickly. Now, Jordan, any thoughts on the Chiefs going into this matchup, and are they going to be the favourites?
Yes. I want to say they are the favourites, but I'm really not too sure. They're one of those teams that seems to be, in the same vein as Legacy, but not maybe to quite the same extent, where they have some really good games, but then they have some games where you look at it and you go, what's kind of going on here, right? There's some weird stuff. Sometimes even, you're seeing the bot lane, you're seeing the Heimerdinger, it's okay, fine, that's Mboma's sort of comfort pick, okay, we'll accept that. But then there's also the Senna Sion game that we saw yesterday, which starts to raise some questions. So I'm really not sure. Chiefs, I want to like them and I want to favor them. I want to predict for them confidently, but something's telling me, something's showing me that they're just not quite consistent enough to be at the level where you can say, yep, they're really one of the top teams. Even though they are one of the top teams right now, I'm not sure that we've seen the peak, at least not on a consistent basis from the Chiefs. So I do like the roster, but I just want to see a bit more consistency. That's the one takeaway for me.
Well, speaking of consistency, let's have a look at Order, and I guess we can discuss the consistency, because I personally feel like they could be way more consistent. They've had a couple of really rough early games, managed to bring it back, and then maybe even lost a couple of games where they shouldn't have.
And they've even gone the distance in some games they probably shouldn't have. But Maximize Jung in the top lane, Vengeance in Chungi, the jungle mid lane duo, and the bot lane duo being Puma and Beats. Consistently inconsistent, right? We see some games from Puma and Beats where they absolutely dominate laning phase, and then some games they get put pretty far behind by the Legacy bot lane, right? And we don't really consider the Legacy bot lane one of the powerhouse 2v2s in the league. And this was I would say, a very clean game from Order, and something that we wanted to see from them. There were some hiccups by, of course, some team fights that were maybe a little bit closer than they wanted, but I think you could put this down to a little bit of a successful draft from the Mammoth side. But again, just the individual talent to come out from Puma, Maximize, and the players of those to just clean team fights up. And again, even in this bot side, you see yesterday, these fights look like they're going the side of Mammoth. And then Maximize just puts on the big boy pants, says he didn't really do much, says he didn't really have a big performance, but I'd argue in this team fight, he had a very big influence. So, yeah, I guess the key theme for this game from both teams is consistency. And the winner of this game is going to be who's consistent in draft and who's consistent in gameplay, because I think at times, these two teams in particular, their demise has been draft. And I know we said we're not going to harp on how draft influences most teams, just because it doesn't really play out how we think it will, some of the time. But I think You know, Chiefs having that one win off, one win on, one win off, one win on. In particular, yesterday, very poor draft. So both teams can really just make their lives a lot easier in the pick ban phase.
Well, look, speaking of consistency and order, we have to have a look at Order's run to the playoffs, because not only do they have to take on Chiefs today, have a look at that. They've got the other top of the table teams which they need to get past. And if they find this consistency, yes, it could be an easy ride to the playoffs, but that does not look like an easy ride at all.
No, definitely not. I mean, you've got Order sitting there right now, 5 wins, 4 losses. Same exact scoreline as Chiefs and Direwolves. So I got to say, I think actually this matchup for Order in particular is incredibly important. They probably need to beat Chiefs today, because chances are they don't beat Direwolves, they don't beat Pentanet, they don't beat Peace. Legacy, I mean, the expectation is that they should beat them, but if I'm remembering things correctly, Legacy actually beat Order in the first round of the round robin. So
yeah, pretty sure
there's a potential chance they actually go 5-8 for the rest of the competition, or 5-9 even if we're considering the fact that they have to play today as well. So I think they definitely are going to be looking at this matchup in particular as quite an important one, because the rest of the field is definitely looking like a difficult task for Order. Obviously, it depends on what the matchups look like for Chiefs and Direwolves as well, as to whether they've got difficult runs or whether they've got easy runs towards the end of the standings. But it is one of those situations where sometimes the halfway point standings, or even the 60%, 70% of the way through the season standings, do tell you a bit of a lie, because you have to have that context of which teams have played against who and who they've still got left to play against, which was part of the reason we thought Order looked pretty good in the first few weeks, right? They played against Gravitas, they played against Mammoth in their first day, and they kind of got off to a good run. They had that high standing for a while, and now we're slowly starting to see it sort of fall down. They've been in the top 4 the entire season, but would they drop to 5th? Can they even drop to 6th? Well, there's still a couple of weeks left to find out.
Yeah, I think Direwolves is maybe even on the other side of the coin. I think their run gets a bit easier, you know, on paper towards the end of each round as well. So that's why we saw that late resurgence. But before we get too much deeper into this conversation, we mentioned earlier, we love you guys at home sending in your content, and Order, well, they always make this content. So we're going to have a quick gaze at what they've prepared for us.
For this split, like, personally, I wasn't expecting much. I was expecting top 5, like, for split 1 at least, top 5. But we do have the potential to beat everything. We can come first this split.
Keep your eyes on Aphelios this fight. Oh! Hook misses.
Anxiety looking for the hook, not going to go on out. Ah, gets stunned.
Yeah.
Beautiful stun there from Chungy, can't hit R2 and call all the forge god, and then they steal away the Herald.
To the top.
To the top. Okay, that sounds good. I wonder what's at the top. That's the real question. You know, is it the leaderboard they're talking about? Because if they're trying to make it to the top of the leaderboard, that's a long way away at the moment. You know, that's going to take Pentanet really tripping over their own feet. Any thoughts on that before we bring Nat back in?
Oh, I mean, to the top, like he says, where do you see split 1? He wants to be top 5, which they're well on the way to doing. Split 2 potentially is where he's looking to be on top. And I like the interview from him. I like the humbleness, yet the confidence from Chungy. I'm always a big Chungy fan, so I'm quietly hoping I see him at the top one day. Whether that's this week, next week, tomorrow, somehow next year, somewhere he'll be at the top.
The top of something. Now, someone that's at the top of the interview game right now is Nat T. So let's bring her in and see how you're doing this afternoon, Nat.
I'm doing well. I have a little bit of hay fever, so could be sneezing through this interview. Hopefully not too much.
Well, hopefully it goes well and the boys are respectful. Who do you have down there on the sidelines, by the way?
I'm going to be joined by Mboma and Puma. Thank you both so much for joining me. Puma, I want to ask you first, sorry, my nose is playing up so much. I want to ask you first, you know, you guys are both sitting on the exact same wins, but you guys do seem to have a lot tougher opponents coming into the end of the split. So how important is this game for you guys, and how are you feeling coming into it?
I think this game is probably the most important game that we've had the split so far. I think whoever wins this game has a really good chance in getting top 3. So the implications on this match are pretty big, I'd say.
Yeah, are you guys a little bit nervous? Because in yesterday's interview, the two people that I interviewed from Order, they said that the women of the Mammoth wouldn't give you any more sort of confidence in your playstyle. So how are you guys coming into this feelings-wise? Is it nervous?
I'm a little bit nervous, but it's not like insanely nervous. I think we match pretty good into Chiefs, like skill-wise. I think whoever plays better on the day will usually win. So, yeah.
Yeah, you guys do look pretty similar on paper skill-wise. It seems pretty head-to-head. But in Beaumont, what about you guys? If we looked at your past of matches leading into this, you know, you guys have the win-loss, win-loss. You lost yesterday, which could mean a win today. How are you guys feeling coming in?
Yeah, I think we want to probably break the curse, but not by losing today. We want to win this game and beat PGG on Friday, right? So I think this definitely is a big game for us, but I do think we have like a easier schedule like going forward. So I think we're just gonna try and focus on what we always do, try and just improve and play the game well. I think that we've been doing some interesting things in the draft and stuff like that, but today we're just gonna do our thing and see how it goes.
Has that been something that you guys have been working on with your prep time?
Yeah, I think we're a team that's not really afraid to try things. So we try a lot of different things, and we can play a lot of different champions. So I think that's the fun part about playing on our team, is that we're pretty willing to do, you know, if someone wants to do something, most people would just say, yeah, go for it. So I think that's sort of our mentality, and we're going to do the same thing today, I think.
I'm looking forward to it. Puma, one last thing I do want to ask you is, you guys lost against the last matchup to Chiefs, so what are you looking to do differently? Is it going to be something really draft heavy that you guys are focusing on changing up, or more about your gameplay?
I think the last game against Chiefs, it was really bad early. I think we had to pull it through with some team fighting, but I think if we stabilize early game, then I can probably carry this game pretty easily.
Well, fingers crossed that works out for you guys. I do want to ask if there's any last words you want to say to each other. I feel like this is one of the most interesting matchups we have today. So if you have anything you want to say to each other, you're more than welcome to.
I think we were both on bottom teams last year. Now we're more on top teams. So it'll be fun to see, you know, how this matchup goes, given that we both have like a higher chance of winning this year. I think we played a lot last year, and yeah, it's just fun to play against Puma, I think.
Yeah, I have like a lot of respect for Mbomo, because I think it was a big reason why Mammoth like didn't come last year. So, and I'm pretty sure I've actually never beaten him on stage yet. So hopefully that changes today.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, there you go. There's a little bit of history there, guys. Good luck, and thank you so much again for joining me today.
Thanks.
Bye bye.
Oh, nice and humble, as per usual. Always good to have an interview like that where everyone's mates here. Also interesting to hear from Mboma that, you know, they're very open-minded in terms of, you know, someone wants to play a off-meta champ, they're happy to allow it and work around it, which is interesting. Jordan, you're nodding. What's up?
I mean, I was going to say, I think that's pretty obvious based on some of the champions that we've seen pulled out from Chiefs this season. So, I mean, fair enough.
Yeah. A good way to look at it. And something else we can have a quick look at before we get into the game is our predictions. Let's have a look at which way we have swayed. Oh, me again. Why am I always the only one going for Order? I don't understand. This is absolutely preposterous. Why do you all go for Chiefs other than me?
I mean, I guess we're just Chiefs fanboys at this point, really, and girls.
Probably.
In this instance, I guess Nat's voted for Chiefs as well. So, look, I've got to say, Nat, it's good that you're choosing the same selections as me now, because I am 1 point ahead. So as long as you keep doing that, I'm going to win.
I did have, sorry, I'm going to jump on this. I did have this thought. I was like, I want to wait until Jordan puts out his predictions and see if there's any I don't agree with that maybe I could put ahead of him. But I decided, you know, I'd change it up today and I wouldn't copy off Jubes. Instead, I'd copy off Rusty's predictions. So shout out to Rusty, yeah.
Is it the guy that's below me in the
actually.
I didn't want to play favorites.
I think he's below me as well. So anyway,
Is he below me?
no one's below you, man.
No one's below you.
Oh yeah, I'm bottom of the barrel. Always knew that one. Well, look, before we get into this match, What are you expecting, Jubes, in terms of the jungle? You know, it's going to be a bit of a fierce battle in that position.
Oh, well, I'm actually curious to see what order draft now. They've whipped out the Karthus, so that's definitely an option. But I think you need to take away Vengeance Lilia. He's just looked too good, too clean on it. And I do think it's going to be a battle of like the quote-unquote carry junglers. You know, Swaith and Vengeance both have unique champion pools, but the thing that they share in common is they both want to do a lot of damage. So I think we're going to see some spicy picks coming out. Maybe the Kayn, maybe the Viego again. You know, I'm excited to see it. Too hard to predict, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it's going to be a very close one. And something else to, you know, separate yourself from everyone else genetically, reaction-wise, you know, all the good stuff, which Nat and I are certainly going to be doing on the side lanes, is esports assessment labs. We're going to be testing ourselves, checking ourselves before we wreck ourselves. I don't know. Anyway, head on over there. You can see how you're doing. And as you continually do their tests, you can see if you are progressing and how much better or worse you are getting. Look, I'm getting pretty old now. 29 is where I currently stand, so I'm actually deteriorating. And as that happens, obviously my scores are going to go down. And as this is all happening, you know, it's time for me to get off and, you know, cry my sins away because it's time for the game. Order and Chiefs, boys, take us away.
And away we go.
Yeah, away we go.
Firstly, I was a bit shocked. I had no idea he's 29. That's insane.
Didn't you? No, yeah.
No.
He's been 29 actually for most of this year. It's pretty crazy how that's happened. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, he's the youngest 29-year-old in the world.
He does act like it sometimes.
So, first off, Heimerdinger off the table, Nocturne away from Kisei, Yone being banned away from Kisei as well. Definitely the power point of Chiefs when he's on his champions, when he's on those kind of off-meta, if you will, or not even off-meta, but when he's on those melee range type, assassin-type mid laners, he's very, very good as per, you know, his mechanics. We talk about him as being that mechanics player, so smart bans from the side of Order and little more respect targeted towards Vengeance in the bans of Chiefs, right? The Udyr, the Hecarim, but not the Lilia. That's something we want to keep our eye on.
They haven't even gone for Lilia in the first rotation of the picks. They've actually opted to go for, I mean, what you would assume is probably going to be the bot lane. We've seen Dragku picking up the Seraphine already so far this season, and if I remember correctly, he had a pretty good time on it as well. Kai'Sa obviously nowhere else for that one to go than down into the bot lane. But I suppose you could argue Seraphine is a bit of a flex pick still, so it'll be interesting to see where that one does end up. And I mean, still no priority placed on the Lilia, unless it comes through here from Chungy selecting that one for Vengeance. But yeah, I mean, at the moment, it doesn't seem like Order necessarily shares your same opinion, and they're quite happy to leave the jungler for a little bit later.
Yeah, but I think they've opted in for the Rel here because it forces Dragku to make the Alistar decision, the one that we talked about yesterday. This is the pretty much mirror draft, and they didn't opt in for it. It's a mirror draft almost into what happened yesterday. The team, Peace it was, opted in for Rel in pick 3 here, and then Dragku now has to make a decision. Thresh is down, Alistar's an option, but if you don't take it here, then Alistar can potentially get banned away in ban 2, in ban 4 and 5, and that leaves him with, you know, not that many good options to counter the Rel pick in lane. And if you take the Seraphine, you always run the risk of getting, you know, 3-man, 4-man, as well as the setup, the utility, the CC coming out of the Rel. So we don't want another repeat of what happened yesterday, right? It was a very rough time bot lane for them.
But if you do take Seraphine away from the bot lane, then it has to obviously go into mid or into
mid
top.
lane, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't seem like it's a particularly good matchup for the Camille, at least as far as Chiefs would be concerned. So presumably then has to go into mid, which I feel like gives Order the counter pick there as well.
Yeah, but I don't think Chungy is a big Azir player. A lot of, in Korea, what you see is like when the Seraphine's given away, it's usually because they take Azir. Now, the question is, can Chungy play that? But also the question is, can Kisei play Seraphine? Because it is a completely different playstyle that he's used to. And after the Karma game we saw from him yesterday, is he feeling confident enough to play one of those, you know, supportive, control mage, enchanter type champions?
It's a good question. I have to wait and see. Still no Lilia ban. Obviously not going to get one at this point. So options there still for Order. They got rid of the Olaf and the Evelyn as well.
Yeah. So they didn't ban the Alistar. So, I mean, Dracu's just going to be able to pick that one up if they want to put the Seraphine into the mid lane. But they've already, they've made the decision.
Yeah, guess it's Seraphine down into bot. Obviously, Azir's going to be going into mid for Kisei.
Yeah, and so Azir into the mid lane blind is fine in the sense that there's really not much that's going to punish that pick. You know, we're probably just going to see it matched up against another control mage, maybe the likes of a Syndra. The Corki is an interesting one. This is very old school counter pick. Now, it's like a soft counter. A lot of the matchups that beat Azir, there's no hard matchup. Back in my day in League of Legends, there was hard counters. You couldn't play certain matchups because you'd just go 0-2 in lane, 0-3 in lane. But these types of control mage matchups is eventually you get outscaled. Eventually you start to lose. Because Azir needs to set up Sand Soldiers to do damage, right? And Corki wants a target that's not moving. So you can land your rockets because that's where a majority of Corki's damage comes from in the mid to late game. And Azir is going to have that problem. It's actually surfing maybe top? No, they got Renekton. He's just given us the whole debate.
He's trolling.
Yeah. So Corki eventually ramps up to a point in which it's hard for Azir to match in the side lane, but it's also Azir hard to match in lane. It doesn't start off that poorly. It gets poorly as the lane goes on. So keep our eyes on that mid lane. Chungi, interesting pickup.
Yeah, I like the Corki, to be honest. Bit of a Corki player myself back in the day. To be honest, I do miss AP Corki, even though, you know, he still does magic damage these days. You do still just build the AD items. I feel like...
Yeah, well, it converts to like 80% AP, I believe.
Back in the day when you could build AP items was the most fun, because you got all the damage over time effects and that kind of thing. But anyway, look, aside the point, it's an interesting composition, isn't it, from Order, because you have a fair bit of all-in on the side with the Skarner, with the Rel, and Tristana even, but then there's that poke presence from the Corki. But, you know, you even look at Corki with the packages and you think, well, he can kind of all-in as well. So definitely an interesting lineup.
The problem Chiefs composition have is they don't really have a front line. And it's a composition that does need bodies in front for the Azir to do damage. So if you're relying on your Renekton to be, if you're relying on the Renekton to just be salt frontline, then that becomes problematic, right? Because the Renekton is honestly probably going to opt in for Prowler's Claw or a Gore Drinker, but it doesn't make you that beefy frontline that lets the Azir get 3 Sand Soldiers up, that lets the Karthus, you know, get those Skittles off in her team fight. Sure, Karthus can die, but the hard engage that Order have, it's going to make the skirmishes and team fights very hard for Chiefs. Now, maybe Dracu's just extremely confident on the Seraphine, going to land multi-man ultimate, going to get the peel from the Azir ultimate, and it's just going to be a full kite back team composition. But the thing that I found in OS in particular is hard engage generally trumps all. Like, they're going to have a very hard time disengaging the Rel. The QSS tax is going to have to be there for the Skarner. The Camille Hextech ultimatum cannot be, you know, dodged QSS nothing, so that person is ultimately going to fall down too. So I think Order have all the tools to start fights on their own terms, whereas it's a similar comp from the Chiefs where they're going to be trying to disengage and fight their way out of it.
Guess we'll have to wait and see. And a lot of the time doesn't necessarily come down to what we think based on the draft, right? A lot of the time so far in LCO, we've looked at the draft and gone, this should happen, or that should happen, or this team should look a little bit better based on the selections that they've got. And at the end of the day, it comes down to execution of what you actually do run out onto Summoner's Rift with. And the Chiefs have been able to pull off a few interesting games, right? And that's why I'm a little bit... I don't really know where to put them, right? I think they have the potential to be the third team actually on the standings at the end of this season. I'd probably give it to Direwolves at the moment, but if the Chiefs can continue to bring out those good games as opposed to the bad games, they definitely look really, really strong. So here we go into our first game for the evening. Gonna have a quick chat with Calvin. Juice, get out of here. Stop laughing and giggling and ruining the mood. Bring the coach of Order into the discussion here. And see what you think about how things have been panning out. We've been talking, obviously, amongst ourselves, myself and Juves here, Calvin, and we talked about your preparation perhaps being a bit difficult going into Chiefs with some of the weird compositions that they've been throwing out there. Was that ever something that was on your mind?
Yeah, I think Chiefs does have like a bit of an interesting champion pool, you know, with the Heimerdinger, with the Nivea previously picked, and also, you know, Swathe going on champions such as Evelyn and Kane. However, it's not really a concern for us because like those champions aren't like, you can't just blind pick those champions. A lot of those champions are specific target ban or target counter picks into certain champions. So you know, as long as we avoid those champions, we'll avoid falling into the traps with Chiefs champion pool, then we're pretty much fine.
Okay, cool. And what do you think about the way that the draft has worked out today? Juice was saying it seems like there isn't really a whole lot of agency for Chiefs as far as how they can engage fights, but that's certainly not the case for your lineup.
Yeah, I think both comps want to scale up. The entire bot, mid, and jungle trio. All three champions. They basically wanted to play towards this like mid game scenario, late game scenario. However, I think we do have the better team comp. We have the Camille split push. That will be a monstrous in the late game, and then we'll also have a much better basically engaged tool in the Skarner, in the Rel. Whereas like you said, on Chief's side, with Renekton being the only front line, it's very hard for them to actually make space for their Zia, for the Karthus to actually do out decent damage.
Indeed, and we sort of highlighted that this is quite an important match for you guys, and even in the media piece that you sent us, it was sort of detailed as well. Is there any extra pressure from your perspective coming into this matchup as opposed to any of the other games you've played this season in LCO?
I think everyone in the team knows that this game is almost basically the fight for third place, especially this week we do have Chiefs followed by Legacy afterwards. So definitely a very important week for us if we want to hit that third place going to playoffs. However, I don't think everyone's too pressured. I think we all also have this agreement that this split is more of like testing the water. Like the next split is the more important one. However, we still want to get as many wins as possible and make us look as good as possible.
Awesome. Well, long-term planning, definitely something that we will be keeping an eye on come future splits. But thank you very much, Calvin, for your time, and we'll get back to the game.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. All right. Well, Juves, maybe not the perfect time for us to go back to the game because we have run into a pause straight away. But is there anything that you need to break down for us before we dive back in?
Just a cheeky little invade coming out of Swaith there. It's something that he's kind of built his reputation on as a jungler, being very aggressive no matter the champion, and often opting in for the 1v1 in the jungle matchup. At times this split been to a detriment of his team. They've had to follow up, and sometimes they've fallen down there. But in this specific scenario, Swaith was able to yoink 2 jungle camps, I believe, the blue buff and the Gromp, as well as go to his red, his Krugs, into a reset into bot side camp. So this is going to be a very early level 6 from the Karthus if he's able to put these jungle camps on cooldown. And Skarner's starting off at a little bit of a deficit. But I will say, it's not panic stations, because Skarner is the type of champion that can be slightly behind and still have a big impact, because once that level 6 comes through, doesn't matter if there's a level deficit, 2 level deficit, because once you drag that member into your team, they're going to fall down. So it's just going to be about vengeance and how he parts his way around this early game to find his way back in.
It's a little bit surprising sometimes when you see a Karthus looking for an invade, because that's traditionally something that, in that case, the shoe's on the other foot, so to speak. But I suppose when you're going up against the Skarner, there isn't that much immediate threat, really, until level 6. And if Swaith wants to try and be that carry jungler like we've spoken about, then he does kind of want to try and dominate his matchup and then exert some of that pressure onto the rest of the map. I'm having a look in the game at the moment at the rest of the field, and to be honest, everything else is kind of looking the same, right? Top lane CS is fairly similar. Maximize is looking like he might be going for a little reset here, but he does have the teleport available, so he shouldn't be really losing too much. The wave's not crashing under his tower just yet. Mid lane, maybe we saw the Corki getting pressured out a little bit from that invade as well that the Karthus was throwing through. But overall, I mean, across the board, it actually seems like a fairly even start, with the exception of Chiefs getting that small advantage in the jungle. But it's not really enough to say that there's going to be a huge snowball or anything like that in the favor of Chiefs. Small wins are nice, but not the end of the world, really, if you are the order side.
Yeah, but level 6 Karthus causes the volatility, right? So you have the top lane matchup, that's the Renekton and Camille. Renekton traditionally wins that 1v1. It doesn't start off straight away. We're not going to see the solo kill at level 2. Once level 6 comes around, Renekton does have a lot of kill threat. Once the first base comes through, Renekton has even more of a kill threat, and the matchup just becomes like a time bomb, if you will. Is the Camille remaining uninterrupted and able to, and the teleport being burnt by Maximize already? So we're getting a rough idea of how that is playing out thus far. But now Maximize has to take into account the hard matchup, so the counter pick, as well as the Karthus ultimate, because it's going to be an early Karthus ultimate coming on through.
Yeah, certainly something that's going to need to be tracked by all of the laners on Order's side of things. You see Swaith really just farming straight through the jungle, isn't he? 30 CS already, only 18 for Vengeance, who He's gone for a little bit of a cheeky invade himself, trying to get something back. But it's not going to help you really catch up all that much. Swaith is a farm machine at the moment.
But that's what I was hoping I would see out of Vengeance. This is actually the one avenue back into the game for him in particular. And you know, Chiefs notice this and they're trying to force him off. But when you get invaded on the opposite side of the map, so the top side in this case, that means Karthus's camps are going to come off spawn because he started in that side of the map, right? So if you ever get forced out, the correct play to do is run straight back towards his bot side, get the camps that are respawning, and because they are a respawned jungle camp, they are going to be like worth more EXP, right? So in that instance, that's very good from Vengeance to get those kind of jungle camps. He'll be able to clear towards his top side, and whilst he's still at a deficit, it's just a little heads-up play that's going to ensure that he's not as far behind as he could have been.
Well, still a fair bit of catching up to do, but as long as he can stay almost toe-to-toe with Swaith, you start to think maybe Vengeance can have a bit of impact on the map as soon as he hits level 6. Really not a whole lot of much going on so far in this matchup between Order and Chiefs. I think both teams feeling not so much the pressure, but the situation a little bit, knowing that this is an important matchup, just feeling each other out and seeing what they can get done. Might have spoken a bit too soon, though, down in the bot lane. Some engagements. Looks like an Ignite was invested there by Beats, as well as maybe a Flash to get that engaged. But all it does is force the heal and the Flash out of the bot lane of Chiefs. And no commitment just yet. Swaith does walk his way down, but you are a Karthus that's not yet level 6, and trying to gank a Tristana at the best of times is difficult, so nothing really comes from it.
Yep, and just again, really good laning phase so far out of Puma and Beats, and this is what we were talking about. The matchup becomes pretty volatile now because Dracu's had to burn his Flash, Emboma's had to burn the heal, Wave's not in a great spot for them. Yes, they have Karthus there, however, you know, that Flash cooldown's down for 5 minutes, and might see, this is the worst feeling as a jungler, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, literally miserable. At times, I want to stop playing. I've had a few scrims and competitive games where this has happened, and I start thinking in my head,
Ooh, gets even worse as well, Juice, when you see that on the other side of the map. Not only are you being pushed out of your own jungle, but your opposing bot lane is winning the 2v2, and you've just lost the dragon. This could be a kill for Swaith as well. The Skittle doesn't quite connect, forces the flash from Puma. But already things are going very nicely for Chiefs.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just illegal. That's just honestly illegal gameplay coming out of the Order bot lane. Should not be a 2v2 kill in a Kai'Sa Seraphine lane, but especially pre-6. But have to get a replay to see what happened down there. And as I say that, this was I think the earlier exchange where they burnt their Flash, or no? This was
no. This is it.
Oh, this is it. Okay.
So Beats doesn't have Flash. That's the problem.
Yeah. They just missed the engage, and I think that's just that's on Beats as opposed to an outplay, if that makes sense. Not to diminish the kill. Obviously, you had to get that kill, and it was very well played from them. But if you miss the engage, there's only one way in if you're the route. You can't get out after that, especially with no Flash. So didn't get the aftershock, I believe, and just gets ran down there by the Kai'Sa.
Yep. It's always one of those things when you're playing against a lane like a Seraphine or any kind of poke or half engaged sort of champion in the bot lane, that if you don't do anything, you feel bad, but then if you do something and you don't make it work, then it feels even worse. So now you're in a rough situation here as the Order bot lane where you feel like, okay, well, we're already behind, but to win this lane, we kind of have to be the ones on the front foot. If we just let Dragu and Emboma scale through this lane, then they're going to be quite happy with that. So it almost feels like you have to continue to try and force something.
I don't actually like this flip from Chiefs because the Renekton should have prio and win the lane against Camille at this point in the game. And so you can get Herald based off the 1v1 and the 2v2, right? The Karthus is stronger than the Siana, the Renekton is stronger than the Camille. You can win the 2v2 and get the Herald, right? They flipped. They're denying farm from their Renekton now. And in a scenario where there had to be no denying, they were winning the bot lane matchup. They had summoner advantage in the bot lane matchup. So everything was going for them. Everything was in their favor. Yet they decided to flip. They decided to weak side their Renekton. And, you know, Beats has left lane, which, again, shouldn't... It's just misplays across the board. But it's a flip that was a little bit unnecessary because Tristana's going to take turrets quicker. But obviously, Cast the Curse happens and they're getting free time on the tower anyway.
Yeah, well, it works out, I suppose. It's 2 plates in the top lane. The Rift Herald has been started, but Vengeance using the Impale. Swaith decides, well, I may as well just keep going because I'm already dead. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out too nicely for him. Chungy had a package, got the Valkyrie over the top, and that makes it for an easy kill to peg it back to 1 apiece. But Chiefs are still on the hunt. They're not prepared to give this one up just yet. Juves and Vengeance looking pretty low.
Yeah. 1v1 off the side here. Chungy doing very well into Kisei. He actually might even just win this 1v1, but Renekton's looking over the wall.
It's a scary looking Renekton right now, isn't it? But a bit awkward, bit of a weird looking team fight that wasn't, I guess, really a team fight. Maybe I misspeak there because it's more of a skirmish than anything else. I think Chiefs were trying to force something in return, but they just couldn't find the proper engagement. And so all of a sudden, Order decides, okay, well, Rift Herald is ours now.
Is it though? Because Seraphine's level 6, Beats is level 5. Key ultimate being down, the Skarner ultimate. Yes, Lift has no ult, but there's the crucial ultimates that they're down on Order is just, I think, a little bit too much, and they know that. Yeah,
Swaith knows as well that he still has Requiem available. So the tables turn once again.
Yeah.
It's musical chairs.
It's just messy at the moment. It's
it's
just 1-for-1 across the board, or 1 kill, and then into a late objective take, into respawn timers being too short, into having to sack that objective and then just go back to your lanes with your head held down.
Well, it's perfect timing for Chiefs actually to pick up that Rift Herald because Dragon will be here in 45 seconds or so. You're going to have the added presence of a Rift Herald in mid lane, a Rift Herald in top, while thinking about the Dragon if you are the Order side.
So now we have both control mages, if you will, in the bot side. And we got the duos in the mid lane. So they're just flipping and matching as they please. Rift Herald no longer up, Dragon spawning soon, and we saw the importance of the Skarner ultimate there, right? He was down a level, still is down a level. I think maybe he was even down 2 levels at that point. But it didn't matter, we're still able to one-shot the Karthus, and across the board, when you have an Azir, when you have a Karthus, and you have a Seraphine, a quick Silver Sash is not efficient to buy, right, for them. They don't want to spend the 1,300 gold out of their budget to pick that one up, and yet the Skarner forces that, and we'll see the discipline of Chiefs and how early they'll pick that one up because, again, the Skarner ultimate is going to be such a key factor in these team fights, in these engages, and we might see a fight here.
Well, Chiefs have just gotten there a little bit too late, and the Dragon is snaked away. A flash from Dragku. He's hit the Encore, and all of a sudden, Vengeance is done. I'm not sure in the end that it's really what the Chiefs were looking for because it is 1 kill traded for a Dragon, and most days of the week you're going to take the Dragon there. Also means that Dragku doesn't have flash, and we'll see how impactful that's going to be later on. Seraphine with no flash definitely looking like a good target.
Yeah, she's looking like a snack. Now, it's not a bad consolation prize, especially because the Dragon did go down. You pick up the kill, get that one onto the Karthus, and he's able to extend the level lead that he already has. He's going to be able to put the jungle on cooldown while Skarner's on respawn timer. However, it does stop and extend the game in the sense that Dragon Soul now is just further and further away. Each time you lose that Dragon Soul, the pressure of the team you're versing just gets relieved that little bit.
Well, we've got the bot lane in the mid lane now, which is a little bit more standard if you're talking about lane switches. So Puma quite happy to just farm up at this point. So too is Mboma. Some sneaky business in top lane.
Yeah, this looks like it might be turret. 2 turret plates go down, 1 or 2 and a bit. You can get away with it, 2 and a bit. And so this one will be very close to falling down. It'll probably have 1 bar left, or close to, yeah. But all the plates are gone, that's the important thing.
Well, it's not going to last too long, I'm afraid, for Order. Chiefs well and surely committing to taking this down, even lived copping a few shots. What is the cross-map play from Order? Where can they find their advantage? Well, seems like it's the mid lane, putting a bit of gold onto Puma. Very, very good at taking down towers on Tristana. Obviously not having so much success so far, but does allow the blue buff to go over to Order as well. So at least something gained for Order.
What I want to see out of Vengeance in this scenario, he's got 2 plays, in my opinion, on this Skarner. He needs to start having some impact on the game, right? Because he has picked that champion that is very strong at this point in the game where income is relatively low. I want to see him either target the Seraphine. He knows the Seraphine has no flash, and that probably leads to a broken turret in the mid lane, or punish the Azir for being in bot lane. It's a long lane, and you're able to come behind turret, you know, you're able to pretty much kill the Azir whilst in the Skarner ultimate, so there'll be no counterplay. But instead, he's just pathing towards topside, pathing towards his camps, putting them on cooldown, which again isn't the worst thing. But if you're hoping to match Karthus in tempo on farm, that's not going to be the game for you.
Well, does he need to do that, though? That's the thing. Because looking at the junglers, if I had to say this one on face value, and again, I'm no expert when it comes to jungle, but I would say I think the Karthus outscales the Skarner. If everything continues to just be a farm game. So
I think we agree. I think we agree on that.
Yeah. Good. Just checking. Clarifying, I suppose. Which means so far, again, things are progressing as the Chiefs would like.
Yeah, 100%. They're not getting punished for sitting inside lanes. You know, they're happy just farming up a Storm. The Kai'Sa doesn't really get outscaled by much. The Azir's not going to get outscaled by much. But, you know, in the same sense, Corki is going to turn into a bit of a demon late game as well. So there are options for order in the late game department. However, once the QSSs and whatnot start coming through, it'll be a little bit of trouble for the Skarner. Chem Tank is picked up now, though, so this is the item spike you want to see, and where he really starts to do something to open the game up.
Maybe that was why he was just looking to clear the last couple of camps. Liv hanging around.
That. I hate when they're sitting on a ward, and they don't know about it. Obviously, now he does, but so anticlimactic. You know, nothing's going to come to.
I hate it when it's someone that you know you're not going to be able to do anything about, right? You look at that Renekton and you think, well, it's probably not worth us finding the engage here. If that's Dragku standing on top of that ward, you're thinking, ooh, there's a chance here. Bit of a fight, perhaps, down in the bot lane, from what we could just see.
Yeah, and I mean, you see Corki getting the better of the trades already, right? Has the Essence Reaver, has the Tia. Tia is more accelerated than that of the Azir, so the side lane matchup, if we're just looking at it in isolation, gets worse for Azir, right? The Corki inevitably wins the 1v1. However, the Azir with the Shurima shuffle with the wall is going to have a bigger teamfight influence or teamfight impact. But if it ever becomes stationary and just a siege battle, you take Corki every day of the week. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play this one out and how teams, you know, adapt their strategy to ensure they get the most out of their mid laner.
Perhaps we're going to see that in just a second. Dragon in 10 seconds. It's the Infernal Drake as well. So this will be a big one for both teams that they want to be picking up. And it might force the first proper team fight that we are yet to really see in this game. 16 minutes in, nearly 17. Haven't seen a team fight, and maybe Beats has caught. Chungy is there with the package and Valkyrie available. There's an Impale, a Flash Impale, but is it enough? Blown up Mboma, absolutely deleted out of the team fight. Chiefs now starting to lack a bit of damage. Requiem is actually invested while Swaith is alive, and it works well. A double kill for the jungler of Chiefs. Dragon, potentially the focus. It's been started, but that actually might have been a bad decision by Chiefs, because now they're copping all that free damage and order or not.
There's no smite on the side of Order, but I don't think that matters. They're just going to win this extended fight here if they keep going with the poke. However...
Ooh, well, especially if Chiefs are continuing to tank. Emperor's Divide, it was flashed by Puma, but it doesn't matter. He dove into the entire team and gets deleted. Chungy followed suit because he was so low, and I think he started tanking Dragon.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting play coming there from Puma. However, it looked like such a good fight to start off on the side of Order, right? Vengeance getting the Flash Impale onto, I believe, Mboma, and the package from Chungy actually cancelled Kai'Sa ultimate, I believe. So he ended up just dying with double sums up, doing no damage in the team fight. So keep your eyes on Chungy here. Kai'Sa ultimate is cancelled. So he's just sitting on the red carpet, decides not to use any summoners, and you think it's over. This fight's over, but the positioning here from Puma means he wasn't able to do relevant damage. For some reason, Puma was on the flank, and this ultimately costs Order the team fight. Yes, they have the dance after, and Dragku lands an extremely nice route onto the I think, Chungy in the end, and that's what ultimately swings the fight in their favor. But also, Beats wasn't able to find his way in here, and it's just a skill shot battle. Whoever lands wins, and Dragku is the one that lands. Puma proceeds to play here, maybe a little bit double lift-esque. Isn't able to pull that one off.
I think he was expecting to be able to get, you know, an insta-gib maybe onto Kisei.
Yeah.
But straight away, as soon as he dives on top, Dragku has the W with Seraphine available. Puts the shield down and thinking, oops, I've made a mistake.
Yeah, I think it honestly is just poor teamfight positioning. the Tristana wasn't able to hit anyone. The moment Tristana was in range to hit, gets exhausted, and so they ultimately played that team fight 4v4. You know, Mboma's the one that falls down, but Puma can't do any relevant damage.
Well, a weird turn of events, I suppose. It's going to make life a bit more difficult for Order. Especially considering now as well, Chiefs have just picked up Rift Herald. So the objectives continue to compound for the Chiefs. MacArthur's really scaling nicely as well. 2 items finished off. 3, 1, and 2 for Swaith. So all the kills are going over to the champion that really needs it.
Interestingly enough, Karthus has opted in for no boots too, just the Void Staff. I think doesn't necessarily need the Void Staff right now. Could have opted in for the component of Void Staff, which gives you the magic penetration as well as the Sork boots, and it'd probably provide more value in this game. Especially because Karthus has one of the lowest base move speeds in the game, I believe. And just having those Sork boots, the tier 2 upgrades, just you just notice it just to get in range for the Skittles. And however, I think he just probably had the gold to buy the Void Staff straight up when he based and thought, why not? Going to be doing a crazy amount of damage regardless, so it is what it is.
This is interesting. Both teams are feeling like they might have the bait here. Swaith hiding in the tribe booth. Sure, he might have been seen going in there.
He did have to flash. He did have to flash, because if he holds that there, Maximize just going to get on top of him, use the Hextech ultimatum, and will pretty much just die to an empowered Q at this point. Karthus, whilst doing a bunch of damage, is not the tankiest champion in the game. You can tell by the health bar there.
Chungy looks like he wants to trade the tower in top, but maybe that's not the most important part of the map right now. Puma is destroyed by Mboma, and Swaith will follow up with another kill onto Beats. The bot lane right now for Order just cannot get going. And that actually looks like it's a Baron. What? Early Baron, but why not?
Karthus with Leandris, Azir with Leandris, it's just going to go down extremely quickly. You have the Kai'Sa to top that off. You know, it's very early, but look how quick it's going down. Can Vengeance steal it? He does! He does!
That's huge. Vengeance may be able to turn this around. All the damage is coming through from Chungy. And Boma will just survive. But Chiefs do get away with at least the majority of their lives. I mean, still, this is looking like it's a story that still has a few chapters yet to be written.
That has to be the biggest brain play from the Order bot lane in the world. They said, you know what, we'll opt in for the 2v4. We'll lose, of course, because you're not going to win the 2v4. We'll make them do Baron, and Vengeance will steal it. I think that might be a couple of Smite steals this split on the board for Vengeance. Maybe he's made a name for himself in the Smite department. That's huge, by the way. That's because Corki keeps the Baron. So watch the carpet here. Does so much damage. They're funneled into the pit. It's stolen. Maximize goes in, does some relevant damage, but Corki's just free-firing over this wall, managing to trade, I think, multiple kills on the back end there. Picks up the red buff for his troubles, has the Baron buff, and we're probably going to just see a straight-up siege now from the side of Order.
I mean, this starts to become a little bit problematic now when you see Chungy 3, 1, and 2 looking pretty strong, has Baron. And there isn't really an answer, I don't think, on the Chiefs side for the Corki. I mean, how do they start a fight without Corki getting 2 or 3 rockets through before, you know, really actually getting into the fight?
I mean, Chungy's up, Chungy's up about 40 to 50 CS, has the Baron buff, now has a 2-level lead. That Baron play and the impact on this game cannot be overstated. Chungy, all of a sudden, has just turned into an unkillable threat. And now, even just from afar, look at the damage that's coming out of these rockets. You know, and he's going to be on his way to his 3rd item, as we can see from the components in his inventory. With this Baron buff, it's going to be so hard to deal with. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Can't stop this siege. Maximize now winning the side lane too to top it off. It's just an unbelievable turn of events. What was looking like pretty much close to end of the game for Order, they've just turned it on their head from the back of a Smite steal.
Well, Chiefs are going to have to give this tower up. Where do they even find an engage from? I mean, I suppose maybe Dragku can get a nice encore through, a flash encore even from the... it's such a tenuous thing though, you know, you can't really rely on it.
No, and this is the problem we were talking about that Chiefs composition has in draft. They can't start fights. They have to be at objectives first. They have to be where the fight is going to take place, you know, like the Baron, like the Dragon. And then they have to either start the objective or have the enemy team start the objective and just kite back and kite back. However, when you're against a Baron buff, the enemy team, the side of Order, don't need to start the fight, right? They're just able to chip away at turrets, chip away with some poke.
What's going on
here?
here?
Little bit of a pick angle.
Wow, looks like Maximize has backed up just enough before getting the vision that he is going to be safe. Quite a commitment, though, from Chiefs, sending almost all 5 members down to the bot lane. And Boma's starting to work back up into mid to catch that wave.
Yeah. So Chungy's picked up his 3rd item, by the way, 3rd and final. Well, not 3rd and final, but...
3rd and important.
Yes, 3rd and important. If it was 3rd and final, then I'd be a little bit worried, because then he's at full build and it's only 24 minutes into the game, but...
Won't scale too well with only the 3 items. But hey, I think once you do get those 3 items online for Chungy, it is almost like saying, oh yeah, I have almost finished my build, you know, because these are the 3 important items that you do want. It's the damage, it's the mana regen, and it's the survivability. So what more do you really want on Corki? I guess, yeah, you're going to get some more damage. That's fine. But right now, everything is there that he needs.
Well, the problem with Corki and why Corki's not picked in the meta is because it takes too long to ramp up, right? It takes too long to get the items. And when Corki's relevant, it's usually like around level 16, 3 items. And at that point, we start talking business, we start talking numbers. Your accountant can talk to my accountant, and then we'll negotiate, right? But Corki, because of the Baron steal, and Lived might be caught here.
Yeah, certainly looking like it. Hextech ultimatum is going to be, I think, the ultimatum for Lived. Drag, who does his best to keep him alive, but that's a freebie for Order, and it continues to slide in the wrong direction for Chiefs.
Yeah, and I mean, it really looks like when games get chaotic and when Chiefs feel a little bit of pressure, they start to lose their identity and lose the correct way to play the game, right? There's no business getting caught mid lane there. They have vision pretty much on all of the members, or at least they knew where they were seconds before that. So it is pretty unacceptable to get caught on mid wave. And you have to feel Chiefs just looking a little bit lost, maybe feeling the pressure of the Corki, you know, 250 CS at 26 minutes, you know, a sizable CS lead compared to anyone else in the game. Level 16 being ticked over as well. And when you feel that pressure in game, you start to make decisions that are very uncharacteristic.
Yeah, I think we've seen a few of those already from Chiefs. Had to give over the last Dragon as well, so still even at 2 apiece. Big objectives are coming up in the next minute or 2, though.
Yep.
You've got the Baron in 40 seconds, you've got another Dragon in about a minute. So Chiefs have been quite happy to just sit back and try and farm up in the meanwhile, since the Baron steal did come through, but eventually they're going to be forced to fight. Whether it's for the Baron, whether it's for the Dragon, the result's going to end up being the same. They need to get a good engagement before they get poked down by Chungy.
And Elfish, let's just take stock. There's only one player on the team, or on the Chiefs lineup, that has paid the QSS tax. So think about the value of this Skarner in this point in the game. Has so many targets he can opt in for. It's really just a field day.
Well, so far, he's just hanging around on the top side of the map, but you do get the sense that something is going to be happening shortly. Drag, who's positioning, oh, so scary walking through like that as the Seraphine. He did have flash, to be fair.
They might be looking for Maximize here, but Maximize does this very well, and it's something he needs a bit of credit for. He's playing the side lane to a T. He's creating enough pressure so that Chiefs send 3 or 4 members to try and pick him off, but he's just getting out in time to the point of which he's not even taking damage. He's not even going to have to burn a summoner spell, but he's actually dragging 3 or 4 members topside. And he's also getting turret damage. So you see topside turret, you know, that's probably 1 or 2 autos from going down. So he's doing a very good job in generating that pressure, and he's relieving a lot of pressure for the rest of his order lineup. So again, we need to keep our eyes on Maximize to decide what he does and where he goes. At the moment in the group, probably not something where he wants to be. If you don't need to give Chiefs the 5v5 team fight, why would they, right? Send Maximize to a side lane. Renekton can't answer that one anymore, and he's just going to have a field day on those turrets.
Sometimes I feel like when there's side lane pressure, it's one of the most infuriating things to deal with in League of Legends. And you feel so helpless, and I suppose that's probably because I'm a support player. Well, Chiefs have started off the Baron. I don't know how well this is going to work out for them, but they are getting through it quite quickly. Teleport still not here from Maximize. That's a Baron for Swathe. Order are going to look for the counter engage, and they found it. It's 1 for 0 so far on court through most of Order. But how big of a difference does that really make? Order are so uncontested right now that even with Baron, Chiefs are completely wiped. That has not worked out at all.
It was the pressure that was. They just felt the impending doom of the side lane, and they said, you know, we need to get the Baron. We need to make this decision, and it was just ultimately too forced. And I think, again, being brutally honest, it's what happens when you draft this sort of composition. You're just forced into these narrow win conditions, into these corridors, into these decisions, and ultimately it was a very good early game from the Chiefs, but Order just flipped the script on the Baron still, and they ran away with the game. If you give Order an inch, they'll take a mile.
Indeed, indeed, and Order are looking for the finish right now. One Nexus turret down, still looking for the second, but Maximize has died, so has Vengeance. Well, the game's not over just yet, and all of a sudden, you sense an opportunity for the Chiefs. A teleport coming in behind Chungi and Puma into the mid lane. It's Kisei who's diving, or looking to dive. Emperor's Divide certainly is there, and it does catch one, but Chungi, he just blows him up. Puma does get the kill. Here comes Lived as well, caught in the Rel stun. And it will be Beats to offer some sacrifice to the Chiefs, the rampaging Chiefs, it feels like right now, who are really just out for blood.
Yeah, that was embarrassing. That was a little embarrassing, but we've all had embarrassing moments in our career. So I've died to Baron buff, believe it or not, Elfish.
Can't say I have.
I mean, have you played in a professional game? Maybe you have. Have you?
No.
League of Legends? Did you play early on?
I played in a comp team, but it wasn't a professional team. Let's just say that much.
Well, replay here before we go down memory lane. It's just what a team fight looks like when you're funneled into a pit, right? It is absolutely a choke, and Corki is just raining rockets down. Yep. You know, Camille is untouched, unable to at this point have the damage to burst through the Camille. So it is just a field day, and Chung is just too good to force into that corridor. And if you're giving him the option to land those rockets, he's going to land them every day of the week, and that's what a team fight looks like.
I mean, it's really the ideal fight for Beats as well. You're talking about Rel a little bit earlier when you're judging my OPGG, and that's part of the reason that she's such a strong champion right now. If you get the engage, you just win the fight for your team regardless of what they do. All they have to do is face roll on the keyboard, and you've probably done enough. And Puma gets a 1v1 against Kisei. Okay, I mean, at that point you just say, okay, game's pretty much over.
Yeah, and what's hilarious is we've been talking about Chungi all game, because he is the threat, right? He's the person who bridged the gap of when they were their weakest, right? When Order looked like they could lose this game, Chungi was the one who was kind of holding things together, and we let Puma fly under the radar, and all of a sudden he's just 1v1ing the Azir. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at, Elfish. We've just completely forgotten there's a Tristana in the game with 3 items.
I mean, I think to be fair, Puma did have a rough early game and is starting to come online now. That's big damage again through from Chungi. Part of the reason I suppose we're so excited about that Corki. Here's a Requiem just to try and buy some space for Chiefs. It's not wide enough to kill Puma, is it? Oh!
Yeah, Leandri's, yeah.
Damn. Okay. Maybe Chiefs aren't dead yet.
I mean, Swade's having a good game, isn't he? 8-3 and 4. You have to take stock of that. You know, potentially, if you're optimistic and you're a Chiefs fan, it is only a 2k gold deficit. But the reason that we're so high on Order right now is because you look at their champions, right? And it's, they only get stronger. There's still capacity for them to build items, still capacity for them to get stronger. Whilst there's the same token for Chiefs, they're not able to eat, they're not eating farm, and they're dying inside lane. So you look at the Azir, you know, it's gone from a 50 CS deficit to 100.
Beats has to be dead here. He has to die.
Oh,
Emperor's Divide misses. Oh, they've actually gone for the TP into base. No way. Order. They're all going to make it. They're going to make it. It's done. It's surely done. Chiefs can't get back. Maximizer's on it. Chungi's on it. Nexus is down. And that was the swindle of the century. LCO, the first time really that we've seen that happen. I mean, I guess there was the backdoor from Wei as well, but Order have just completely bamboozled Chiefs. They bamboozled me. I thought, look, Chiefs, they're going to get the pick onto Beats. They're going to take Dragon. They're going to stay in this game. All of a sudden, teleports into the backline, and boom, there goes the Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was going to be a little bit of an extended game. Potentially, Chiefs pick up that third Dragon. Order said, yeah, okay, go for the Dragon. We're just going to end the game. And, you know, it was a little bit of false sense of security. No minion wave means they can't take down the turret. Turret's too tanky, but it was a little bit too low, and when you have the Corki and the Camille, that turret is just going to get one shot no matter how many resistances it has. So congratulations to Order. the only man that predicted them for the win today is the one we're going to bring back in. Mac, mate.
Knew it was going to happen the whole time.
You're still
That's all I'm saying.
you're still behind maybe like 15 wins, so let's just not get carried away.
Look, 15 more of them. I think I've got another spicy prediction coming up later on today, but look, we won't talk about that until we get there. What a game. Hey, nice little backdoor as well after a huge kerfuffle. 2 players dying to the turret. I didn't even see it. I was like, oh, cool, this could be done. Look down for a second, and then I hear you go, oops, what's going on there? Look up, 2 players are dead. That was interesting, but also some great fights around the Baron pit. Lots of fish in the barrel style fights this game.
Yeah. And this was actually the team fight that I thought Auto played quite poorly. Puma just straight off to the right-hand side of his team. Could have played the front to back there. Opted in not to. Went for the big play here. You know, maybe he gets the reset. We start talking about him being, you know, Osa's next best 80 carry, so has to go for those sometimes. And this is where the Auto bot lane made the best decision of the game. Best decision of the game. 2v4, you think, okay, this game is looking like a Chiefs wrapped up, signed, sealed, and delivered. Vengeance, the Smite King, comes on in, picks up the Baron, and what's key here is that the Corki gets a kill and also lives with the Baron, right? It's one thing to suicide, get the Baron, and no one gets it. Corki's able to pick that one up, and it really sets the tone for the rest of the game. And keep your eyes on Chungy in this team fight. Uninterrupted, QSS's the charm from Seraphine, and he's able to just rain down pain in this team fight.
So much damage with those shots. I've never seen a Corki look so good. When I saw the pick, I was like, oh, I wonder why that is. And you did explain it a few times throughout the cast that he just needs a whole lot of CS to become that win condition. And that's exactly what we saw from Auto this game.
Yeah, not every day the Corki gets 6 kills, 314 CS, as well as the 3 items.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with Corki, is that it's very hard to get to that phase because there's a very big lull in power. Corki kind of goes like level 6, laning phase gets a little bit easier, but then like you don't have your items, your power goes down. But yeah, with the Baron buff, with the kills, Corki was able to just say, oh, I'm here, boys, I'm here to party, let's go.
Yeah, something else I did notice in the draft was that they Auto actually took knocked out earlier. I think they were a little bit scared of Kisei's knocked from the other day. So interesting to see that being a target ban.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose.
No, I'll let you go. I'll finish. Take it away, mate.
I don't really have anything to say there, to be honest.
Yeah, no, they just took it away. Like, you know, Kisei is one of the only mid laners that plays that champion, but it synergizes very well with Swathe, because Swathe is the player, traditionally, to play AP carries, right?
Yeah.
A lot of junglers, you know, play the Hecarim, play whatever's meta, whatever's fresh, whereas Swathe will traditionally play the Karthus, play the Evelynn, play champions a lot of junglers aren't used to playing, therefore, makes the AD mid laners much more of a prioritized ban when you verse the Chiefs.
Yeah, and it was interesting. We were talking about, you know, Azir not being picked recently, then all of a sudden it gets pulled out by Kisei. Nat, I hear you're down on the side lanes. What are your thoughts on that one, the old Azir pick there? It's not a moo-moo, is it?
Look, you know what? It was quite funny to see it come through after you guys were just talking about how it's been picked just as many times up on the top as mid and only really by one player, and then we see it pulled out by a completely different player. But yeah, it was good. It was an interesting game, a lot of back and forth.
Yeah, and of course, you know, just going to tout myself again, the only man that believed in Order on the desk. What's up?
Last time I'll go with Rusty. That's
exactly. Maybe you got to copy mine.
You would have been wrong if you predicted anyone apart from copying Max,
true.
so I'm not really sure where you're going to go from here.
It's beautiful, it's beautiful. Make sure whoever you have down on the side lanes there for the interview, you let them know that Max still believes in them.
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared. I've got Vengeance joining me, and last time he joined me and I didn't go for Order, you gave me a little bit of you know, a few words here and there.
Yeah,
but
I think at this point though, Nat, you should probably always predict against us so we can win more. But thank you a lot, Mac mate, for that help though. It's really appreciated.
I think that is true, though. I think most of the games that I wanted you guys to win and predicted you for, you ended up not winning, unfortunately. But look, if it helps you guys, I'll predict against you. But congratulations on the win. It was quite interesting, you know. I want to start with the draft first. I want to hear it from your point of view, because we heard Juves and Elfish Guy talking about it a bit. But what were you guys thinking through it? And tell me why you picked what you did.
I mean, Corki into Azir is a very good matchup. I'm honestly surprised King Chungi wasn't even chosen for the interview and it was me, but Skarner's also a champion, which is, you know, according to what Swathe plays, it hard counters what he plays, you know, that carry style. the other picks, comfort champs, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Max is really good in his Camille, and it showed this game. So,
Is Skarner a champ that you yourself are confident on, or was it just purely for Swaith this game?
yeah, I mean, honestly, any jungler can be confident on Skarner. I mean, I was lagging honestly that whole game, and it was still playable, right? So it's like, yeah, anyone can play Skarner. It was a good pick there, and yeah, I put out Baron still as well, and it was clean.
Yeah, I was going to mention that one next. You guys had a really slow start to this game. I think it was still 3 kills in total up until your first fight at about like 15 minutes, I think. But even then you guys were coming out, worse for wear from it. When did you guys start feeling that you could come back into this game, or was there a point where you just always knew that this could be a game you could close out?
Right, well, from our standpoint, we thought we scaled more. I think it might be debatable since they do have like a Karthus. But, with the Corki, we have, long range Tristana as well. Karthus probably isn't the best champ against our champs. So I guess, draft wise, even though they, scale hypothetically, I think we had the better late game draft. And so we were very confident in the early game about it playing slow, and just, yeah, went from there.
Alrighty, I do have one last quick question I want to ask you guys. You went to go end the game and, it kind of didn't really work out how you wanted. Were you guys worried from that point of view, or where were you thinking after that one?
Yeah, we knew we could end, and we went for the end. Max died, and then I died, and it was like, huh. But we knew, with the package after that, and... Oh yeah, and we just had the plans, that we always had that ward backdoor plan. They didn't see it coming, and yeah, we just put out the victory from there.
Well, look, you went in, plan A didn't work, but plan B worked, and you guys came out with that victory. So congratulations again, and we'll see you on Friday.
Oh, good to hear straight from the horse's mouth that there was a little bit of embarrassment after they fell to the turrets.
Yeah.
But there was always the plan B. So, I'm always a plan B man, and that's always why I go for order as well, because sometimes you just get it over the line. And slowly but surely, Mac is coming back in those predictions. Just you guys wait. And look, waiting is exactly what you're going to have to do, because we've got match 2 coming up, and it's time for a break. So stay safe, stay healthy, stay bloody hydrated, and we'll be back shortly with Dire Wolves and Mammoth.
Still not here from Maximize. That's a Baron for Swaith. Order are going to look for the counter engage, and they found it. It's 1 for 0 so far on court through most of Order. But how big of a difference does that really make? Order are so uncontested right now that even with Baron, Chiefs are completely wiped.
So you look at the Azir. It's gone from a 50 CS deficit to 100.
Beats has to be dead here. He has to die.
Ooh,
Emperor's
he's
Divine
confident.
misses. Oh, they've actually gone for the TP into base. No way. Order, they're all going to make it. They're going to make it. It's done. It's surely done. Chiefs can't get back. Maximizer's on it. Chungy's on it. Nexus is down.
Leaving out the back door, keep it on the down low. I'm still down with playing, but some point I wanna know what we're really doing. Is this just a holiday? Cause if we're making real plans, first I got some cards to play. What you make of it? I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now, no defenses. Now, what you wanna listen to? Don't mind all that fear. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you unlock it in. We're in for the kill. This is how we chill. How we gon' chill. What you wanna listen to? Don't mind all that fear. Just deep in some part of you
time. I play this give and take. When you gonna bring it back?
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Time for match 2 of the day. Direwolves about to take on Mammoth after a banger matchup to kick things off. Are we expecting, or I guess the question is there a chance for Mammoth to cause this upset? Because Direwolves trending on the upwards.
I want to say no.
Of course you want to say no. But let me tempt
also
you.
like Direwolves trending on the upwards. Didn't they just get ripped apart yesterday?
Yeah, well, until then, you know, it's sometimes when you're trending upwards, you cop a couple of L's, but you still tend to go on the up, you know, stonks.
Yeah, have you got any stocks? You look at the share market?
I got the Dogi coin.
Yeah, you know how the Dogi coin goes up, and then it goes down a little bit, and then it goes up again, then it goes down a little bit, but it always, you know, if you look at it in the long term, it continues to go up. That's, I think, what Direwolves is like.
Fair enough. Yep. Being a trader and an investor myself, I believe that to be true.
Look, that's what trends are, you know. Trends are something that are set, and Jubes, I know you're a trendsetter. Look at that hairdo. I've been trying to copy it the whole time. I know Jordan, he's en route. He just needs to get a little bit of a trim to get it as short and perfectly shaped as yours. So, look, if you want any hair tips, please, everyone in chat, at SinJubes, and make sure you ask him exactly how he does it, because I'm sure he's going to be very open with you and tell you how to do it. No. Look, if we're talking about losing hair, that's on me. But speaking of losing, I don't think that's the plan for Direwolves today. Let's have a quick look at their roster. Jordan, take us through this star-studded roster.
Yeah, I mean, I guess with the exception of that match yesterday against Pentanet, I feel like they have been on the up and up. They've been doing a little bit better than what we saw from them at the start of the season. And I think they're kind of hitting the expectation that we had for them coming into LCO, where they would have, or probably could have been, at least in the top 3 for most people's power rankings at that point in time. They dropped down all the way even to 5th at one point, but they've started to sort of claw their way back in. I think we've seen Claire get a bit more comfortable in the top lane, particularly when I've seen him on Gnar. I think he's been really impressive there. The mid lane has been a shining spot of brilliance, really, for Direwolves, and everyone's talking about Shock at the moment. And when Cupcake's on Thresh, in particular, he's having some really good times down there in bot as well. So, I mean, across the board, it really does feel like Direwolves is sort of starting to come together. And, I haven't even mentioned Only or Gunkrab. I always get to this point where I'm like, oh, well, I feel like I've talked about 3 of them. It's mean to leave a couple more out. Gunkrab's been decent. I think Only's also been quite decent of late. Again, yesterday's match aside, it is kind of hard, I think, to go up against Pentanet and look good. So I'll sort of put that one by the wayside. But by and large, I think Direwolves have been on an upward trend, and I would definitely say they should be winning this match every day of the week. Yeah, if they don't win this one, that's where big questions get asked.
I really hope we get another one of those opening monologues from Only, because, man, that man has the voice of an angel. Speaking of angels, Mammoth, you know, they're looking a little bit rough at the moment and might just be flying away. Let's see if they can spread their wings towards the end of the season. Jubes, take us through and tell us why Wei is so good looking there with his crazy old hair.
I think it's because he likes anime a lot, from all reports.
Okay.
He did have a few anime pictures in the back of the last interview I saw, so maybe that was the angle he was going for, or you're going for, rather. But what I want to see from this Mammoth team is, I think they've actually had some okay drafts in terms of the champion pools that they have and what works for them. This game in particular, I think their draft is actually better than Order's in terms of how their composition deals with the side of Order. However, if you fall behind in laning phase like we saw here, where they were getting 2v2 killed after getting the advantage, then the game is always going to be an uphill battle. Yes, they got the shutdown in this instance, but they're still 3k down from laning phase. I think if you're ever at a 3,000, 4,000 gold deficit from lane, then that just needs to be your focus week on week on week. Because we talk about the Mammoth lineup, can they improve at this, can they improve at that? But I think fundamentally, all we want to see from them is getting out of lane at a point in which they're able to do something, or able to, you know, at least have a team fire, or at least have a macro decision where they're on an even footing.
Yeah, and look, let's see if we can find an even footing in the interview. We'll bring Nat back from the side lane. She's already ready with the talent down on those side lanes. So who do you have for us going into match number 2, Nat?
I'll be interviewing a Cupcake and Wei. Guys, thank you so much for joining me before your game. I want to ask you, Wei, you know, you guys have still only one win on the board at the moment. How are you guys feeling about this? Because there are still chances for you guys to make playoffs if certain things were to happen.
Well, obviously, it'd be nice to make it all the way to playoffs with like the super run, but my main goal today is just a sabotage Cupcake. That's actually all I care about today. If I get the dub today, then that means everything to me.
Oh, so your goal is just to beat Direwolves. You don't care about the rest of the games for the split. You're focused on Cupcake right now.
Yeah, and I got some new technology I've been cooking up in the lab, so hopefully it isn't as bad as my Talon pick. Maybe it's going to be the exact opposite, I'm hoping.
Does that make you nervous at all, Cupcake? Or how are you guys feeling over at Direwolves?
Let's just say I hope that he keeps at least 3 pinks in the bot river because I'm roaming mid all game. You better sleep with one eye open tonight.
What I'm saying is, if you roam mid, I'm gonna get a double kill. So come mid all you want.
Okay.
We might just that's it. We're just gonna be focusing on mid lane for this whole game now. Anyway, Cupcake, I also want to ask, as you guys are coming into the playoffs, your run seems to get a little bit easier. Very opposite end to Order's run into it. So what is the pressure for you guys winning this game and the games to come?
Honestly, we haven't been paying too much attention to the schedule. We've just had the playoffs in mind, just to be the best team that we can be come playoffs. So we're getting to the later end and we're just trying to iron out all the kinks and yeah, just make sure that we're improving as fast as we can still. So nothing special this week or next week.
When you say nothing special, does that also include nothing special with your draft, or is this a game that you guys feel comfortable to potentially try some new things out?
No, we're not going to be underestimating anyone. We're going to give it our all every game, and it's good practice to play your best drafts every time that you get the opportunity. Stage games are really valuable, so yeah, just back to business for us.
And what about you, Wei? What about over at Mammoth? Are you guys going to be pulling out something fresh and exciting that could potentially take Direwolves for a ride?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I said it before. I can't say what pick it is, but it's definitely an interesting one. Probably arguably more interesting than Talon. So if I get the opportunity, I'll be very happy to play it.
Excellent. I mean, with that being said, I've got to let you guys go so you can jump into the lobby and we can wrap it up here on the desk and get this game started. Thank you both so much for joining me and good luck.
Thank you.
Look, I'm not only interested in what Wei's playing, but Cupcake said sleep with one eye open. So is that like a cryptic message that we're finally going to see some Vel'Koz?
I don't know, but I'm excited all around for this game. I had no idea Wei had it out for a Cupcake in the Rift, so it's gonna be interesting.
I thought it was cryptic that they were gonna have a sleepover and we weren't invited. I was a bit disappointed that we didn't get the invites in the mail.
Look, I
LAN
love,
party or something, sleepover.
I absolutely love those humble pre-game interviews, but I also love a bit of banter. That was some great back and forth between those two. And let's see if it translates well into the Rift. Now, speaking of, let's bring up the predictions and see where we have all leaned with this one. I have a feeling we've clean swept this with Direwolves predictions, just looking over at my other monitor, and I believe we have. So no one's dared to go for the underdogs this time. I honestly thought about it. I was like, today I should just go for, you know, all the underdog picks. Maybe it's the day of upsets. It could be upon us. But of course, Direwolves, I feel like they're looking too good at the moment. So that's my thoughts. What about you guys?
Yeah, I think it's hard to argue that Direwolves aren't going to win this one. Heavy favourites coming on in, but I'm hoping if Wei's spice is as spicy as it is, or sounds it is, then maybe we're in for a bit of an upset. Maybe we're in for a bit of a twist, a bit of a turn, and what do you reckon?
Yeah. How about, do you want to take quick guesses on what it is going to be? Because, look, I'm completely just blown out of the water. I have no idea. Yi mid. I reckon it's Yi mid.
Look, I want it to be Ziggs. I don't think it is Ziggs because I don't think that's really a way champion. It's got to be some kind of like assassin, AD, mid, something like that. We've seen Yasuo, we've seen Talon. It seems to be the kinds of stuff that he wants to lean towards. But as to who it might actually be, I mean, there's so many champions in LoL. This is like a fruitless exercise. Like, really, what do you want from me?
It's a
But Zed's not even a troll pick, though, I don't think, really.
Okay. What about you, Nat? You think it's a Mumu?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping it is.
Or it could be. He could be making the prophecy become true.
Maybe
Now,
he's been grinding hard for the Amumu mid.
I hope we see it. That'd be... Would that be a troll pick, Jubes? Would that be straight up troll pick?
Yes.
Honestly, I'd ask producer to get him out of the game, and we'd just straight all report him for playing a Mumu mid, and be better to just be done with it than to sit through it. Put it that way.
Okay, so apparently no alternate universe. Nat has to face that harsh reality, so that's unfortunate for us. And look, we can rest on our laurels, just wait up on the sidelines, because you know what time it is? It is time for the game. Direwolves Mammoth coming up right now.
Okay. Interesting based on that interview, Tubes, as to what we might get. I'm hoping for something a little bit spicy, but a lot of the time people say they're going to pick something interesting, and then you're like, it wasn't really that different. It wasn't really that out of the ordinary, you know? So I haven't got my hopes too high, to be honest.
The thing is that it's not going to be a counter pick. I would get very excited if they were red side, because then the last pick could be mid lane and then he picks it out, right? But in this situation, it's going to have to be picked early or be flexed. So we'll see what plays out. Pretty standard bans across the board from both teams, not wanting to give away Seraphine Thresh. Thresh being, you know, one of those picks that's just extremely popular in the LCO right now. Many teams first picking it, but Direwolves banning it away is interesting.
Yeah, it is actually the most picked support alongside Rel. In fact, I think actually just based on that last game, Rel might have a higher pick rate now than Thresh, but Thresh certainly has a better conversion rate. It's certainly been one of the better looking supports in these games. I mean, you see the Jhin there. What about Jhin mid? That's what I'm thinking. You know, I'm thinking that's a flex. You don't see Jhin first pick that often, so surely you're not picking Jhin AD carry first pick.
Back in the day, people did try and play Jhin mid, but the problem that they run into, or you run into, is when you get ganked. Unfortunately, it's not a 1v1 lane. It is definitely one where you need a little bit of mobility sometimes. You need a little bit of protection, and you need a little bit of skirmishing potential. And the thing about these AD carries mid, the ones that are viable, like Tristana, like the Lucian at times, they have mobility, they have burst, and they just have a lot going for them in the 2v2, in the skirmish. Jhin, not so much.
Well, if it is going to be a Jhin down in the bot lane, I mean, that still surprises me a little bit that is the first pick that Mammoth would go for, to be honest.
I think it's a comfort. I believe Scheifritz played it before. I think maybe even the game that they won, or at least a close game.
He did play it once, in day number 4.
For me, it probably just screams more of a comfort pick than something that is particularly good. However, Aphelios, Gunkrab, name a more iconic duo.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's that as well. So, no Thresh to pair with it. That is interesting that Direwolves would want to go towards the Aphelios, but they've banned away Thresh. Especially considering how strong Cupcake is as a Thresh player, but maybe he's trying to shake that off a little bit after being put on blast a couple of weeks ago for being a Thresh one-trick.
Yeah, but Gragas Aphelios wouldn't be a bad lane either, right? You know, you can consider the body slam a soft hook in the sense that there's a little bit of CC where they can't move. Obviously, you're not going to get flayed too, but hey, the ultimate from Gragas can be a flay, so if we want to compare notes, maybe that's something that they've worked on. If I'm being optimistic, I'm just being optimistic. I'm trying to make them feel comfortable.
Maybe it's Camille mid. Cask a flay, maybe doing it a bit of a disjustice.
Yeah, maybe it's Camille mid.
Could be. I mean, look, I'm not really a mid laner, I'll say that much, so I'm not sure that I have a great area of expertise here, but I don't feel as though Camille mid really has a lot of strength.
Camille mid back in the day when Camille mid was like, or when Camille was like really S tier champ, and I'm talking like a few seasons ago, I think in 2018, a lot of mid laners were playing Camille mid into certain control mages. Because you have the hookshot angle for two sides, like two sides in mid lane, you have the hookshot angle. But then once you get Hextech Ultimatum, if the control mage ever steps up too far, they're dead. They can't flash. They can flash in the Hextech Ultimatum, but they can't flash away.
I mean, to speak perhaps against that, you see 2 bans towards Syndra and Azir, right? So a couple of control measures taken away by Mammoth.
Yeah. But they are the longer range ones, right?
That's true.
The Syndra, the Azir, potentially the ones where you have a hard time getting through the early laning phase. But again, we may just be overanalyzing this because of the interview that Wei had.
Probably. We're going to get something really standard, and it's just going to be like, oh, okay, well,
Oh,
what?
it was Ziggs. Yeah.
He actually has gone for the Ziggs.
Who said Ziggs? Was it
Me.
you?
I'm a gaming god. I'm a gaming god, Juice.
Did you check his OPGG?
No, I actually didn't. I honestly didn't. I just saw a Reddit thread. This is what actually made me think of Ziggs, by the way. I saw a Reddit thread like a week ago or 2 weeks ago or something where someone was complaining that the Ziggs pick rate was so low and that they needed to buff him or something like that. And I was just thinking, when he said that in that interview, I was thinking, what's like the worst pick you could possibly make that would be like a real curveball that might actually kind of work in a competitive environment? And Ziggs might actually be it, you know? He's one of those champions where if you do get behind against the Ziggs and really start to let him dictate the game, he can just be absolutely painful to deal with. Let's just put it that way.
Now, can I explain in a weird way or concept why I don't mind Mammoth's draft? Okay, they're a team that's 1-8. Okay, like there's no sugarcoating where they are in the ladder and the games that they've had, right? They've had some performances that have been less than desirable, to say the least. Now they're coming up against a team who, yes, they're 5-4, but we do consider them one of the top 2, top 3 teams in the league at the moment. Now they've just thrown a curveball in their draft. Now think about it like this: Immobile 80 carry, Immobile mid laner, Olaf is opting in for the Ghost, Immobile as well. So 3 predominantly Immobile champions that can't get out of a Jarvan Cataclysm. You pair that with the Camille ultimate, then you pair that with the Ziggs Mega Inferno Bomb. It's free real estate. It is free real estate on top of the heads of every Direwolf member every 5 minutes that their flash is down. So the composition itself is actually well thought out in terms of they have a lot of lockdown and the Ziggs really can't miss any of the abilities. And if Wei is your pinpoint, or if Wei is where you're going to put most of your resources, there's a realm in where this composition works. Right? Like, works in quotation marks, because obviously it's not one we're used to seeing, but I think it's a curveball. Hey, why not?
I like to see different kinds of picks, and especially when you are one of the bottom teams in the league, I think you just want to pull something a little bit out, you know, pull a bit of a curveball out and see how that works. I mean, it has worked in the past with some of the weird compositions that we've seen drafted through here, so it's certainly going to make Direwolves think. I mean, even the headbutt pole on top of that, you know, you got the Cataclysm into headbutt pole into the Hextech Ultimatum. I mean, there's just so much lockdown for Mammoth. But it does feel like a lot of this kind of hinges on how much damage Wei can actually put through with the Mega Inferno Bomb and those Qs. But I suppose we'll have to wait and see. Still, it doesn't look like a bad kind of a lineup for the Direwolves either. You know, if they start to pull ahead a little bit, it's going to be, I think, quite difficult still for Mammoth to make this one work. But look, I mean, I'm excited. I'm really excited because Ziggs, I won't say he's one of my favorite champs, but he is one that I like to pull out. He's a bit of a cheeky guy, and you can have some pretty fun games on Ziggs. So let's not forget the fact that he destroys towers quite quickly as well.
Yeah, he has the, you could say that he has the potential to just really explode open a game.
Yep, pretty much.
You get where I was going with that?
I got it, yeah, actually I did.
You didn't laugh, so I thought maybe you didn't get it.
Well, okay, so normally when I laugh, it's because things are funny.
Yeah, for sure, and that was like maybe the funniest thing you've ever heard.
Yeah, I guess so, maybe. Maybe. I mean, there aren't too many others that I can think of actually off the top of my head, so you're probably right.
And you do pair with MacMate, so the bar is pretty low in terms of what's funny and what's not.
Only because I have to, not because I want to. But anyway, we're into game. It's Mammoth and Direwolves. Game 2 of the day, and we have Farmer for an interview this time, who is from the Direwolves. And, well, there's a lot to talk about, I think, here, Farmer, isn't there? Because that is a bit of a curveball. Wei did say that he was going to pull something interesting out, but you've got to go up against the Ziggs now, and I can't imagine that was within the discussions at all in the prep phase for this game.
Yeah, look, this guy is always picking curveballs against us now, and last time he went, I think, 60 CS down or something in lane. Just a quick trip down memory lane on that one. So yeah, I definitely am not worried about their curveballs, but you can tell they're, you know, this is a team that bottom of the ladder needs to flip to win, and yeah, I don't think it will work out for them.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about the methodology, though, in regards to going for curveballs? Like, is it, you know, if Direwolves was in a position that Mammoth was in, would you be looking to play standard, or do you think you'd be looking to sort of throw something in the mix that might put the other teams off guard? Because to me, it seems like if you're in that spot, you know, you're not winning the standard matches, so you may as well try and go for something that'll upset your opponents a bit.
Yeah, look, I'm definitely familiar with this kind of strategy when you come with from a position of maybe as the underdog and you feel like playing standard isn't the way to go, you know, especially with inexperienced players. And so I understand where they're coming from. I just think that if we expect it and just draft comps that work for us and champs that are comfortable for us, like we'll never run into problems. But yeah, again, like I understand where they're coming from, and I think it's a fair strategy for them.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. And tell me about the bot lane then as well, right? We saw you with the Thresh ban, and we've obviously highlighted Cupcake a few times on the Thresh. It seems obvious that you would look to pair the Thresh and the Aphelios together, but you've gone for the Gragas instead. Was that just for the flex potential earlier on in the draft, or is Cupcake trying to move away maybe from that Thresh one-trick kind of label that he's been given?
He's definitely not Thresh one trick. I think it's just a very strong champ, and we think we win best without it on the enemy team, and best with us with it on our team. So I think in this position, the Gragas was a good flex. It's a good disengaged champ into like all of their dive, which we need because their whole comp is relying on just getting onto our carries. So I think that in this position, we're very happy with the draft. We should neo-surf our way into victory. Yep.
Awesome. Well, we'll hope to see the best from you, and hope to see the best of Direwolves into playoffs as well. Thanks very much for the interview, and we'll jump back into game.
Yeah. So, cheeky first blood picked up there. Just that you draft a certain composition that requires either items, level 6, or it requires key things, right? And then you just force a gank a little bit too hard in the mid lane. Once the Zoe burns flash, you ultimately just want to walk the other way, because you know where Olaf started. He's going to be on that side of the river, and this is just something that Mammoth consistently do that puts themselves in a hole at the start of a game, right? We just want them out of a laning phase even, or close to even. And now they're already at a significant deficit in the jungle matchup.
Yeah, not to mention the Ziggs, which we're going to keep our eyes on. Just a little bit behind, although I think he's got a pretty big wave to farm, so might be catching up at least substantially. Buggy will look to clear out the little scuttler. Has some help from Shinky. No concerns really in that part of the map for now. Still reasonably even.
Repeat. He's repeating on mid, I think. Keep an eye on mid lane.
I'm keeping.
Potentially a repeat gank, but no.
There is a control ward there that's going to make life a little difficult for him. He does want to go down to bot. This is actually the perfect time. There's a control ward for Mammoth, and so Buggy can get right on top of Gunkrab. Now, it's obviously a counter gank, because Only's there as well, and the 3-on-3 most certainly is favoring Direwolves. Double kill for Only, and he is going to start snowballing hard now. That's 3 kills in less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, Only's a bit of a berserker on this Olaf. 3 kills, 5 minutes, potentially solo kill top side of the map. Yeah, Claire really showing his prowess on this Renekton, and this is how the Renekton matchup generally goes into Camille when you're especially confident on the Renekton, right? Camille really has no business being in this lane, and this is a lot of the reason why we don't see it, you know, predominantly blind picked, is because there are the avenues for counter picks, and he even took Ignite to the lane, Nectar. So that's obviously an offensive summoner spell, Flash being the defensive, and getting solo killed with the offensive summoner spell never feels nice, and maybe he wishes he had a Flash there.
No, it's definitely not something that you want to be seeing when you have a top laner on your team that takes Ignite. You almost have the expectation that if you're going to take that, you need to win the lane. At the very least, it's not at the cost of the teleport, you know? So there is still that global potential for Nectar later on in the game, which I think is the most important asset for top lane champions, particularly someone like Camille, who does like to split push. Mega Inferno Bomb, at least the first usage of it, is going to be used to clear the wave in mid. So that just shows how much pressure Wei really is under right now. And even before he gets this back off, he's going to have to deal with some more waves pushing into his lane, because Shock's surely pushing this next one in.
Yeah, this next one will crash, but the Mega Inferno Bomb gives him like a a free reset, right? Because the wave's going to meet in the middle. He's already on the way back. Zoe won't be able to clear it in time. So it's definitely like the right way to use the ultimate. But obviously, you know, you'd want to have that Mega Inferno Bomb to influence side lanes, influence skirmishes. It does just go to say, like you said, the amount of pressure that Mammoth are under at the moment. And it all stems from the early jungle kills, right? Like only pretty much red buggy to a T in both parts. And might be another solo kill.
Oh, it certainly looks like it. Nectar not getting out of here alive. A quick spin, a bit of flair from Claire to finish that kill off. And he's 2-0 in the top lane. And, you know, it just goes to show, I think, the development that we've seen from Claire in the last few weeks as well.
And I think what helps Claire here too is it's like a transition champion in the sense that Renekton's not a foreign concept to him because mid lane Renekton was quite prominent when he was a mid laner. So he's got hours in that champ, right? He's got games in that champ. Might see a contest here.
Well, we certainly will be. Cupcake is not scared at all. At the very least for Mammoth, they secure Dragon. But how much is it going to really cost them here? Shinky is charging forward. Headbutt's not going to do anything against him. He's unstoppable at the moment. Shinky will just get out, but it's another kill that goes over to Only. And I mean, at the end of the day, a two deaths for a Dragon, it's not the worst thing in the world, but when you're already down this far, it's a bit of taste in the mouth.
Well, it's 4K at 7 minutes. I mean, look, I always try and find avenues back into the game, and it's never nice saying this one is a big uphill battle 8 minutes into the game, but the reality is you start to look at the avenue that Mammoth have back into this game. You think, okay, can Buggy go topside? Can he gain Claire? You know, reality is, no. The Renekton's one between every day of the week. Okay, what's Buggy's next option? Can he kill Zoe? No, Zoe has flash, right? Zoe's just not dying. There's no CC coming through from Ziggs. So then you start to look at all these possibilities. Where does Buggy go? What lane can start to win? To then give them an avenue to play through, and we just don't see it, and it might be another death here.
Yeah, Nectar certainly in trouble, going to try and grapple out, but Gun Crab is there, Cupcake is there, and so is the Body Slam. So that'll be the end of Camille again. Mega Inferno Bomb. Go. That's the usage that we want to be seeing from it, paired with the Cataclysm.
So now we have somewhere to play through, right? The Zoe has no flash, Shock has no flash, Cataclysm is up in probably, what, next 2 minutes or so? So there's definitely an avenue to get one more kill. Right, there's one more kill in this mid lane when their cooldowns are up, and it's definitely something that they need to get. It's not like a negotiable. It's not something that's, yeah, you know, if it's there, they'll take it. It has to be a force at this point because you're still a significant amount of gold down. You're about to lose the Rift Herald, about to lose another turret, and it's not looking good.
Not looking good at all. One stat that I can bring up here, Juice, is that Mammoth have got the quickest average game time in LCO. At 22 minutes and 55 seconds.
Here we go.
And we might be seeing that again, but look, that's certainly going to be the end of Shock.
And you almost have to feel bad for Shock in the sense that this is just a repeat of what happened yesterday. And, you know, he probably got over his nerves. He thought, okay, I'm having a good laning phase so far. My jungler showed me a bit of attention, and all of a sudden, he's just been two-manned in the space of 30 seconds multiple times.
Well, you can see what they want to be doing. They want to take this tower down.
I'm going to hold the thought because potentially Only just goes in here 1v3 like a madman. Yeah. But he doesn't. A little more discipline. The thing I wanted to say, Elfish, was...
Way wants the tower.
Well,
look at this.
Yeah, okay. Love that from him.
First tower.
And, yeah. But whilst the tower's good and all, and it does bring back the gold deficit, right? Like, we're only at 3,000 now. The thing I wanted to say is that it's not the best case scenario for Mammoth because look at Gun Crab getting solo EXP and solo farm, whereas Shifrit and Wei were sharing EXP and farm between two predominant carries. You never want to have a scenario in a competitive game or any game where your carries are sharing farm, and at 7 minutes in the game, 8 minutes in the game, they were forced into that. It wasn't like it was their decision. It was just something they had to do because they weren't able to lane. So we need to keep our eyes on the CS disparity as well as the EXP discrepancy between Gun Crab and Shifrit. Because it's almost going to be a 3-level lead.
Gun Crab opting for some shielding and healing from his first item as well, the shield bow.
So no extra mobility, not as much damage maybe as what you're going to get from Kraken Slayer, but expecting to probably get dove upon and focus down, so not the worst item. If he can survive through the initial burst that Mammoth is going to be able to throw at him, then he can certainly be a big threat. Cupcake doing the scouting duties for his squad. They do spot out this control ward. I mean, Direwolves here are just getting control in the bot side jungle so they can make Dragon theirs.
And this is the hardest side of the game, right? When you're versing a Zoe and you have no vision control, you're just going to permanently get slept, permanently get hit by paddle stars, and Hex Splash Jarvan. That's some new tech there.
Well, Buggy could have gone for something there, but he's not really feeling it. And I don't think you can be feeling it as a level 7 Jarvan into the composition that Direwolves have. But here we go. Hextech Ultimatum and Cataclysm right on top of Only. That's a power player out of the fight for Direwolves early. Explosive Cast goes onto the Golems. But in the end, it's going to be still a fight one for Direwolves quite comfortably.
Wait, he's just standing there.
Oh, Claire goes deep, does get the kill, but should be traded here. So is that worth it?
I mean, first of all, Shinky,
yeah,
you got to be a little more disciplined there not to auto-attack that. Is that worth for Direwolves? Absolutely not. Whilst there's still more members that go down for the side of Mammoth, the bounties that went across to Wei and unfortunately Shinky, but the bounties that went across were just so big. I think they picked up like a 400 one and a 700 one, or I think they're maybe both 400. Nevertheless, their two biggest bounties go across, right? Renekton dies, Olaf dies, one of them goes over to Ziggs, and, you know, we talked about this pre-game rather. We just want to see a game where Mammoth come out of lane even, because they pick good fights, and when they're skirmishing, they actually do a decent job of it. But they're just never in a point where they're even. Like, this is from 6k down, 5k down, and Claire, obviously a little bit disrespectful here. Doesn't need to give away that bounty. Wei's going to pick that up. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the bounty there, so...
Yeah, it was 400 and 450, by the way.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Well, that's what, you do the math.
850 plus the kill rewards,
plus the kill.
300. So
is that a K? We'll talk about around the K?
I mean, they're still quite far behind. Direwolves are still putting the pressure on. There's a bunch more plates, I should say, that do go over to Gunkrab as a result of the Rift Herald as well. So
and
money's really piling up.
Yeah, but again, Ziggs and Jinx are just sharing farm. Now they've decided to split and they've decided to separate. So I don't mind that. But these are two key components from Ziggs, right? Ziggs now has Ludens, as well as the magic penetration component, plus the Sork Boots. So Mega Inferno Bombs are going to be doing a lot of damage. And Mammoth, at a gold deficit of about 5k, is still looking to contest red buffs and still buffs. So they definitely have no fear.
Yeah, well, that's something that you need, I think, going up against Direwolves right now. But they're looking competitive, which is nice. Shinky, at the moment, leading the charge. Does he look for a headbutt pole? Right now, he does. Cupcake is the focus, only stuck inside the Cataclysm, and there's the Mega Inferno Bomb. It's all working perfectly, Jubes. That's exactly what Mammoth wants. That's exactly it. You see it again.
Yeah, and you just have to ask the question, right? What are Direwolves doing? Zoe's in the bot side of the map, no mana. And we may even see another, another death. Shut down, onto Wei.
Oh, no way. No way. I mean, excuse the pun. It's not even really intended at this point, but surely not.
And I don't want to get carried away because my heart's going to be broken. But are we in for a blinder of a game? It's just Mammoth don't have fear when they play the game. You know, they're behind, they're at a deficit, but they're still contesting. Mega Inferno Bomb doing too much damage, Wei doing too much damage. And while Wei and Schreifer had some rough laning phases, and they're definitely down in the CS department, they're still able to play skirmishes very well, pilot their champions very well in the skirmishes.
And I like the way that Nectar and Buggy are playing this as well. You know, both of them were 0-4 going into that fight. They recognize that, okay, we're the facilitators here. We're not the ones that need to be pussyfooting around. We just need to get in there.
Yeah.
They dive on top of Only, and they just lock him down for as long as possible. He's the carry at the moment for Direwolves. I suppose you can make an argument that Claire is as well, but to be fair, that's probably not where you actually want your gold for Direwolves right now, because those two champions can get locked down by Nectar and Buggy.
But I think too, Buggy and Nectar have made an executive decision, or at least an internal or an intrinsic decision, that they've accepted they might hit double-digit deaths this game. if this game stalls out for as long as I think it can, then they are well on the way to 10 deaths. And I mean that in the most respectful way, that they're just going to be starting fights, right? They're putting their bodies on the line to land CC, start fights, to then have Ziggs come down with a boatload of damage. And, you know, sometimes when you fall behind at a deficit and you're playing champions that can go in but can't get out, i.e. Jarvan, i.e. Camille, you have to accept that. And in those scenarios, right, Buggy falls down, Nectar, I'm not sure if Nectar fell down, but they're happy. It's a good trade.
Yeah, I think they've accepted it, to be honest. The last 2 or 3 fights that I've watched from them, they have just gone deep onto only every single time, and it's worked. So, I mean, look, Mammoth, I wanted to say earlier, I think that they were done, but now it looks like they have a chance. Direwolves need to really start to respect this this team composition that Mammoth have put together, because if not, if the next couple of fights go the way that the last 2 have, Direwolves are going to be the ones that are behind, and then at that point, they don't really have much of an answer for what Mammoth is going to throw at them.
Well, just from kills and bounties alone, they've shrunk the gold deficit, right? So, you know, a few more of those that go across, and all of a sudden, we're talking a completely different game. What I want to see, just to take stock of how strong this Ziggs is, I want to see a bomb land. Not a Mega Inferno, just one of the Qs coming out from Ziggs. And I like this play from Mammoth. You know, they want the fight. They want the 5v5. They have the Ziggs to execute turret, so they can leave through topside jungle here. And it's just a good force of Direwolf's hand, right? They're saying, okay, you go to Dragon, we'll go down mid.
Remember, Shinky still has Hex Flash here, so he's hanging around, trying to be a little bit sneaky. We'll go over the wall. It's not going to be a huge problem for Direwolves, but maybe that Cataclysm will be. Ooh! There's another Mega Inferno bomb. And the curtain call from Shifrit as well is just sliding through the Direwolves roster. So far, the trades haven't gone too well, but Direwolves are so damn low. Shock, a one-shot. Shifrit is full HP, but Wei has been caught by Claire, and all of a sudden, it turns back on its head. It has to be Shifrit. Flash Gale Force, but Zhonya's keeps Shock alive. And in the end, Shifrit won't survive. That was so close again for Mammoth, but Direwolves find a way to win a fight.
Can you hear me out? I'm trying to find the words. This fight is definitely favoring the Direwolves, right? Like, obviously, it's a significant gold swing. They get the Dragon. It's 4,000, 5,000k lead now. But with the composition Mammoth have drafted, and again, we'll just take a look at this replay. Flashes are all available. Look at the Inferno bomb. That is almost a half health, from full health to half health in the matter of one ability. And it's almost cleanup crew here, but Claire's just a little bit too strong, plays this team fight well. Direwolves managed to kite this one out, and they're just a little bit too good in this skirmish. And I think here's the MVP. Shock using this Zhonya's absolutely turns this, because there's a realm in which Shifrit picks up Shock there, trades on only, and then all of a sudden Claire's the only one alive. So really good use of the buttons there from Shock. However, what I wanted to talk about before the replay, Alfish, was look at the summoner spells on the side of Direwolf now, and look at the mobility.
Yeah, it's all gone.
Yeah, so next fight is really the one to win. Yes, it's a 5k deficit, but I mean, if you look at the last team fight, it is hashtag winnable.
Most definitely for Mammoth. Gets you a little bit excited, doesn't it? I mean, I can already hear it in your voice tubes. You want to see the win from Mammoth here. We've both predicted Direwolves. We could be 0 for 2 for today, but that would actually be the best storyline, as far as I'm concerned, that we could get out of this particular day of LCO. There is a Rift Herald going down in mid from Direwolves. They'll try to escort that in so that it gets at least one charge. In the end, they decide perhaps better of it. Wei needs to be a little careful hanging around there.
Oh, it doesn't land.
Oh!
Can he get it out?
No, he can't. Surely not.
He does. Look at the wombo!
Oh, the combo, the turnaround from Mammoth. They've come right up from the bottom of the jungle, and all of a sudden, the Cataclysm lands, Mega Inferno Bomb lands. Well, Shifrit is in a world of pain. And again, Direwolves have found a way maybe to just turn this back on its head, because the only real significant damage left in this fight for Mammoth is Wei. I thought there was going to be something a bit more from that, to be honest.
But again, I think, let's just reiterate, let's just take stock quickly. Direwolves had one of the cleanest early games we've ever seen from them this split, right? Then the game has devolved into a little bit of chaos. And chaos is where Mammoth are thriving at the moment. It is still a substantial gold lead. Let's just make sure we're clear about that. However, the top side of Direwolves does not scale particularly well, right? Olaf Renekton, are not two late game champions, right? Yes, they're still strong, they're still accelerated, they're going to be relevant for a significant amount of time. However, if Mammoth are trading even, and if all they're doing is trading 2 for 2 for as long as this game goes, they're going to scale into this game, and they're going to be able to then, you know, what turns from a half-health Mega Inferno Bomb, it's going to turn into a one-shot, right? So as long as Mammoth can hold on, and for as long as Direwolves are trading even, it's going to get closer and closer as this game goes on, as Waze manages to hit his item spikes.
So instead he wins the race for Mammoth. 1-8 this season. Could they put a spanner in the works for Direwolves? You know, it's already pretty interesting with the fact that Order has just beaten Chiefs. If Direwolves also loses this game, then that battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, it's still raging.
Yeah, 100%, and we still need to be clear. Direwolves are in the driving seat, right? They are in prime position to close this one out. However, if any of the last fights are to go by, Direwolves aren't executing and playing their team composition to a T. Because Renekton should be having a field day in the side lane, right? 7, 2, and 4. And cancel.
Yeah, but you can't cancel the headbutt pole. Shinky might get turned upon here. Direwolves look like they want to try and force this off the cooldowns that Mammoth have blown. In the end, nothing from it.
Just a dance in the mid lane, and the Direwolves are ultimate.
Shock is surely overcommitted now. He's just going to be collapsed upon. Has got Zhonya's though. Maybe it's a bait. Knock up from Buggy. That's the end of 1. At least Direwolves down now onto 4. And Mammoth can look for their next engage. What a mess.
What's going on? The Direwolves are just playing Mammoth's game. They have win condition in the Renekton. He's uncontested in the side lane. He's built full lethality basically. Well, he's got the Prowler's Claw at least. Why are they opting in for these fights in the mid lane? Flash, Buggy.
He looks for the engage this time. Perhaps a bit of an overcommitment. Gunkrab just blows him up, and that is the turn that Direwolves might be looking for. Nice little boop from Wei. Forces only away.
And another saving grace for the side of Mammoth, if you're being an optimistic Mammoth fan, is it's a Cloud Soul. Right? Like,
true.
Reality is it's a dragon you happy to give away. Zoe just flanks in here.
Oh, someone's going to have to give up their life. It's going to have to be Shinky here, surely. Does Pulverize to try and get himself out. Headbutt there, just not enough. And Direwolves look like they might just get themselves some important advantages here. Mammoth are perhaps slipping a little.
They're too low to take Baron. So if you take stock of the game, not much changes. Gold deficit doesn't move either way, doesn't move up for Direwolves, doesn't go down for Mammoth. So just a reset and some summoner spell trades and some kills. Like, the important thing there is Shock used his flash to pick up some kills on the back end and didn't find any. So, like, I keep looking at this gold deficit, right? And I think, okay, it's 6k. And if we could get a toggle, I think most of it would be on the Olaf and the Renekton, right? Yeah, Renekton's up 3k, Olaf's up 2. So that's 5k of your gold lead. So if we start talking numbers, like if we start looking at the rest of the team, you know, Wei being a head gold and being the main component of this composition, all of a sudden it's a lot closer if Renekton or Olaf ever aren't there or just get one shot out of the team fight.
But he does need to be careful with his engages though.
Yeah, of course. He's not built for a long time. He's built for a short time, right? He's built for do as much damage as he can, and ultimately he's going down. Yeah. So, again, just to reiterate, I know I've said this, but I'm just going to say it one more time to be clear. Direwolves are falling into the trap of playing Mammoth's game. They can win this side lane without participating in a team fight. Renekton cannot be dealt with. Jarvan cannot go there. Camille cannot deal with it. However, they are opting in for the 5v5. And again, Renekton's with the group for some particular reason.
I might have to get some thoughts from Direwolves after this game if they do end up going on to win it as to what those reasons might be. Bit of presence around the Baron now from Direwolves, putting the control wards down. Buggy's still really far forward looking for these engages.
Yeah. Keep your eyes on Wei. Want to see, keep your eyes on his mana pool as well as the damage he's able to put out because he doesn't have a blue buff.
Well, both teams definitely want to fight right now, it looks like. Buggy goes up above the red buff. I don't think he's been spotted.
I like it.
This could be very interesting. Where does he end up on that control ward? That might
like
be
it.
the info they need. Dire Wolves, they've been collapsed upon. And there's the Mega Inferno Bomb, but the Zonyas from Gunkrab keeps him alive for the moment. Wei is dead. Dire Wolves have the sustain in the fight. And Mammoth, well, this time they're routed. This time they're done.
Yeah. And that's the 5v5 Dire Wolves we're looking for. The Zonyas out of Gunkrab was just clutch.
Yeah.
Pretty much wins them that team fight, right? And it's just the mechanical difference, it's just the execution difference, and it's what you get when you have a player like Gunkrab on your team. He's able to just come up in those situations with those key, moments, right, that change team fights. And, unfortunately for Mammoth there, Shock, I believe, got knocked out of the Cataclysm, so it could have been a two-man Cataclysm into a two-man Mega Inferno Bomb, but wasn't the case. And this is the one team fight that you have to say the Dire Wolves executed properly, where Claire's in the front line, Cupcake's there, and it's just peeling their carries, and the Mega Inferno Bomb misses.
Feels like it's sliding away a bit from Mammoth now.
Now it is, definitely. So, again, nice engage from Cupcake, and that's the game changer there. He puts Wei into the front line, Olaf solos him out, and you see Shock getting just knocked out of that Cataclysm, stays away, and look how close that is from Shock and Gunkrab falling down. If that Inferno Bomb hits, we may be talking about a different game, different team fight. However, a little bit too good, a little bit too clean there.
Yep. Well, no Zonyas available this time for Gunkrab. But is it too little too late for Mammoth? I mean, they've given the Baron over. Dire Wolves have won the last couple of team fights. That gold leader's ballooned out to about 8,000. And Dire Wolves are looking confident now, where previously they were looking a bit hesitant in their engages.
Yeah, I mean, Cupcake was the one that turned that, right? Cupcake was the one that found a way, was able to knock him into the team, and Ziggs can't do damage when getting ran down by an Olaf, so it was just perfect team fight there from Cupcake, and really well identified from him.
Still, Mammoth don't look too scared. I mean, Buggy, well, he probably should be scared because that is a lot of damage. And if it wasn't the explosive cask, it was going to be something. And it was this time only. So, Mammoth, their chances of winning this game are slowly but surely slipping away. Claire doing the inhib. As of yet, no engage from Dire Wolves. They know that they don't need to engage. They can take 2 inhibs for free here if they just focus objectives. Cupcake looking for something.
Yeah, and I feel like it took the Baron buff to remind Dire Wolves how to play their composition out, right? Claire one lane, the rest of the members in the other. Yeah, they were getting hard engaged on, but Shinky had to use ultimate there.
Yeah, Shinky put to sleep, very low on HP. Does go back under the safety of the base to heal back on up, but as he's doing so, that final Nexus tower is starting to fall. You feel Mammoth does have at least one more fight left in them, but
they have to go.
Are they even going to take it? I mean, is it too late now? Well, the dive is in onto Gunkrab. Those two don't have the damage to kill Gunkrab. Nectar and Buggy cannot do it. Shinky, very low on HP. So is Wei. Everyone's dead. Mammoth is gone. That's the Nexus, and Dire Wolves will win. So it was a fun game, but in the end, Mammoth just don't have enough to hold on and keep that hype train rolling.
Look, I think if the Dire Wolves watch that game back, it's a game of 2 halves or 2 tails. They're going to be extremely pleased with that early game, and it's probably something that they really wanted to focus on given how the Pentanet game turned out for them. However, I think they're going to be really disappointed with their mid game, but then to end was very quick, very clean, very concise. So it's really that mid part of the game where I think they're going to be disappointed, and they're going to take a lot to learn from.
Welcome back, Mac. A little bit to talk about when it comes to that game as well, isn't there? That was, you know, it certainly lived up to some excitement, but I feel like a disappointing end, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it was just disappointing because I wanted to see some crazy team fight right at the end. Look, also shout outs to Gunkrab Zonyas towards one of the final team fights there. Of course, that really clutching out led to not only 2 extra kills for the team, then the Baron, and then you can see Dire Wolves with the Baron just waltzed their way to victory. Mammoth waited and tried to buy some time for Buggy to get that respawn up. But even when Buggy respawned, it was like they didn't know who to initiate on. At that point, they just needed to try to clear the creeps, but there's just too many minions in the base, so it was just all gone from there. But what an entertaining match that one was, Jordan.
Yeah, well, certainly. I mean, I enjoyed that game quite a lot, and it sort of almost gave me... I feel like, you know, a bit of a team to barrack for in a way, you know, because I like to see upsets as a commentator, as a viewer. I think that's where you do get to see some of the most exciting games, and I was really quite keen to see that composition continue to work. I mean, we saw 2 or 3 really good fights from Mammoth, and they were so nice to watch. You know, I've been waiting a while to get like that real full wombo combo feeling out of any of these team fights from most of the LCO games. And this time it finally felt like we got a bit of a taste test of that, but unfortunately just couldn't capitalize on it in the late game, and Direwolves sort of started to wake up a little bit. So yeah, it was definitely exciting, definitely an enjoyable one. Probably my favorite game actually to cast so far this split.
I'd have to say, this fight in particular, I felt like Mammoth were robbed. There was, what, 3 players within an inch of their life, but Direwolves, you know, just, they've got that experience. They know they just had to kite their way back to victory and, of course, turned it on its head. So congratulations to Direwolves to get another win on the board and managed to fight off the upset from Mammoth, which I feel like everyone at home was almost backing for, or rooting for rather. Quickly also shout outs to Jordan, who did actually call that Ziggs mid as the secret to the Mammoth draft there. Now, it's more about the Direwolves now because they have managed to get that W on the board. Yet another one. Of course, that upward trend continuing. So let's bring Nat in, who has one of the upward trenders to chat to on the sidelines.
Well, look, you wanted to hear him in the pre-game, but I didn't grab him for you. But I do have only for the post-game, just for your pleasure of the voice for the viewers. Only congratulations on that win. Tell me, Ziggs pick, what were you thinking? How are you feeling when you saw it?
I was impressed with the Ziggs pick. I think it's a very nice wombo combo playstyle that they went for. The Jarvan ult or the Camille ult into the huge Ziggs bomb coming down. I think it's genuinely a broken combo. Unfortunately, they had a really rough early game. I got like super accelerated. Like no one wants to verse a 4-0 Olaf. And despite having such a good start, like they still pulled off the wombo combo on us like a couple times. So like props to them, honestly. I think if there's ever a way that teams like Mammoth and Gravitas and Legacy will get wins, it will be really like good synergy team comps like that, or like cheese picks like Fiddlesticks Nocturne, like all these things. I really like promote it for the bottom teams because it's like, it's hard to verse. Like it's really difficult. Like I practically entered the mid game despite how well things were going for me. So yeah, the Ziggs pick was OP. I respect it.
Well, there you go. Hopefully, Wei will be patting himself on the back with that pick then and the bit of praise you just gave him. I do want to talk about that, though. I know you just mentioned it. You were looking really strong in the early game. You guys seemed to have that laning phase down pat. But then we saw team fights, and you guys felt like you were crumbling. Give me a little bit more of your thoughts about that and why you think it played out that way.
Once again, they were just like, they pulled the trigger well. Maybe we got a little bit too confident because I don't know if you guys play solo queue or what, but like when you're 4-0, you get a bit like extra eager to just make shit happen. You get a bit excited to make plays, and you know, I'm 4-0 on Olaf, one of the strongest early game champs in the game. Obviously, I just want to be headbutting people in their jungle. But yeah, like they weren't afraid to pull the trigger. You know, I was like staunching them, and they jumped on me, and I insta-died to that combo. So like, honestly, yeah, it was just, I just wasn't prepared for their like confidence, I guess, like when they did pull the trigger. And the mid game was rough. Like we won, but like holy shit, yeah, the mid game was rough.
What do you think then like brought it back for you guys? Because I know you got Baron and then ended the game, but there must have been things leading up to that you were slowly feeling that you could get a little bit more of a grasp on this game.
Yeah, so they had like one or two successful engages, and I think that was like their downfall because it gave them a little bit too much confidence, and they actually did what we did, and they started overforcing fights. I remember Jarvan flash EQing onto my team, like complete Narnia engage. It just like, his team was nowhere near him, and he just died for no reason. I think because of the success of the previous team fights, they themselves got too excited, and they started overreaching as well. And I think, you know, we just know what to do when we get leads a little bit better than they do. And you know, when Jarvan did that, we got, you know, third dragon, could threaten Baron, stuff like that. So we're just a bit, you know, we're just a bit better than this team when it comes to like the mid game, late game decision making. So that was honestly the only difference.
Alrighty, well, congratulations again. I'm sure you guys learned a little bit from that game, and hopefully we'll see you back better than ever on Friday.
Thank you very much. My dog will still be here then.
Oh, so cute.
Very cute.
Very cute indeed. I didn't even notice until he pointed it out. He was so still, just sleeping in the background.
Same. I was like, he's like, oh, my dog will still be here. And I was like, dog? And then I looked where he's pointing. I was like, oh, dog.
Gotta love a good papa in the background. Gotta love his voice too. Man only, that voice. The man's an angel. And again, very humble, you know, loved and gave respect to that Ziggs pick. He knows that, of course, there was the chance for that wombo combo, which almost happened a few times, did manage a couple in there. But look, that's the, I guess that's enough of this conversation. We do have a third match to get to. So, ladies and gents, get yourselves ready. It's going to be a scorcher coming up after the break. That's it. It's Pentanet taking on Legacy. Are you ready for some Katarina? I know I am. We'll see you soon.
Leading the charge. Does he look for a headbutt pole right now? He does. Cupcake is the focus, only stuck inside the Cataclysm, and there's the Mega Inferno Bomb. It's all working perfectly, Tubes. That's exactly what Mammoth. Be a huge problem for Direwolves, but maybe that Cataclysm will be. Ooh. There's another Mega Inferno Bomb. And the curtain call from Shifrit as well is just sliding through the Direwolves roster. So far, the trades haven't gone too well, but Direwolves are so damn low. Shock, a one-shot. Shifrit is full HP, but Wei has been caught by Claire, and all of a sudden, it turns back on its head. It has to be Shifrit. Flash Gale Force, but Zhonya's keeps Shock alive.
On the wall, but nobody knows. We've got to get away. I thought I'd try to call, but nobody's home. Must have been a bad day. You know I'm the guy that can make it work. This is what you like. You know what the word is. We got to live life. No, we can't. Can't think twice. You gotta be certain. Let's it up and run away. Don't tell anybody about where we go, and no one will know. We don't tell them. Let's be selfish. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Catch a flight, go around the world. Leave our troubles at the gate. We should have a life with some twists and turns, 'cause it keeps you wide awake. In the middle of the night, we can move just a little light, so we can see what we're doing. We got to live life. No, we cannot. You can't think twice. You gotta be certain. Let's it up and run away. Don't tell anybody about where we go, and no one will know. We don't tell them. Let's be selfish. Let's just in love. Let's just in love.
Look, you thought match number 2 was not going to be a banger, but certainly it turned into one with the help of Wei and Ziggs blowing things up there at mid lane. And look, into match number 3 of the day, it's going to be Pentanet and Legacy. And who knows which way this one's going to go. Of course, we all know it is going to be Pentanet favored. They haven't lost a game yet. But they also said that Legacy is the hardest matchup they've had in the first round of matches. And now it's time for some revenge.
They also let Katarina through in that match as well. So I wonder whether or not that storyline is going to change when we do get to draft. But I have to agree with that sentiment. It seems like from the games that we've seen that Legacy was actually the team that kind of pushed Pentanet the most out of anyone. And I sort of look at Legacy as that ultimate coin flip team where they do some weird things. And maybe if you're a team like Pentanet that is so good at beating the standard and just beating the other teams, Legacy comes in, throws a curveball at you, makes life difficult. You're suddenly going, ooh, we're on the back foot here. Obviously, they're good enough to still win that game, but Legacy makes it close.
Put it this way, for context too, Mac, just quickly, because I know you got to get the show on the road before Witherby gets in your ear.
You know it.
Yeah. When I played back in the day, Shock is a really good example, right? Shock started in some teams that weren't that great, but the hardest thing to verse was Shock because he had a zillion pocket pick that he used to rip out whenever it was left open. And you never practiced against that. And I'm getting the same vibes for Legacy. They have the same niche picks that they sometimes are just the hardest team to verse. You get so nervous because you're not used to what they've got in the cabinet. And I think that's the team. That's Legacy. And Shock was just a good analogy for that.
Yeah, you know, just a little bit odd, a little bit interesting, and something you all love to watch. Now, let's talk Pentanet first. Let's jump into the conversation. They are looking spectacular in terms of the leaderboard, not dropping a game yet, and their macro just seems to be immaculate. They always seem to be doing the right thing, and they know exactly how to close out a game, Jordan.
Yeah, most definitely. There's not really a whole lot to say when it comes to Pentanet that hasn't already been said. They're 9-0. They are the best team. They're looking really strong. Across the board, all of their players look like they have good games, and they all look like they have that playmaking ability as well. You know, they all have their strengths and weaknesses and all of that, but you know, you look at Parbu, he's getting work done in the early game on a very consistent basis on the jungle. Chaz very rarely falling behind in mid, often doing very, very well for himself. Top lane Biopanth, we know, likes to play those sort of tankier, harder engaged kinds of champions, and he's obviously very good at doing that. And then down in the bot lane, you have the playmaking ability of Praetor, particularly when he's on the Kai'Sa and Decoy there as well on the hard engaged support. So you seem like you've got kind of the perfect composition of players that get to fit together and make this a really, really nice looking roster. So Pentanet, obviously, one would imagine at this point is our best hope at MSI. So I really just want to see them continue going from strength to strength, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting when we do get towards the playoffs to see if they can keep up their game. As Only said in the interview yesterday, you know, it's easy, I wouldn't say easy to do it through groups, but there has been teams that have had a spectacular run, but then as soon as it gets to playoffs, they just seem to trip over their own feet. And look, let's talk about the other side of the coin as well. Legacy is going to be on the other side of the rift today. And look, let's just talk Incursio. He may finally get to play Cat again, and if we get to see it, Jubes, how excited are we going to be?
Pretty excited, but I'm actually, you know, we're hyping Incursio up and we talk about it, and all granted, all warranted. I'm excited to see what Winter is going to play as well, because I feel like he's just the dark horse. Is he going to whip out the Control Mage? Is he going to play Renekton? Because he had a blinder on the Renekton. But for some reason, I think he's not going to give us standard 2 games in a row, and we might see something funky out of him as well. So this team in general is just exciting, right? When you actually think about it. You get the Yone, the Katarina, the Azir top lane that's had some decent performances. I don't think he's ever won on it, but he's had some good games. And then, you know, to top that off, ML, a Bard player. So Bard's always exciting to see, always exciting to roam and see what he can get done. And it's just across the board. Across the board, there's just some champion pools that they have where they can do some serious damage. And, you know, maybe what we haven't said yet is Legacy are well and truly in the mix for playoffs. Like, they're a couple wins away from being right in the mix and talking about it at that 5th spot contention. So match means more than just meets the eye.
Yeah, it is going to be one of those hot topics, you know, how are they going to do for the rest of the run? Can they pull off a couple of upsets, which is something that they need to make it happen. And if we have a look at the stats from the last time this game was played, the last time these two teams went head-to-head, this is how close it was. Kills very similar across the board. Pentanet towards the end had that, 7k gold lead, and it was enough to get them over the line. But 43 minutes, if we have that again, we're going to be pushing out the schedule.
Can I just mention one thing that this graphic doesn't have? Legacy also had Infernal Soul.
Okay. So just...
Infernal Soul. They lost with the Infernal Soul.
Better, I guess, objective gameplay leading to that point, but then Pentanet, I guess, just a bit of better team play to close that one out. I need to go back and watch that. I feel like that was a scorcher that we really didn't expect to get when both these teams went head-to-head.
Well, what happened was Legacy got ahead quite substantially in the early game, and then in the mid and late game, they started to just throw a few picks away. Pentanet always seemed to be able to find a player in a side lane, and slowly they started to claw their way back in until they were sort of on even footing, and then they were able to start cleaning up team fights, able to shut down the Katarina, and unfortunately in the end, Legacy was in a position where they went from being something like 7 or 8k up to actually being 7 or 8k down, and the game had completely turned on its head. So unfortunately they didn't manage to convert, and that I think is where the storyline really started, where Legacy was like considered, okay, pretty good early game, have these interesting moments in lane, win the 1v1s, that kind of thing. But when it comes to macro play, decision making, mid-game team fighting, it wasn't quite all there for Legacy. So hopefully this time around they've sort of worked on that, and if they do get a lead, maybe they can make something of it this time.
Look, you're talking about 1v1s, and I feel like for the pre-game interview, we might be seeing a spectacular 1v1 as well. And to bring you this all-in brawl, it is going to be Nat T down on the sidelines. So, Nat, who do you have on either corner for this blitzer of a pre-game?
Look, I'm not going to lie, it feels like I'm introducing the lion and the lamb here. That's going to be Predith and Incursio. I'm not going to tell you which one's which, though. Guys, thank you so much for joining me. We were just talking about the fact that last time you guys went up against each other, we saw the longest game played at LCO, and you guys also had the exact same amount of kills. So, Predith, pardon me. Incursio and Legacy seem to be your toughest opponents so far. So how has the prep been going for them, and how are you feeling coming in?
I think the prep's been the exact same as every other team, maybe a little bit less. But yeah, during our game against them, I definitely thought at some points that the game was lost for sure. So that was really scary game. But at the end of the day, they have Sibling and Curzio. They're prone to giving their bounties up, so we just had to wait for them to do their special move, and we were back in the game.
You know, does that mean that we could potentially see the cat come through again? Because it feels that, you know, even though it was a scary game before, you're not too worried.
No, we won't be letting the cat through again, I think.
Well, Incursio, hearing that one, how does that make you feel, and how excited are you for this game?
I'm pretty excited for the game because I want to show that we actually can finish it off this time. Let's be honest, I'm kind of sick of losing. So we're going to finish this game off like we failed last time. And hey, even though Katarina will be banned, I can pull out some other crazy shit. So it's alright, walk it off.
Interesting. That is very awesome to hear. I also want to talk about coming, you know, we're only a week away now from playoffs, and you guys still have a really solid chance to make it. So how is the pressure building up for you guys, and what are you looking forward to in the games to come?
We've definitely been thinking about it and talking about it, of what we have to do to make it to playoffs, but I don't think we can really do anything different from what we've been doing already. Just like focus harder, make sure we play a bit better, and make sure we close out games when we get our leads, because that's something our team is really good at doing, which is like the biggest things, I think.
And Predith, you guys are on the complete other end over there at Pentanet. You guys are secured 100% going to playoffs. So how are you feeling for that one? And does that mean that we could be seeing some interesting things coming from you guys?
I think I really care about being undefeated. I think like, you know, going to MSI and being like, yeah, Pentanet was the undefeated team throughout the split. Like that sounds pretty cool. But yeah, it's like, I don't want to be trolling any games. And I don't really care. If we're not undefeated, if we're like 13-1, like,
I don't really care as long as we're like really strong for the playoffs and we can make it. Because I'm very confident in all my teammates in like a best of 5 series or whatever. So best of 1s, anything can happen, and we're just playing these for fun, really. Yeah.
Well, look, it'll be very interesting to see if you guys do come out undefeated and how far Legacy has come from the last time you guys burst each other. But thank you so much and good luck with the game.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
All things considered, that interview was much more tame than I expected. It started with a little bit of spice, a little bit of a backhanded, wasn't even a backhanded compliment, it was just a, you know, like, oh yeah, we did a bit of prac, but not as much as we usually would for this one. So I was like, oh, okay, let's see where this goes. And then it sort of went uphill. Everyone went back to humble mode, which is good. We love a bit of, you know, some good comments, some nice wholesomeness coming in through here. Speaking of wholesome, let's look at the predictions and see who's being wholesome and going for the underdogs. I think it's me, probably. Yeah, let's bring it up. Oh, what's that? What's that? Screw you, Chaz. Screw you, Chaz. You know, that's all I have to say. All right, drop the mic. Get out of here. Is that? I believe in my boy in Curzio. All right, head to head. He's better. He's good looking. He's got 160p camera. But even so, like, he keeps all of his data rate into the server, into his champ. What do you got to say to that?
He's also partnered on Twitch, and Chaz isn't, you know, so just another thing. Not that I want Incozio to be better than Chaz, because I have gone for Pentanet here.
Of course. Any other thoughts, Jordan, Jubes?
I don't have thoughts. I just
Okay.
Nat, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Next time you interview Praedyth, can you please start off with what time did you wake up and what did you have for lunch or dinner?
Oh, we're still interested in when he woke up.
I was sitting on that like the whole time, and I was like, I can't continue my job here if I don't know the answer to that.
Yes,
Would
okay.
it be please find out about that before Praedyth's game?
Look, I will make sure forevermore I will ask him every time, because maybe he's fixed his schedule. Maybe he's getting up at a normal time now.
Well, he's certainly been playing Scorching no matter what time he's waking up and no matter what he's eating. So maybe keep note of that. Keep note of that. We'll see if it changes as we do move towards the playoffs and Pentanet continue this run of victory, which they seem to be on. Let's see if that one gets stops in its tracks by Legacy today. I really hope it is, because it'd make it so interesting. The fact that Legacy get another win, it puts them in the driver's seat to actually contend for, you know, 3rd, 4th, 5th position with all these other games that happened earlier. You know, Chiefs with the L now still, they're going to be leapfrogged by Order, who was on that 4-5 scoreline or 5-4 scoreline, whatever it was they were on. It's just so many different equations that could have a different set of 5 teams in the playoffs. And also, you know, it also matters which position they're in, because it determines who they're going to be playing in the playoffs. Anyway, enough from me monologuing about, you know, potential things and stuff. And I'm done. I'm actually a little bit scared that Chaz is going to come after me after the game. But look, that's okay. It's fine. I'll deal with him with these bad boys. All right, that's it from me. See you later. Champ Select time.
Ooh, I feel like Mac is just trying to show a bit of presence just in case Chaz is thinking about anything, you know. So come after me, you're going to have to mess with this.
Yeah. Animal Kingdom type rule. Make yourself look as big as possible.
Yep.
And then all bark, no bite, is it?
I think something like that. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, I've got an interesting stat for you here, Tubes. I'm not sure if you've been keeping an eye on what Praedyth has been playing for pretty much this entire split, but he played Aphelios and then Xayah, day 1 and day 2. Ever since then, 7 games in a row, he's got Kai'Sa. So I'm not sure if there's really anything to speak to there, but just thought it's a bit interesting that he's playing the one champion. No one's decided to try and get that away from him, especially when he's been having such success on it.
It's, 80 carries in the meta are a weird one. They're not traditionally banned because there is a trade of 80 carries that you can get away with. Like, we often see the Thresh Aphelios lane traded for Kai'Sa at times and vice versa. And, like, for me, giving Pentanet is Seraphine is a crime, because they have players who can play it in every position. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Praedyth can play it in the 80 carry position if that's a route they wanted to opt in for. So that's scary because, yeah, like I said, Decoy's even played it and they won with it. So it's just too hard to predict where that champ is going to go, and it's just a headache that Legacy probably don't need. However, they prioritize getting the Scion off Biopanther, which I agree is a good thing. The guy's absolutely 1v9 gamer on the Scion. Hecarim on Pabu, the king of the swings, I think we labeled him. And I think Bio Panther, they wanted to be called Bio Daddy, but that's not. I won't be calling him Bio Daddy because I have my own daddy at home. Well, yeah. Anyway, questionable. Well, and by daddy I meant dad, so I don't want it to. Yeah. Anyway.
It's not weird. Not weird. I promise.
The way you laughed is weird.
All right. Sorry for putting you off like that. Anyway, speaking of, we do have 8 in a row for Praedith getting the Kaiser, so that's gone over again. Now, I mean, Legacy do get the Udyr, so that's been a pretty powerful pick these days, although, I don't know, at the cost of the Kaiser, the Seraphine, even I don't mind Mundo, to be honest, for Pentanet. It seems like they're starting to put together a pretty decent roster. What I am really waiting to see is what's going to be the mid lane and the top lane for Legacy. Okay, so we get the support. That's fair enough. I thought we might get a Thresh, actually, from Legacy, because Emil had a pretty good couple of Thresh games recently, but has gone into the Rel, which is fair enough.
Well, the Thresh lane, I'm surprised they didn't take with the Philios, right? It's the two champs that ML and Styled have played the most, but it's also the two champions with probably like the least amount of counters in lane. However, they've opted in for the Rel. Wonder if they'll take away the Thresh, but maybe they're just confident that the Seraphine's going support.
Yeah,
we'll have to wait and see.
I mean, I think normally you probably do want to be putting Seraphine into the support role. Let's see what we get here. Zaya banned away, Atrix banned away.
Faker Perma plays that in mid lane though, and they did beat Gen G 2-0 with it. So, you know, if we got a little Faker in the game, then maybe it goes in the mid lane. However, they are on a different patch. Double lady carry bans.
Banning Vayne away.
Vayne popped up into the meta a while ago when Kaiser was picked, because it is a lane you can get away with, because Kaiser doesn't really have like that quote-unquote strength unless you have Q Evolve, right? So it means like Vayne gets to bridge the real early part of lane, get the first base off, get like Berserker Greaves or get the first component of an item, and then you're able to start trading back. So yeah, maybe it's just something that they don't want to give away.
Well, looks like Winterer will be on to the Gnar, so Legacy are saving the final counter pick for mid. Which should be interesting. You know, Incursio prone to pull out some interesting champs. It could well be the Tristana into mid as well with that flex, but I don't know. I mean, Incursio's had some good games on Tristana, but I feel like there's flashier champs that I'd like to see him playing, to be honest. And no surprises to see Ornn going over to Biopanther. I mean, you talked about him being a 1v9 machine on Sion. I think it's kind of hard to ban out Biopanther, to be honest, because there's always just one more champion that he's got in the back pocket, and Ornn isn't even that deep into the pocket either, you know, he just has to reach in a little bit and grab it. So, not a bad choice for Pentanet. Good front line for the Seraphine to start comboing some ultis with as well. So, composition's looking strong, and Chaz gets a comfort pick on Victor as well. So, you can't really complain about this for Pentanet at all.
And Pabu was also the player that said that if they do lock in Udyr, then they're very happy to take the Mundo instead, right? They're very happy to have that trade, and he was very vocal about like this is the angle to take that. So, you know, Mundo here, and that explains the Vayne ban too, just quietly. They've actually prepped that. They don't want the Mundo to get shredded by the Vayne. So it is very smart from Pentanet here, and I really like what they've done. I really, really like what they've done. However, they have given Incursio his second best champion by far, the Yone.
Yeah. The immediate thought that pops into my mind is there's not a whole lot of magic damage for Legacy here.
Yeah, true.
I mean, Udyr does, but, you know, it's not the traditional sort of sense.
It is going to be very hard, now that you say that, to shred through this Ornn. And maybe that's the one shortcoming of the Legacy composition, is the fact that they don't have reliable... they don't have any reliable magic damage, like you said. So they're going to have a very rough time getting through the front line of the Ornn, of the Mundo. You know, Seraphine with the heals and the shields as well. So could be a little problematic in that sense. However, if Incursio, or Legacy rather, are able to get a lead in the early game, you can have all the armor items in the world. If the income's not there, you're still going to be able to shred through those targets. So what this says to me is that they need a very, very, very strong early game.
Well, I guess that's good for Legacy, at least, that they're generally pretty decent in the early game. I mean, there has obviously been some outliers. It's been outliers for every team, and the one outlier for Pentanet actually feels like it was that game against Legacy. I have to say that was the only game where I was even in a position where I was like 50% thinking maybe there's a chance they could lose this game. I still pretty much had confidence that they would come back and win it because, I mean, Pentinet's Pentinet at this point, so what more do you really need to say there? But it was the first time where I was sort of second-guessing myself. So, look, Legacy, best chance potentially for an upset against Pentinet. And today, they have drafted an interesting team composition. Both teams, in fact, have done so. So, I'm sort of crossing my fingers a little bit. We've seen two pretty good games so far today. One upset, one near upset. Can we get a third of the same caliber?
Well, somehow, some way, though, Pentinet just keep winning drafts. It's like they mind-controlled their opponent into drafting compositions where they're either really linear or they have one type of damage. In this case, you know, their majority, if not all of their damage is attack damage. And they've drafted it into double AD compositions. So, again, Legacy, we're looking to have a very strong early game. And Pentinet, maybe a slower one. Happy to get the items and scale into this one.
All right, well, maybe we can go straight to the horse's mouth and get some info from the Legacy camp. We've got Ceres, who is on the line, ready to have a bit of a chat. And I suppose the first question here, and something that we highlighted in the draft, was that you've given the Seraphine over to Pentinet. I guess from your perspective, then, there mustn't be that much fear around that particular champion going over to Pentinet.
Correct. So
No,
we had planned
and,
for that, of course. The general idea is that we're going to match it wherever it goes. In this case with the Tristana, that's also one of Chaz's really, really strong picks, so we're taking it away from him. We're kind of doing double damage. But for the most part, no, we're not too stressed about them having the Seraphine.
Okay, and then the other question that we sort of raised in the draft here was that there isn't a huge degree of magic damage on your side of the field. Now, granted, the jungle Udyr typically does put a bit out, but are you feeling that that's going to actually be enough to get through the Mundo and the Ornn?
Yeah, so when we're talking about damage mix, we also need to think about the functionality of teamfights. So our comp doesn't care about the two tanks. We don't care at all. We literally dive past the two tanks and kill their backline. And then once their damage is dead, then it doesn't really matter how tanky they are. They're going to fall inevitably. So the way our comp functions is that we just ignore them completely. Yone, Udyr, Gnar, like Tristana, Rel, all these champs just move past them, essentially. And we just get through the front line and just straight into the back.
Okay, and the last game that you guys played against Pentinet was arguably Pentinet's most difficult game. I mean, they even said so themselves, it seems like. So do you come into this with a reasonable degree of confidence, knowing that, at least for Legacy, normally the early games are generally pretty good, and if you can tighten up the mid-game and the macro play, then there's actually a pretty good chance against Pentinet?
Yeah, 100%. I think that the drafts that we have facilitate that as well. Drew's mentioned that we need to get an early lead. I think that we're set up to do so. They have insane and incredible scaling, but they've sort of sacrificed their early game in response. So provided that we have like I would say one of our average early games where we do build those leads at 15 minutes, we're set ourselves in a really good position to win.
Awesome. Well, I'm hoping that we're going to get to see as exciting of a game here for you guys as the last couple that we did just witness. So I'm going to wish you the best of luck, and certainly looking forward to this one.
All right. See you later.
Awesome. Thanks, mate, for the interview. See ya. Juice, a little bit going on in the early game there. An invade I saw.
Yeah, an invade coming across, and Pabu's dipping his head in to see what's going on. He wants to see if he can catch the Udyr on the camps, but Udyr is just extremely quick at clearing the jungle. And one thing I want to point out in terms of rune choices is the fact that Sybil's opted in for Presti attack, and you know, 9 times out of 10 we see Udyr opt in for phase rush just because the extra mobility is nice, the extra sticking power. So I think he's just really valuing the extra DPS early, potentially wanting to get ahead in those ganks. But like Siri said, right, they need to win the early game. They need to have a solid early game, and then they can close it out. However, the danger is that if you ever give a bounty across, or you ever give some gold across to one of these tanks, it is going to be a very rough time. And Sybil is doing a very good job so far in in reading the jungle matchup, and Pabu might fall down here.
I was going to say, they've got complete info as to where Pabu is. Incursio goes over the wall with the third Q. Pabu should die, and does. Decoy, he flashed. He flashed to try and save him, and he wasn't able to. So, great start for Legacy.
Yeah, and this is the early game that we talked about them needing.
I mean, so Pabu just walks through the mid lane, gives the vision, and then there's a ward there as well. There's wards all over the place for Legacy. That's vision control to a T.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things that we talk about, Sybil, right? The guy's either jungle faker at times, or sometimes he has some very, very, very questionable performances. And I've been a big Sybil fan for a long time, and instances like this where he really reads the map, plays extremely well, gets in the enemy jungle, and comes out of nowhere. Pabu would have had no clue where Sybil was coming from, and evidently dies for first blood. So this is the type of stuff we like to see from Sybil. And if he can, maybe a phrase of the night, if he can get consistent with it, becomes one of the best junglers in the league. But the problem is it's not always there, and at times he does get punished for those decisions. So have to see what he decides to do with his lead now.
Yeah, I mean, it does force out the flash from two of the Pentanet players as well. Obviously, Pabu and then Decoy, who tried to save him. So will there be some jungle presence down in the bot lane for Legacy, knowing that there is quite a strong all-in from Emelg on Rel? You follow that up with Sybil, who still has flash available, and Decoy needs to be very careful with his positioning. I mean, indeed, we see Sybil's sort of pathing down in this direction of the map.
This is the one window where Incursio has to roam. However, he's taking his time, and the window's gone, and he potentially is going to lose minions. And this is what we talk about with Incursio. He's happy to lose minions to try and get his lanes ahead. And he's definitely losing some in the mid lane now. However, the pressure generated gives a bit of a relief to Starwood and Emelg, and even gets his team the first dragon of the game. And we talk about the full AD composition into Pentanet's draft. Dragon stacking early on is going to be key for Legacy if they do not want to get outscaled. Because you can have all the armor in the world, but the Elder Dragon's just going to pop you through that.
I mean, in the end, Incursio doesn't miss too many creeps in the mid lane. There was a big fat wave waiting for him when he came back. So not a poorly timed roam from him. Has just hit level 6 now, as well as Chaz. So things are starting to come online for the mid laners. Winter also online, just a little bit behind Biopanther, but still hits 6 in reasonable shape.
I'm getting vibes off this game, man. I'm getting like the really good vibes. You know what I mean? The ones where we're in for a bit of a banger. Because all the tools, and so far at least, all the momentum of the game is in Legacy's favor. And as I say that, nice little trade back there from Decoy and Praetus. And seems like both games now where supports engage on the Seraphine, they just get rooted in the spot, and the Kai'Sa just trades back and turns the trade. However, there's a dive coming on through, and I'm not sure there's much Pentanet can do about it.
I don't know that they're even aware of it. Incursio here, and that is the ultimate connected. The dive in, the follow-up from Emelg, and it'll be a kill for Styled. Forcing TP through from Biopanther, who has Call of the Forge God. Turns it into a 1-for-1. Incursio, he could have used that Q to get out, but he turned around, and now he's under pressure. Biopanther won't have enough damage himself. I mean, that was an Incursio moment for sure, but it hasn't ended up too poorly. And look at all the free farm that Winter is going to be able to get in top. He's pushing that tower in. Pabu's having to catch the wave. It does set Biopanther behind, but it's something that we've spoken about with relation to him before, and it's something that he does a lot.
Yeah, and it's not gold that's going to go to the wayside, right? Like, it would be far worse if Pabu was down bot side for that play as well, and they're losing that, and the Banar's getting free turret plays. Sure, he did get one, and hang on a minute, another all-in in the mid lane.
Incursio's going to go back, and Sybil is going to have to do it himself now. He will be able to. So strong in the early game is Udia. He's just going to chase Decoy down as well. Look at that damage from Legacy. Oh my word. All right, Tubes. We have a night of League of Legends tonight, don't we?
I told you, man. Sometimes we just get these games from Sybil where he just really reads the map and everything he does works. Now, do you want to take stock of what was said in the interview from Praetus? Do you remember?
What did he say?
He said, and I maybe sort of quote, when Sybil and Incursio get bounties, we got to wait, we farm, they'll give us the bounties, and we'll get our way back in the game. So I think that's a crucial talking point and something we need to keep our eye on because, again, with the composition Pentanet have, their bounties over to them are unacceptable. You will be quickly outscaled.
Most definitely. But everything is on the silver platter for Legacy. Or I mean, maybe it's not a silver platter just yet. You know, it's not that easy. But it's in the kitchen. It's being prepared. You know what I'm saying?
It's being chopped up. You know, we got the platter. The platter's the cabana's getting chopped up. The cheese. Ooh. Everything's being made, being prepared, yet to be plated.
Well, Fate Sealed is online for Incursio, so if he gets another one of those Q knockups, you can combo that with the ultimate, and it's pretty much impossible to dodge at that point. Obviously knows Pabu was hanging around, so he wasn't too interested in overcommitting for that fight against Chaz. Speaking of, Chaz has finished off Seeker's Arm Guard, which will help him to survive, at least against Incursio in lane.
I mean, it'll help him survive against most. Like, Udio, while doing magic damage, still does physical too, right? So, need to keep that in mind. It's just there is not enough of a percentage to be accurate for how valuable that item is in this game. It is the most cost-efficient item as is, and then you pair that with the draft, and that item is stocks. That's Bitcoin for you.
Doggy coin, as
Doggy
a wise
coin.
man once put it.
Yep, doggy coin for sure.
Some shenanigans here for Legacy, just waiting for Chaz to step up, but it's down in the bot lane where Emil has invested Magnet Storm, and Styled is trying to pump the damage through. Not really enough. Did force actually nothing out from the bot lane, really. Predator did ultimate anyway, doesn't matter. In the mid lane, Chaz just gets blown up. Oh, wow.
Yep.
So it's all over the shop right now for Legacy. They're getting it done everywhere. And what I wanted to say was that they did use the killer instinct down in the bot lane for Predator. So that was all that was forced down in bot.
Yeah, and we need to really take stock of this mid lane, and at what point is it unrecoverable? Because this turret is about to fall down.
Oh, hang on. Decoy has Encore available. He's going to use it. It does catch Sybil. Incursio looks to try and turn, but Exhaust available is going to make life pretty difficult for him. And so Incursio backs away. Chaz gets back as well quite quickly into mid. Overall, still a good passage of play for Legacy. But that's one of those instances maybe where Sybil didn't need to die and has.
Yeah, and that's the bounty that went across, right? Obviously, it went over to Seraphine. There's probably better targets that you want that on. But, you know, what's important here is you lose the Dragon. And, you know, you'd hope, if you're a Legacy fan, it's an Ocean Soul, because maybe they're able to win this one, even in the late game with the Ocean Soul. And you know, they did RNG that. Now, you have to think, imagine if they were on 2 Dragons now. 11 minutes into the game, they were on 2. Because the relative strength of Incursio compared to the Victor is it's not even comparable.
500,000 points, that's a lot.
Yeah, there is a lot of points.
The last game was 350,000.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we've got a lot of people putting their money in, well, putting their points in on Pentanet.
Yep.
Which seems like a safe investment, but you never know.
The 13% might make...
big bank.
Big bank in the point department. And Sybil's just mid again.
Well, Incursio doesn't have ult just yet. It'll be coming up in a couple of seconds. Sybil's going to try and go for it. It hasn't worked out too well this time.
Yeah, Incursio's ultimate is like literally 5 seconds off cooldown.
Yep.
If he has his ultimate there, then that's at minimum a flash from Chaz that has to be burnt. However, Chaz is now half health. Incursio has the sustain of the fleet footwork. Back to full. And potentially he breaks mid-turret here on this wave if he wants to go for it.
We'll have to wait and see. Certainly shoving that wave in pretty quickly, so I have to imagine that he does want to, especially considering Sybil is hanging around in the jungle. He's got a bit of info, knows where Pabu is, so he'll be confident to take it.
Oh, hate to see it. If you're a Sybil fan, hate to see it. Pabu fan, love to see it.
Hey, if he gets the blue buff, he's not going to be too disappointed. Hold that thought. Bot lane, nothing.
Bit of a trading backwards and forwards. You can see this bot lane looks extremely volatile, right? In the sense that it's just millimeters and centimeters of skill shots landing, of CC landing on Rel, and turning that one around. So ML on the flank might be looking.
Oh, this could be big. He's out of vision. Decides against it.
The wave's too big. I think Cannon Wave is going to do a little bit too much damage at this point in the game. So they've decided to just play it safe and farm. And, you know, I like that from Legacy. It's good discipline because this point in the game, you take stock, you press tab, you say, what's our win condition? Oh, Udyr and Yone at the moment has the Kraken Slayer now, so it's okay to sit back, get carried. Wait for the Yone roam. He's got windows and windows of opportunity now. Mid-turret has been taken, so the angle to roam will always be there.
Well, another couple of players headed in the direction of mid lane. Incursio this time doesn't connect the ulti, so he's going to have to go straight back.
Yeah, but it's a flash burnt, right? And, you know, we probably didn't see this off camera. Styled and Prated had a trade in flashes too. So now, whenever ML's... might have to wait here again.
You're okay.
Yeah, whenever ML's flash is back up, or at least the ultimate, and Incursio's, this could spell trouble for the bot lane of Legacy. And this might be it.
Might be indeed. Sybil's hanging around. Incursio's hanging around.
Victor no TP.
They did push the wave out nicely, though. So the dive window seems to have closed.
Yep. Pentanet doing this really well. You know, even on the instance where they did die, they managed to trim the wave to 3 range creeps that were quite low. And so they weren't able to be punished. But what I really like here from Legacy is when we say the mid turret drops, the first thing to go is the jungle camps, right?
Yep.
In this instance, Pabu's the first player to suffer in this game. And Legacy are doing a very good job in controlling the bot side jungle. And that's unacceptable.
What just happened there? That wasn't even a Seraphine ulti, or a Killer Instinct, or an Exhaust. Nothing, really.
Must have just got rooted by a decoy on the recall. I think they just walked up to the bush, channeling his recoil, and that's a very big get out of jail free card, right?
Yep.
Like this game was, you can see now, Incursio and Sybil have just pivoted topside.
Yep.
But you know, Praetor's not a player you want to give that gold to, and all of a sudden we win con bot side for Legacy now.
Certainly, certainly. And he's consistently been a win condition for Pentanet down there. So it's now 8 games in a row. Let's have a look at the replay here and see what did happen. Was on the ward.
Solo?
No, Decoy, I think, got an assist. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's just a lot of damage. It's that 5th proc, man.
Did he have Kraken Slayer too? Maybe he got it on the recall there. But yeah, it's the proc of the Kai'Sa passive. It's just too strong. And I mean, Kai'Sa's so snowbally. So old Kai'Sa used to not be this snowbally. You still needed items and you needed evolve and things like that. But with the way that the new items work and the build path that's efficient for Kai'Sa, she's just so snowbally. And Winterer might be trouble here.
Yeah, he does have Nah available, but I'm not sure that's going to save him. Will be forced to flash Killer Instinct from Praedith, and another kill goes over to the Kai'Sa. Sybil will stick around long enough to secure the Rift Herald. It was a risky Herald, by the way, because Incursio was back in base as well. But they've got it, and in the end, I think you take that trade, right? Winterer down, 1 death, you take the Rift Herald. Now you take Dragon. I mean, that's worth it in my mind for Legacy. But it's with the caveat that kill going over to Praetor, it starts to make him look pretty scary.
Yeah, it is worth it, right? Like mathematically, at least, it's worth it. But again, it's like you have to factor in draft, game state, nameplates, champions. Like there's so much to factor in. But in a black and white like painting or picture rather, like yeah, it's worth it. You got the Rift Herald for 1 kill. You're eventually going to break a turret with it. You would net more gold from it. However, like you said, Praetor with that kill, it probably does more in a late game team fight or a mid game team fight than the turret did, or than the item that you got from that turret. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, and if you want to be hypercritical and talk about discipline, Winterer should not have got caught there.
Oh, Incursio is going to try and force onto Biopanther, who, by the way, has a lot of armor. So, in the end, that was everything invested by Incursio, including Ignite, and he gets him down to about half HP.
And he's also opted in for the Last Whisper, right? Like Incursio, so very early on prioritizing that armor penetration, but you look at the items coming through from Pabu, coming through from Ornn. Just what, 3 armor items on the Ornn already, and 2.5 on Pabu, you know, nearly on his, I think, Chem Tank component. So the items for armor stacking are well on the way. Victor, Chaz being the Zonya's rush as well, so you have to think Legacy timer is ticking.
Certainly is. It's been creeping away from them. They started so well. Again, it's sort of like deja vu in a way. Legacy gets off to a good start against Pentanet, then they allow far too many picks to fall by the wayside, and all of a sudden Pentanet's sort of just back in the game to an extent. Legacy, I would say, are in control still.
Oh, for sure, but the one thing Decoy, I have to give a shout out to that he's done extremely well this game, is he's actually matched the volatile lane really well. So in that instance before, he was behind Biopanther, stopped them from diving him, right? If that was an option for them. Even in instances where Chaz fell down, Decoy was still there, offering a helping hand. Didn't work sometimes, sure, but he's reading the map, and you know that spells bad signs for me, because when Decoy's in that type of mood, it becomes problematic. Early TP.
Yeah, a bit of presence again. The problem is, Incursio is really only finding these engages onto Pabu and Biopanther.
Yeah.
And those are not champions that he can blow up.
Well, in Incursio's defense, he didn't have ultimate, and he uses it there, yeah?
Yeah, never mind. Down in the bot lane, he did find the engage onto Chaz, who I assume didn't have time to get the Zhonya's. Now Encore catches Sybil, but he'll be out okay. Winterer seems to be the one that's under the most pressure, but he'll just stroll away. What is going on here? They're still sticking around. Oh, Emelg in the back line. Doesn't have the ultimate, so can't lock them down quite long enough. And here comes Call of the Forge God and Praedith. Legacy have overstayed. The knock-up catches Incursio as he goes over the wall. This is it, Juves. That's the play that Legacy needed to avoid that allows Pentanet back into the lead.
Yeah, and that's a 20-minute Baron, so all of a sudden, even gold or, you know, just a slight lead to Pentanet, but that is going to balloon out once that Baron goes down. And it was all looking so good, but Sybil not knowing he's on a ward here is really the beginning of the end. MLG sees an angle for an engage here, does not have the Rel ultimate, whiffs the engage a little bit, or juked rather, and then Praedith just gets backline access. And the key ultimates that aren't up here is what really lets Legacy down. You know, they do not have the presence of mind. They get the kill on Victor. They can back out. It's okay to back out there.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's like the inexperienced teams that we talk about. They want to get the kill, and they want to try and force the agenda. But, you know, ultimates are your best friend in League of Legends, and they didn't have their best friends for that skirmish.
Well, this is where it starts to get harder and harder for Legacy. We'll have to hope that what Ceres said in the interview was true, in that they can ignore the tanks. If they can ignore the tanks, and if they can kill Praedith, they can still win the fight. Let's be real. Praedith is the only real threat right now on Pentanet in terms of damage.
Yeah, in terms of brute damage and numbers for sure, but the Biopanther and Pabu are going to be able to sit in the front line for so long that their base damages alone are going to be too hard to deal with, right? Like Tristana's not going to get through them. Incursio is mainly the only one that can get through them, and with an Ornn and a Mundo stacking armor, it's even going to be hard for him. So
I mean, you just look at the build that Incursio's gone, and I think that tells you the story in itself. He's gone for Kraken Slayer instead of what was traditionally a shield bow on a Yone. So he knows that he needs that extra damage and that true damage to get through these tanks.
Yeah.
But it's at the cost of a pretty big amount of survivability, to be honest, for a Yone.
Yeah, and especially because, you know, the one way for him to do damage is backline, melee range, going to be focused down, and having that little more survivability is nice. But in a game where you just need to be doing the damage, a little bit hard. Might be a mid turret here, all down. Mundo's on the flank, so potentially we see a fight. Tristana just melts turrets.
Well, does Legacy even want to fight right now? There's Baron on all 5 of the Pentanet members. Praedith is still pushing the side lane, by the way, so this is not looking too great for Legacy. They're going to be cancelled on any recalls that they try to make. And in that meanwhile, Praedith takes a free tower.
This might be where you turn, though. The one fight that you can win is when Praedith isn't there, and he's recalling now, so if they turn like this...
Well, Incursio wants to, had the ulti available, but decides against it. And Legacy continue to back away, so maybe an opportunity lost. Amel going to Hex Splash across the wall. Legacy not really too interested in posing a fight just yet, perhaps waiting for the Mega Gnar, but it's going to allow Praedith to start making his way back up as well. Winterer dives in, lands on top of a stun, and then a follow-up from Decoy as well. He does get the Gnar ulti onto a couple of members, but the damage isn't quite there. Incursio, Fate Sealed, dives into the backline, but no harm, no foul. Pentanet are just too tanky, and Legacy is melting away.
Yeah, I mean, I'd even be a little more forgiving if it was just the Ornn and the Mundo. However, Seraphine just makes it Mount Everest if you're trying to climb. And there was just no damage that went through. They were tanking a turret, Pabu was tanking a turret, Biopanther was tanking a turret, and still, not really, none of them fell below half health. And that's what I talk about. The base damage alone from these tanks is just a little bit too much. Decoy is doing extremely well in the Seraphine too, landing multiple roots in those instances, as well as the Seraphine Encore. So again, just really well played team fights from what we are beginning to know as really the team fight kings.
Well, have a look back maybe at the replay, maybe not. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, it was Winterer that dove in, and I think Praedith was really smart there. He waited so long with that killer instinct for the Gnar ulti to go through before diving in, and then there really isn't that much follow-up that Legacy has.
Yeah, I mean, Incursio ult just missed the Kai'Sa too, so Exhaust was very good from Decoy. It did go down straight away, however, you know, if the Incursio ult lands onto Kai'Sa, through the Exhaust, maybe there's a realm in which they're able to do enough relevant damage and take her down, but that wasn't the case in that fight. Praedyth has stopwatch now too. Upgraded Ornament is absolutely just going to tear through whoever he's in front of.
Yeah.
So, you know, even at this point, right, we look at Chaz. We talked about him being extremely far behind. In terms of the rest of the members of Legacy, Chaz is pretty much ahead. And what I mean by that is, like, the last fight, the Chaos Storm was able to just completely zone styled out of the fight.
Do you know
we're talking? Yep.
What I've just watched down in the bot lane was Incursio just tries all in on Biopanther, uses everything.
Here we go.
And still loses the engagement. And he's going again.
He should win this.
Oh, he's got Call of the Forge God cancelled. Well done by Incursio. It's going to be close, the knock-up. It's too good. TP, it'll secure the kill for Legacy, one would imagine. But just a little bit too far gone at the moment for Legacy, and Praedyth dives right on top of his counterpart, blows him up. That's what Killer Instinct is all about, and surely someone's got to be taking Kai'Sa away from Praedyth at this point. He's just too good on it.
That is absolutely a one-shot. That is literally a one-shot.
Yeah.
And ult.
I don't think it's going to save them here, Jews, but Legacy is going to try their best. Pabu deep under the tower while Emil gets blasted away by the rest of his team. In the end, the Q is enough from Praedyth, and that is enough from Pentanet. Once again, you could say they were troubled a little bit by Legacy, but it'll be a pretty comfortable victory for them in the end once these creeps do come through and they can start to do damage to that tower. Incursio doesn't have his ulti, can't even go back on the E. Styled jumps back into safety to try and provide a bit of KD sustenance, but it's not going to matter, and the Nexus goes down. Pentanet will remain undefeated, 10-0. Legacy can't quite continue to push their campaign for a 5th place spot on the standings. Overall, another entertaining game, but another one that sort of leaves a bit of a sour taste in your mouth.
Well, if you're a Legacy fan, positive signs for sure. You know, then maybe with a few tweaks to the pick ban, it's a different ball game. However, Pentanet are just a little bit too good when it comes to the mid game. No matter what lead you have against that team, it just seems like it's never enough. It is just never enough, especially if Praedyth has this Kai'Sa. So, Mac, we'll bring you on in. What do you think about that game? I know you tipped Legacy.
Yeah, I really liked what I was seeing for the first 20 minutes, and then there was that fight on the blue side bot jungle, which unfortunately did not go the way of Legacy. It kind of went all over the place. Legacy really tried to force the fight, got completely wiped. I think Sybil was the only one to survive it, and yeah, he managed to get the bot tower, tier 2 tower, almost siege, but it cost them the Baron, and from that point, Pentanet closed the game out in 6 minutes. So, huge investment from that Baron. They got 3 towers, the inhib, and all it took them was, you know, Praedyth splitting down bot, and 4 of the Pentanet gamers just waltzing down mid, just making sure no recalls came through. It just seemed like music to my eyes, I guess. Just very well calculated.
Yeah, it definitely was, and it did, like we said, this is actually the instance you were talking about, right? Beginning of the end here. And there was just, they could have taken a free reset, and Pentanet with the mind control, really, just forcing them to hang around in the jungle with no ultimates left. And you know, once you give away the Baron with the composition that Pentanet have, it is almost an impossible task to pull this one back. And just team fight after team fight win, and they really weren't even looking close to winning. Pabu just tanking the turret at the back here. And Incursio goes on in, but you know, 1v4, 1v5 against that kind of composition, you're not going to have enough relevant damage. And yeah, again, I talk about Legacy having some positives in this game. There definitely were, but if they play like this against the middle of the pack teams, I definitely think they'll be able to pinch some games. So I think Legacy will be happy with how they played. Just a few tweaks here and there, in the pick ban especially.
Yeah, it's another one of those situations as well where the Udis slips through and it just doesn't convert to a win, where, you know, we've seen it be extremely dangerous a few of the times there. And look, speaking of someone that's very dangerous, usually armed as well, we have Nat T down on the sidelines, you know, ready to fire up a storm there. So who do you have? Which winner do you have there? Hopefully it's not Chaz.
Well, I was about to say, I have picked your favorite player, Chaz, to interview for the post game. Chaz, congratulations on still being undefeated. You know, that was a much cleaner win over Legacy than the last performance. Did anything in the draft take you guys by surprise?
I don't think that like their 5 champions that they ended up with was surprising, but the way they went to it was not, I guess, how we were anticipating it. But yeah, that's definitely like a Legacy-esque comp, for sure.
And the early game, not that it was like a rough early game, but it felt like Legacy had a lot of potential. Did you guys feel that at all, especially off the back of the game you guys had previously played?
Yeah, I mean, like, the early game for me was very, 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 very rough. Like, I don't know how much screen time was on mid, but like I was terrified for my life. Like, ever since the flash, like after that it was just downhill. I couldn't even enter my lane. Like, those guys were just killing me from 2 screens away. I assume the goal lead probably wasn't that bad because top and bot and jungle were like doing okay, and probably completely nullifying what was happening mid. But it was definitely very like rough. But we always had like that thing. It's like, okay, well, if we just get like 2 either items, the game's over. So that's all we were playing for. Like, that was what we were playing for from draft, and then we definitely didn't follow through with that when we did that mid play, and I died and burned, like me and Decoy died and we burned both flashes. That was like not part of the plan. That was not following what we were trying to do. But yeah, we were always like certain we would win the game once we got to 2 or 3 items. So we weren't that worried with how early game went. Yeah.
How did you guys like rein yourselves back in then to get back on track and then obviously go forward to win the game?
Well, I don't know. Their bot lane just kind of like turbo entered for some reason. Like, Mark's just going, yeah, the bot lane's literally trying to lose this game for some reason, guys. Like, just keep farming. It's over. And then someone's like, yeah, just play safe and get this dragon. And Mark's like, wait, you guys are worried? Like, we've already won this game. Like, it's already over. He was just giving everyone, I guess, morale boost from the moment he got like the first kill when they blew up the bottom dive. But like, I think that they really messed up what was happening. Like, mid was actually in like a situation where I shouldn't actually be able to play the game anymore, but they just let me farm. Like, I froze the wave for like 4 or 5 minutes. I shouldn't have been able to legally farm those creeps. And then in return, they're just watching my ADC farm, like bot lane. So it's like they're giving me free farm, and then they go walk bot and then watch him farm. It's like they're not killing him or doing anything. So like they fumbled the living hell out of the early game, like their leads rather. And at that point I knew like, yeah, we're just gonna get to our items for sure. But like our AD carry was like super vocal about how bad their bot lane was playing and how certain he was gonna carry.
As much as I'd like to say that surprised me, it absolutely does not at all. So that's very nice to hear. Last question I want to ask you though is, do you have any words that you'd like me to pass on for you to Mac?
Nah, I don't really think about that guy too much. I don't know why he's putting my name in his mouth, but hashtag rent free, that's all I gotta say.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much again, and congratulations for still being undefeated this far into the split.
Thanks a lot. Catch you later.
Who was that guy?
Matt, can I have your back for a second?
Yeah, sure. What's up?
Unfortunately, the only reason that we needed to have his name in our mouths was because he was dead 3 or 4 times in the early game. So he just had to say that
Chaz
he was...
died. Chaz unfortunately back at the base.
Chaz getting
losing lane to
outclassed in the mid lane
yeah.
a little bit. Whatever.
Yeah, that's fine.
Chaz getting carried by bot lane, jungle.
Look, I got a bit of a morale boost from that, similar to what Praedith was doing for Pensinet there. But look, that takes us to a break because, again, that was a scorcher. And we have one more banger coming up just after the break. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far. 4th and final match is going to be Peace and Gravitas going head-to-head. We'll see you after this one.
The ultimate, so can't lock them down quite long enough. And here comes Call of the Forge God and Praedith. Legacy have overstayed the knockup, catches Incursio as he goes over the wall. This is it, Jews. That's the play that Legacy needed to avoid that allows Pentanet back into the lead. going to allow Prey to start making his way back up as
Here we
well.
go.
Winterer dives in, lands on top of a stun, and then a follow-up from Decoy as well. He does get the Gnar ulti onto a couple of members, but the damage isn't quite there. Incursio, Fate Seal dives into the back line, but no harm, no foul. Pentanet are just too tanky.
We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? But you wanna listen to your mind, all that fear. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. Still you will lock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 3 banger matches about to be followed up by a 4th to finish off the night. And it's been a great Wednesday night. Lots of entertaining matches. Let's see if Gravitas and Peace can live up to the hype or live up to the other matches we've seen tonight. I'm sure it can if Gravitas play that, cheesy style of gameplay we know that they can bring to the table, which is what we heard in the interviews earlier, especially from Only, saying that these teams towards the lower side of the table really need to find what works for them, and that certainly has been for Gravitas, Juice.
Yeah, the only counterpoint to that, I think, what Only said is that if you play the game in a cheesy way, I guess, then you don't learn how to play the game properly.
Yeah.
And so you're going to still have the same fundamental problems, right? Like the holes will always be there. And eventually, you won't be able to play those drafts that you get away with and win on. So I think it's like, if most teams say that this is like a developmental period for them, then they should really utilize this split to to learn the fundamentals as a team, learn what works for you, learn what doesn't, patch up those holes, and come back stronger.
It's been a good time for Peace, though, throughout the split. Only 2 losses so far, and looking to make an 8th win a reality today. And if we have a look here, I really want to talk some smack about Halo there, but I heard that he's got like 40 cousins which are going to come after me. So, Jordan, I'll hand the reins off to you.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to talk any smack at this point, but I did appreciate that one, Mac. Look, I mean, I think Peace is still looking like the second best team in the league, but they have had that sort of weird, rougher run of form. Obviously, granted, they did win their match yesterday, and they did so in fairly handy fashion against the Chiefs. But the losses earlier on, I just thought, okay, after that game against Pentanet, something might be going a little bit wrong for them, because things seemed to slow down after they lost to Direwolves there as well. I'm hoping that's really just a blip in the radar, and Peace is going to come back into fighting fitness and hopefully be able to challenge Pentanet in round 2 when that matchup does come back, because they're definitely looking like the team that should be closest to Pentanet. It just unfortunately has been a little bit of a rougher run of form for them lately. So whatever the issues they've been having, hopefully they've worked them out. Hopefully they come into this game and just win it cleanly, because quite frankly, that's what the expectation should be for them. So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, Peace still looks like a good roster, and some better looking signs from that game against Chiefs than what we saw a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, it's been relatively decent for them. Now, on the other side of the field, we had a quick chat about Gravitas, but let's bring up the lineup and talk more in depth about what they need to do to maybe topple Peace here, or is it just a matter of doing as best they can, Juice?
Well, 2 roster swaps here. Firstly, the big thing to point out, nobody coming into the top lane. And by nobody, Lachlan Keane O'Keefe, so it's actually a person. And Kiyose coming back. And he was being one of their star players with Azus, so excited to see what I would call this maybe their full strength roster, depending on how nobody, obviously you can swap out nobody and Sapphire. That's what they've done most of the split. And, you know, I think they really have an identity that works for them. They've had some very good moments, Gravitas, and consider them very legacy-esque in the sense that they have the potential and been in positions to upset a few teams this year. And I think they're very, very early on in their journey and in their development. And I think they always have the tools in the shed to create an upset or to make it a competitive game. It's just been a few inexperienced decisions or players that have, you know, stumbled in key moments, which, you know, in my opinion, Peace don't do, the Direwolves don't do, and, you know, the top teams don't do.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting today with these roster swaps to see exactly how they fare, you know, going up against Peace. Is it more of a, okay, this game's going to be pretty damn hard. Do we just let some of the other boys on the field, give them a run? Because, look, what's the worst that could happen if we're going up against one of the strongest teams in the league?
Oh, I do think this is one of their strongest rosters, Gravitas. So I think they're playing to win for sure. I think when you play nobody, it means that you're going to get an out-and-out tank top lane player, right? Difference between him and Sapphire, nobody plays tanks, Sapphire plays carries. Sapphire plays Aurelia Camille, nobody plays Ornn, Malphite, you know, whatever Scion, whatever you want to put him on, he'll play. So I think that's really the only change. Kiyose coming in says to me that's a full-strength roster. Only other conversation you could have is, and I know this probably pleases Twitch chat, you could have Thomas Shen come in for Piglet, and maybe that's an upgrade, maybe that's a copy and paste, maybe that's a mute all of us and play a Thomas Shen montage in the background. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we should shut up these 3 idiots on camera and play the Thomas Shen montage or something.
I didn't want to say that. I already said my one volatile statement.
Well, look, we have to shut up anyway because it's Nat's time to shine. Let's bring her in. And who do you have to have a chitty chat with before the final game of the night?
I am going to be talking to Kiyose and Appy. I'm sorry, my dog's playing with my feet at the moment, so I could be moved around in my chair. I do apologize. But Appy, I want to start with you guys. We were talking about it on the desk, but you've played 9 different champs. You're 9 for 9. Is it a goal for you to play a different champion every game, or is it just something that's happened with drafts?
I'll say that's only because it happened on draft. Like, I didn't intentionally just pick different champion every game. Like just last game, I was picking Aatrox. I didn't plan to play Aatrox, but they picked Sion, and Aatrox is good in Sion, so I just say Aatrox. So I didn't just intentionally, you know.
Alrighty, well look, maybe it'll play out that you do end up going the whole regular season with different champs. But we've got you, Kiyose, on the other side, where we saw you unfortunately subbed out last night because your team wanted to try a different sort of style in the mid. Does that push you to want to try different champs and have a different play style, or are you just really confident in how you are and that's what you want to bring?
Yeah, definitely pushing myself to play other champs, but yeah, like we'll see what will happen today, but like I can't like say much. Maybe I'll pick Ari, maybe I'll pick another champ, maybe I'll pick like a champ that like they don't know I play, but yeah, maybe something like that.
We'll keep our eyes peeled. You also are in a very similar boat to Mammoth for playoffs. It's not impossible, but it is quite difficult. So how much pressure are you guys feeling for this week's games?
Not really pressured because we just want to prepare for Split 2 more, but we really want to try show our improvement as these games go on in Split 1. So yeah.
Well, look, I think you guys have already shown so much improvement to the very first game that we saw you, but it's great to hear that you do have eyes set on Split 2 as well. But Appy, over at Peace, you guys are a different story. If you win today, I do believe the numbers tell me that you're guaranteed for playoffs. So how are you feeling with that one? And, you know, does it put more pressure on this game for you guys or not at all?
I'll say not at all. I don't even know, like, this game against Phil. I'll say, like, everyone's confident, like, we can fail. We make final anyway, so I don't care about that.
Alrighty, well, I will let you both go. Thank you so much for joining me and good luck with the game.
Thank you, see ya. Bye.
Interesting mic setup there from AP. Hopefully they can
Good
get
insight
that one
from him,
sorted because his comms are going to be all over the place. I guess, you know, maybe Gravitas is a good bet if they're not going to be able to hear him from the top lane.
They'll just hear 2. Hearing 2 is fine. Double the comms. double the communication means that there's no excuse not to get it right. In fact, if you get it wrong when you hear it twice, then quite frankly you shouldn't be on the roster. And I might have a word with management myself. See what's going on, guys.
Yeah, look, I'm sure Marco would love to hear from you. Someone else that wants to hear from us is the predictions, who got our predictions, and now we're going to put him in a little graphic below us. And I think this one was another clean sweep where we have all gone for peace. Unfortunately for Gravitas, none of the talent are believers in terms of the predictions, but maybe that's just because we're trying to play it safe. Of course, I was going for that legacy pick, trying to maybe catch up to anyone. I don't know. I would have been 25 and 14. Nat would have been 28 and 9, or 28 and 11, and it would have been one step closer. But at this point, it's just like, who cares? Maybe I should have picked Gravitas just to keep things spicy.
No one wants to get stuck behind you, Mac, so we've all got to just try and keep ahead of Mac. Someone has to be the sacrificial lamb. Someone has to be last place, and look, seems like that's you this season, so
man,
no one
all
else
I'm
wants to
saying
take
is
that.
I've been squatting. It's a good view behind me, so if any of you want to throw a couple, maybe get behind me, it's all right. Look, I'll be open to that.
Well, the thing was, you have been squatting, but you've also been eating a lot of burritos and spicy food, so no one wants to be behind you, that's for sure.
Oh my god, Tubes.
Touche. Well, I didn't catch that, Mr. Witherby, so if you could just repeat that quickly. Of course. No worries.
Of course.
So, you know, Jubes, I love you. And something else I love is Esports Assessment Labs. I'm sure you guys at home love it as well because it's a great tool. It's a great tool to implement your gameplay, to assess your gameplay, and also to improve it. You know, your reaction time, your cognitive ability, go through all the tests. You can even just keep track of your performance at any given moment. You know, do it today, do it next week, and it'll be a nice little way to assess, track exactly your improvement or maybe, you know, your deterioration like we spoke about earlier on. But look, that brings us into the game. So everyone's ready, everyone's waiting, and let's not hold things up any longer. Peace and Gravitas, match 4 for the night. Let's go.
Let's go, indeed. Yeah, thanks, Mac. And instantly you see the respect ban, Ari taken away from Kiyose. And actually, even to an extent, Gravitas getting rid of the Xayah. We've seen Violet on that, having some good performances. Does deny the Xayah of Khan combo for Peace. So, I mean, some target bans initially coming out.
Ornn's a target ban as well. Nobody played quite a lot of games of Ornn last year, I believe. I haven't pulled out the stats, but fairly certain we know him as that tank player anyway. So good ban to take away from him. Maybe they want to create a little bit of a volatile matchup top side. Seraphine being taken away now. One of those S tier picks in the meta right now. A lot of people saying the strongest champion in the game.
Yeah.
Hecarim also. Yeah.
Hecarim taken away. I mean, it's so far nothing really surprising when it comes to the bans, and Thresh in the bot lane definitely been a power pick these days. So get that one out of the picture as well as far as Gravitas is concerned. Does leave Udyr open, and Peace are quite keen to snatch that one up. That's an insta-lock, like what you see in solo queue.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real good matchup into Udyr. Udyr doesn't struggle into anything. So, you know, Azus could pick whatever he wants. And whilst Azus may not necessarily get punished, the Udyr is just going to be farming up a storm, come to teamfight phase, and be able to influence the game a significant amount.
Yeah.
Lilia is an interesting one because I don't think Azus had the best game, if I'm being completely honest. Didn't look very comfortable on the Lilia yesterday.
Perhaps there is a redemption arc in there. I will say, at least as far as Peace is concerned, they actually haven't played the Udyr so far in the LCO, whether it was Lisa or Kevy jungling for Peace. So something new for them to sort of play around with. Up in the top lane, it'll be Sion for Gravitas, and that certainly seems to be in the wheelhouse for Nobody, something that you talked about just before we went into the draft. So not a big surprise going up there. Keeping the flex pick open, perhaps, for Peace here with Tristana, potential for Violet, potential for Halo to pick that one up.
Halo's been playing the Tristana, so definitely a double flex in that position, or rather with that champion. Violet more than comfortable in piloting that champion as well. However, sometimes AD carries all over the world really do struggle with the rocket jump for some reason. It's always the AD carry that jumps in with the rocket jump and gets absolutely the one shot for the 1,000 gold bounty. So maybe it's safer to put Tristana in the mid lane position.
You just get that rush of blood where you feel like, I can do this, but sometimes you miscalculate. I mean, no one ever notices the jumps forward that go well. You know, that's the problem with Tristana.
True.
But you do notice the jumps forward that are just giga in, and you go, oh, that was pretty bad. So there is that. It's hard role to play, I think.
Yeah, and the weird pick for me here is the Vayne. Like, the Vayne makes sense when you think of it in isolation. You think of Vayne into role, able to tumble and condemn the engage. You think of it into Udyr, able to shred through that Udyr, because a lot of what happens with Udyr's build path is health, right? And Vayne, obviously, percent HP shred. However, I'm intrigued because in theory, Rel has no avenue into a team fight, right? In theory, you tornado the engage from Rel. You disengage with the Janna Monsoon. So, in theory, you're able to kite this composition thus far of Peace.
Why do you keep saying in theory?
Because theory, a lot of things sound good in theory. However, when you consider ratios, when you consider nameplates, when you consider a few other factors, it doesn't usually play out to theory. That's why I say that. It's also just in terms of liability, right? I don't look so bad if I say in theory, because then potentially the bot lane just gets washed and
you're hedging your
it was
bets.
a terrible pick. And then, okay, I said in theory. So then no one just comes at me and says, you know, you said this.
Well, can't stop a gold card if Aladoric is able to get that one weaved through.
Well, Halo.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Halo, of course. Yeah, I mean, I always do this in Champ Select. I don't know why, but it happens.
Well, no, but I thought maybe TF support. There's a few Twitch chatters out there that have spoken about TF support, but we won't mention that.
TF support, Pog. Yeah, let's do it. I'd be keen. I've played that once or twice. Not to a great, you know. No, we'll just let's not talk about it. That's all I'm saying.
Bit of a run me down.
Yeah, sometimes. Yone comes out for the mid lane for Gravitas. So, interesting team composition. Lots of carry potential on their roster.
Yeah, well, this is the composition that Legacy would have liked, right? Having the Lilia as an example, as an AP threat. You know, it's very similar to Legacy's composition in that sense. However, they have opted in for some magic damage, which now means that they can't just straight stack armor, but they also don't have a beefy double front line, right? Because Gnar doesn't just build straight stats. Gnar builds, you know, the Stride Breaker or builds items that do damage as opposed to tank. So, if I'm being completely honest, if the Janna lane, again, I haven't seen Janna versus Rel, right? but Janna's not popular in the meta by any means. But if the lane plays out as well as I think it possibly can, I don't mind Legacy's draft at all. Legacy. I don't mind Gravitas's draft at all.
It's kind of like Legacy's draft, so you can't.
Yeah,
really blame
exactly. That's why I said it. So, you know, weak side top lane. Sion's just going to be on an island, trying to farm up the best he can. Lia's going to be able to match tempo with Udyr. And once that level 6 comes around, if Gravitas win the team fight here or there, they're going to be able to snowball this one.
I'm just having a look at some of the runes here, and Guardian for Azaya on the Janna. So that instantly screams to me, okay, we need to be a little bit careful in this lane. You know, otherwise you're going Airy, or potentially even you're going Comet to try and be that lane bully. But in a competitive environment like this, maybe Guardian is a better option. Yeah, very interested to see how this goes. I feel like there's a lot of situations where Janna can be picked and you can say, okay, well, if everything goes to plan, you know, if every tornado hits, if you're able to peel as well as you possibly can on the Janna, then technically no one should be able to get onto anyone at that point. But it very rarely goes like that. You know, there's flanks, there's players coming from 2 different directions, and there's always situations where you just can't quite get that tornado out quickly enough or what have you. That throws a bit of a spanner in the works. But I'm excited to see how it goes here for Azaya. That's all I can really say.
And sometimes comfort's the best thing to pick, right? We talk about champs ratios, how strong they are, how bad they are in the meta, but at the end of the day, there's no real substitute for comfort. You know, sometimes you prefer one of your players picking a champ not too strong in the meta, but something that they're very comfortable on because they know how to play it in all scenarios. And, you know, if they're able to climb to a high rank in solo queue playing that champ, then they're going to fare very well on it.
Indeed, indeed. And we can have a bit of a discussion with Peace about some of these picks as well, because we do have an interview lined up with Midlord once again. So it's good to have you on the show again, Midlord. And I wanted to ask you first, before we get into the picks, what the general feeling is like in the Peace camp. A couple of games. Has that win yesterday against Direwolves sort of boosted the confidence back up again?
Because our players have some argue about the draft, but I think it's better. We have to figure out a better way for us to the draft.
All right, let's talk about the Janna then. Was that, I mean, I guess that wasn't a planned selection. Was that something that Azaya just said, okay, I'm gonna take this, and then, you know, how do you guys sort of think about planning against that? I mean, is that a champion that you expected to see, or how are you going to deal with it?
It's hard to say because we just confirm our players' opinion, and they just want to pick that for against the Janna. I think it's better, so we just pick that.
Okay. Hopefully things are going to go well for you. Overall, Peace at the moment are looking like they're taking the second place. Is there much of a discussion around that game that will potentially be coming up against Pentanet and how you're going to go about that one?
Our goal is the first place, but as the second is look like a little bit harder for us. But we will try our best to do that. We hope maybe next week we can win against the PGG game.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, well, it's great to hear from you, Midlord, and we'll hopefully get to chat again sometime in the future. Wish you the best of luck in this game.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
I love how he's laughing at the end of it too. What a cheeky man. I do like the interview from him there, in the sense that you know, we've spun the narrative of, you know, second place Peace, but they have their eyes set on first place. You know, if they take that win against Pentanet, all of a sudden 1 win away from first place. So why not? Why not have your eyes on the prize?
Yeah, that's a good point. And eyes on the prize for this one as well. Lisa down in the bottom lane. One of the prizes for the junglers, Shoops. Going to be those Rift Scuttlers. It looks like it'll be a trade and, well, an engagement in the bot lane as well. Alidoric is going to get knocked up. Hey, this Janna seems to be working out nicely. Exhaust does prevent Alidoric from running away too quickly, but he'll be okay. The flash engage as Aya's overcommitted, but no, has he? He hasn't. It's first blood for Piglet. What is going on in the bot lane?
We're really seeing the two quote-unquote counter picks come together here, right? And we might see Piglet get dove here.
Yeah, he is going to be dope, but how is this going to work out for Peace? Piglet doesn't quite get enough damage out, and so Peace do end up winning that trade overall.
Yeah, I mean, turned out to be a situation that you'd have to say do favor the side of Gravitas. However, Lisa's parting towards bot side. really got the job done there. You know, Azus did have to path towards topside because he couldn't contest that. It is the right thing for Azus to do. Gravitas's bot lane just needed to play a little more passive, a little more safe. They did get engaged upon here though. Good to trade back. Piglet just needs to be disciplined and leave tower here. He can walk away from tower, lose a few minions, but be able to catch up, you know, or get majority of the wave. Like Lisa's only walking forward because Piglet's staying on the turret. So this is what we talk about, just these little things, these little instances of play, and nice sidestep. Can he get away?
Don't think so at this point. Has got flash available, but surely there's enough damage. Even tries to use the E to just get a bit of extra distance, but inevitably he would have had to have gone back to it even if he didn't die.
And this is the problem when you draft something like the Janna, right? You can't, as a Janna, you can't keep Rel in lane. So whilst it's maybe a good 2v2 matchup and you're happy with that, you can't influence the map like Rel does. With the CC, with the mobility, and you know, all the best you can do is throw a NATO into the lane like that, still goes down, and Aladoric's back in time to catch the wave even. And even then, Tristana's not really out of threat of being dove 1v2, especially versus Janna Vayne.
Yeah. There was a few nice little outplays, I felt like, from Isaiah on Janna in that engagement, but end of the day, it still doesn't favor you. And Janna's one of those champions where you can start to get a little bit overconfident, you know, and you're like, okay, I'm going to start limit testing here.
Yeah.
And then you sort of in. So if you're ahead, she feels really nice to play. If you're behind, sometimes doesn't really go the way you want it to. So we'll see how this one works out for Gravitas. It's not the start that they probably wanted. I mean, I lie. I guess it technically was the start that they wanted because they did get first blood, but haven't been able to convert it.
So the one nice thing if you're Piglet and Isaiah here is that Tristana can't actually freeze the wave. She can slow build though, and we do see Twisted Fate pathing towards bot side, so we might actually see a dive on this wave. Gravitas need to start thinning this one out if they want to stop that possibility. But I think Azus has read it, and he might be here to counter, but he is channeling his base, so they've scrapped that play, so they're able to just eat this minion wave under tower.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite hard to thin a wave as Vayne Janna, to be honest,
of course.
Against the Trist. So they're constantly going to be getting pushed into tower, which is only good news, really, for Peace. I mean, where's the pressure right now on the Peace bot lane? There's no chance of Kyose getting down and roaming. Look at the vision control in the bot side. And you're going to be able to constantly get tower plates, much kill threat from a Janna Vayne lane. So Peace are in a good spot at the moment.
Well, they're just basically 2k gold up just from farm and a couple of kills in lane. So obviously seeing their prowess in the laning phase, we always talk about it, how good they lane into, you know, majority of the opposition. I don't think they've really had a game where they've been run over apart from maybe the Pentanet game. So might see an all in here.
Yeah, Violet didn't quite manage to get in front of the Vayne, so Aladoric couldn't get the stun on Rel. Need to have the champion in between you and your mixed teammate, but a bit of interesting stuff going on in mid. Kyose's looking for something.
Now, did Halo flash on the spot or over the wall? We didn't get to see the initial...
Yeah.
I heard the flash sound go off, so I'm not sure where he flashed to or from, but nevertheless, you'd have to say worth trade coming out of the Gravitas mid-jungle duo there, getting the flash off Twisted Fate. Lilia has hit level 6, so potentially might see a play in the mid lane. The thing about Twisted Fate to Elfish is that you have to play through mid, right? You can't not play through mid because if you gank side, TF is just going to follow. So a lot of the time when you see TF get really accelerated or get really far ahead in a game, it's because they skip that step. So you either need priority in mid lane or you've just got to kill the TF first, then go to a side. But if you just straight skip that step, go bot lane, you bet TF's going to just counter that, and with the teleport or even the Destiny. So we'll see what Gravitas decide to do.
TF does provide a lot of pressure, even when he's doing nothing. Kind of like Karthus in a way. You always know in the back of your mind that there's a third party in this fight that can cause some problems for us. Halo's got the blue buff here as well, so we'll be easily able to clear that mid wave out. Not that he wouldn't have been able to otherwise. I don't think Azus was spotted by that control ward just yet.
I don't mind this from Azus. Very non-committal gank, right? He's just watching his bot lane as the lane pushes out, and this is really good from him. He does have to be here.
Well, he is indeed. Isaiah Hanging around, does burn the Guardian. Is that going to be a difference maker? Aladoric dives in, low HP, and the gold card on Piglet. That's not looking too crash hot for Gravitas, but can they survive? Isaiah is and in the end, Buster Shot is enough from Violet. Azus has to scurry away as well.
Did Halo use the TP and the Twisted Fate ultimate to get there? Hey, so he cheated real. Oh no, he might have TP'd back to mid. I actually didn't see. So I'd be lying if I said I knew, but might have TP'd back to lane and then used the teleport to get bot side. Would have been a bit of an overkill if he decided to do that.
No, he just teleported with
he
his
just teleported,
his
yeah, with the ult. Yeah. And it's just, this is what TF does, right? Like we said, you got to go through mid. They were in a weird or awkward predicament where Azus didn't...
Many options. There's no options really open though for Gravitas, is there?
Oh. No,
Isaiah dove. Oh my word, that damage is something insane. Here's a bit of a turnaround. The Gnar ulti does pop things back in the direction of Peace, but this is what Peace kind of needs to avoid. Piglet, potential for him kill here. Gold card does save Aladoric. Nobody doesn't have ulti to chase with. It could have been worse for Peace, to be honest.
Well, very big bounty over towards, not sure who got the kill. It was either the Lilia or Yone, maybe? Didn't see it in the fight there. A little bit aggressive from Violet. I think he just, you know, wanted to see if he could end the game in that scenario. Not sure if he had QSS in that instance either, but I think there's more of a limit test than anything, right? 11k gold up. You see the Janna walk up to the wall here. Yeah, why not? Why not? And he goes for it. But it's very good follow-up from Gravitas, right? They know who the focus needs to go on to. Get the kill straight away, and you know, once Violet goes down, there's a possibility that he's very close to the 11k gold lead. Obviously not literally the 11k, but I reckon he's, what, up 5k? 5k maybe?
Yeah. It was Azus, by the way, that got the shutdown.
Okay.
To Violet, so
you're not mad
over
about
to
that.
Lilia. Destiny providing a bit of vision here, and again, it's Isaiah that's caught out on Janna.
So now, probably a 3 inhib angle at 24 minutes.
I mean, is it not at this point just to end? Like, they have Baron.
Yeah, no minion wave at the moment. They might wait for the next one. Yeah, that's an end angle.
with that kind of damage?
Yeah.
I don't think you're too scared. 9-1-1 on Tristana. Pretty much one-shotting anyone in half a second. If you get a whole second of uncontested firing.
Here we go.
Yeah, well, Gravitas are going to try and make something happen. Nobody charges on in there on Sion, but once you're in, you can't get out, especially when Magnet Storm is available. Isaiah stunned up again. It's a double kill already for Violet. Hasn't quite gone too deep. Able to turn back around and escape. And Gravitas down to their last remaining 2 defenders. No ultimate on either of them. No summoner spell on either of them. Kyose trying desperately. It was a nice condemn from Piglet. But realistically, there's just no avenue of defense here for Gravitas. It will be 1-9 for them. And for Peace, 2 wins in a row now for this week. 8-2, continuing to ramp that form back on up. And that's much better work from Halo today. He doesn't get any kills. 0-1-9, but hey, support mid laner we talked about. We had a little bit of a meme there about maybe support TF in the draft.
We did,
well,
yeah, we did.
Turns out to be the support TF. Love to see that.
Well, TF isn't like the hyper carry, right? TF is more of an enabler. You hit side lanes, and I think what they did was they really enabled Violet in that game. A lot of resources down bot side. Lisa popped his head in there a couple times, and it was really just clean. It didn't really look like there was ever any danger of Gravitas taking that one, and you know, they tried something with their draft. They weren't rewarded with it, and Peace are just too good sometimes to let that one slip. And Mac?
Hi. Yep. Welcome.
What do you reckon about that
one? You can't
one,
welcome us. We've been here. You're the one that's getting welcomed.
That is
welcome.
true.
Welcome to the desk,
That's
gentlemen.
slack.
You know, you've been down on the sidelines, obviously casting, or in the middle of the field. I don't know where you really cast from, honestly. But Violet on Trist, so not on the Kaiser, which we've seen him farm on a lot, or the Zaya, which has had a lot of success. But it was when I saw the Trist pick, I was like, good. Finally get to see him do some work on another champ, and well, work he did, getting all the items really early, getting away to a lead, giving up that bounty, just limit testing towards the end, but of course the game is too far gone for Gravitas, And there you have it, you know, with the Baron buff, they just run it in at the end. And there wasn't really a lot that Gravitas could have done in that final fight.
No, final fight was signed, sealed, and delivered, you know, probably even before that, like 11k gold lead at that point. Very hard to come back from. It's pretty much all these instances that we're seeing on the replay where Tristana's just picking up double kill after double kill, and it really just stems from Peace playing their comp out really well and Gravitas not respecting where their jungler's path is, right? I think Peace play a lot better around pressure, right? They know Lisa's going to be here. We start trading aggressively, whereas Gravitas just start trading aggressively, and that's the big fundamental difference.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
I guess really at this point there wasn't a whole lot that Gravitas could do once you're that much gold ahead, even with Baron available as well. Peace make it kind of look easy to finish off, but there was certainly some moments there. I mean, I thought nobody with the two-man knock-up down in the bot lane, that started to get me a little bit excited for Gravitas. Unfortunately, yeah, just not enough.
Yeah, some moments of glory, but that's about all that there really was. You know, shout-outs to Hamdy7, who was the #1 fan, dropping some ridiculous amount of points on Gravitas in the chat. I think it was 90,000. He said he did it accidentally, but we all know.
I'm pretty sure.
97k. Well, he did a lot of thousands of points, and apparently did it accidentally. I don't think it was accidental. I think he knew exactly what he was doing. Thought he'd go for the flip, try to get all the other points for himself. But maybe he was just a little bit too ambitious this time. But, you know, #1 superfan. And #1 interviewer is Nat T as well. So let's bring her back in to the conversation. Nat, who do you have to have a chin wag to for this victory winners interview?
I am going to be joined by Violet, which I'm very excited for. Violet, congratulations on a win. I want to ask firstly about the rel pick that you guys had. You know, it's not a champion that's constantly picked or banned. So I just want to know, you think that, and why you guys ended up picking it this game?
I think Rel is probably one of like the strongest supports right now in the game, and there are like 2 champions that do decent to Rel, like 3 maybe, Gragas, Thresh, Alistair. They banned Thresh, I think, and we banned Alistair. So I mean, it was just a free game for Rel, and I don't think the support knows how to play Gragas in solo queue. So it was a free dub once we locked in Tristana Rel, and they picked Janna Vayne.
Do you think that was like a pretty big contributor to your win?
Yeah, for sure. I think Rel, as I said earlier, it's just a really strong champ, and I think to play Vayne Janna, you have to be insanely good at bot lane. Like maybe if they were like Uzi and Meng or something, but their bot lane skill level is a bit too low to pull out Vayne Janna into us. So.
And how was it for everyone else in the game? How are their lanes going, and how were the comms like for you guys?
Appy was pretty quiet that game, because he was like, I think it was mostly jungle, mid, and bot lane communicating that game, because we were like making a lot of map plays around me and mid specifically. So everyone was talking a lot. Appy was just chilling in the top lane, just farming it up.
Well, look, it led you guys to a win, so that's going to feel great. I do want to lastly ask, you know, Legacy is your game for Friday. After seeing them play today, like, how are you guys feeling coming into that one?
Legacy, they actually had a pretty good early game against PGG, but at the end of the day, I think I'm going to gap their bot lane even harder than Predator and Decoy gap their bot lane, so...
Well, there you go. We'll be looking forward to that one on Friday, no doubt. And congratulations again on the win.
Thank you very much.
It's all about the gaps with these league players all the time. I just don't know why they have this fascination with gaps. Anyway, look, crazy interview. I'm going to call out Aladoric and say, get your ass on the interview, man, because we want to have a chat to you, and you're just keeping that away from your beautiful voice. We want to hear from you. We've been told that he's a genius.
I didn't know it was okay to say it, but I really wanted Aladoric's insight on the rel pick, and I really wanted to interview him tonight, but unfortunately he just didn't want to talk to me. But that's okay, because Violet was very lovely. I enjoyed talking to him too.
Always a great insight there from Violet. And look, that brings us to the play of the day. So before I throw it out, I will let you guys guess what it is. If you remember the best plays from today, you know, we'll go across the line here. Jubes, you first.
It's either the Skana Baron Steel or Chang'e triple kill or quad kill, whatever it was.
Okay, Jordan.
Tough one. Tough one. Yeah, I'm not coming up with much, Mac, to be honest. I can't believe you've done this to me. Why have you put me on the single? This is the worst time.
You watched all the games,
I'm
didn't
out
you?
in front of everyone. I've got nothing to say. Everyone's just looking at me. I mean, this is the worst. This is like when you get pulled up at an assembly and you have to make a speech in primary school. You've forgotten your speech. You've forgotten your notes. There's nothing to say, and then you're just and ahhing, and everyone's looking at you. I mean, get this off. Get it off. Get it off. Come on.
Can we end it there on his single or?
Yeah, I don't think we really. That was the play today. Just trying to for Jordan to remember what games he casted and what plays even happened today. Interesting. Nat, what about you? What's your play of the day?
Look, I've noticed it's a trend. It's either an ace or a Baron still that gets play of the day, but I'm pretty sure we had 4 different aces today, and I don't remember exactly what game it was, but there was one ace right near the end on top of the Nexus, and then I think it went ace and then backed into another thing. So I'm gonna say that's my guess.
I
Right,
want,
well, you're
by the
all-
way.
Oh, okay.
I've thought of one, Mac. So, you put me through all that. I actually want it to be one of the wombo combos with the zigs. All right, so that's what I want.
True.
Okay.
All right, yeah, well, that's certainly a contender, but unfortunately, Jordan, it was not, and what it was
Trash.
the order ace at the Baron after Chiefs did the Baron. So I
That's
think
what I
this
was
is the one
talking
you
about.
were talking about,
Yeah,
Jubes,
yeah,
when
yeah.
Chang'e just
Yeah.
comes in and farms up a store, fish in the barrel. Look at this man just shoot some missiles in there.
This is a play-by-play accent.
Chang'e on the corky, just dropping bombs. Look at him go, man. Weaves in an auto attack there. The roll goes in. Massive CC coming out of there. Chang'e again with the rocket. Lang on to live. Kisei goes down into the Zhonya's. Katsuo comes through. Might turn the team fight. Time to perfection. Chang'e, oh my god, Liv coming in. Flashes away from the Reddington stun. It is an absolute wombo combo and a team fight ace coming out of order.
Why don't you just solo the show next time, Juves? I mean,
Why
why
don't
do
we
I
get
even need
that
to be
live?
here?
I think
I
Juice can do it all.
The time.
Started sweating again. I hate that. I'm never doing that again. I just sweat when I do that. I
You're a
need the performance lab
of
to
many talents.
suss me out.
Man of many talents, Jubes. And look, we'll let you do it all. So, what do we got? I think Witherby said we've got the standings. So do you want to bring that in for us, Jubes?
Yeah, we've got the standings coming on through. It's on a single, but I believe I'm not the standing.
But are you
I
single?
believe the standing is Pentanet on top. 10-0. Unbelievable.
Ooh.
Unbelievable. 8-2 on Peace, the hype train. Trying to catch Pentanet there. Direwolves
Okay.
and order. 6-4. Hey, that's a bit of a twist. That's around the twist, do you reckon?
What's around the twist?
The Order and Direwolves, 6-4. Order are
Yeah.
basically third place with that. Well, they are in third place. They just need to beat Direwolves.
Do you want to, because I have no idea what it means, but do you want to tell us what that highlight means on Peace there too?
Oh, they're locked.
Yep.
So Pentanet and Peace are actually locked for playoffs.
Yep,
ladies
that's
and
it.
gentlemen. So congratulations to those two teams there.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
How
Thanks
about
for-
those bottom of the table teams? What do they got going for them?
Gravitas and Mammoth are definitely in the developmental phase of the split now, I think, where
Yep.
they can make a late surge for sure. They're still in it to win it. Late surges are well and truly possible, but week on week they're improving bit by bit. And Legacy and Chiefs probably competing for that last spot.
All right, the one-man show. What's the next segment, Juice? It's our
Well,
favorite segment.
The next segment is from, well, if I had to just think about it, it's
Think
from
about
the
it.
fans, right?
He's on it. He's on it. It is from the fans. So let's bring that up. And, of course, Jubes, please introduce this one and then
Oh.
throw it over to the other experts to break down.
I know Chaos Josh, so I'm going to throw this one over to Nat or Elfish. Who do you want?
Oh, you don't
Who
want
wants
to
to break it
you don't want to
down?
banter him too hard?
Nah, he's a sub. I can't.
Okay, what about, I mean, to be honest, Mac is a jungle main himself, so I almost feel like it's better for Mac to do it, but I'm happy to do it if you don't want to take it, Mac.
Look, man, he's a Kane main. I always completely demolish every Kane I play. So maybe I feel like that's probably too complex of a champ. That's why you're on that 55% win ratio here. See that Nocturne? You're sitting on that 75%. I'd stick to something more simple like that, all right? Kane, it takes a big brain, and sometimes you need to just focus in that energy on the Nocturne and just right-click your way to victory, steal all your teammates' kills with your ultimate, press W at a perfect time, and look, you'll find yourself out of silver and all the way into diamond, and you'll be playing with Juice.
One of the things that I always like to look at when I'm talking about skill level or play or whatever is that, at least in this instance, there's a lot of deaths, okay? So in my mind, and again, it probably differs a little bit down in silver, but I think anything more than 4 deaths is mostly unacceptable when it comes to solo queue. So got to get those deaths down a little bit. There's one game in there, 5-4-11. Don't mind that one, but 12 deaths, 11 deaths, even if they're wins, just a little bit too much in my mind.
Yeah, perfect. Now, Jubes, do we have another one?
Yeah, look, I do believe we have another one. Thanks
Beautiful.
for sending that through, Cass Josh. Appreciate that, mate. We've got Tron the Pom here. Now, another Warwick main, by the way, just quietly. Natty.
Yes.
Talk to me. Get involved. Get amongst the conversation. What do you think about this OPGG?
Yeah, look, I'm going to take a leaf out of your book here, Jubes, and I'm going to say, you know, the win rates on the Nautilus is looking good, so I think what you have to do is you just maybe have to drop whatever full-time work you've got going on. If it's uni, just, you know, shelve it. No one really cares about that one, and just start pumping more hours into it. It's the only way you're going to start climbing out of Diamond a little bit more. Also, page out of Jordan's book here. Maybe just die a little bit less, I would say. You know, if you're up there in Diamond 4, I don't think you should be averaging anything more than 3 deaths, if I'm honest.
Okay.
And you know what? It's pretty good otherwise. It's looking good. I just keep that grind up.
It's not a bad breakdown, is it? If you're being completely honest.
Well, the one thing I want to say is hard stuck Diamond 4 by the looks of things.
Hard stuck
What are you?
D4.
What rank are you?
I mean, look, I'm hard stuck Plat 4, so that's fine. Oh, no, I think I'm Plat 3, so maybe I'm not hard stuck anymore. But you know what I mean? 48% win rate, Diamond 4.
Is this man's has missed the meme number. He's got 202 wins, 220 Ls. You know what number that is? 422. So you've missed the meme. It's very unfortunate. And look, Jubes, do we have one more?
You know what? Yes, we do. We do.
Yes, we do.
And this one, let me tell you, is from Satanic. But his at is a little bit different. It's at Boydell. Okay, at Boydell.
What about? Isn't it Boydell?
Nah, he messaged me on MySpace, and it's actually at O Boydell.
Okay, all right.
So he's gold 1. Okay.
Yep.
62 wins, 54 losses. Not bad statistically. 53% win ratio. Now, he's opted in for the poke Varus build. Actually, when I look at a majority of his builds, he does like the poke build. Sorry, say that again.
The Sivir build as well.
Yeah, what do you reckon?
I mean, I like it. I like to play with that Sivir build, obviously as a support player. The only thing I can really say about this is I think that in these losses, it's got to be supportive. It's always supportive. It's never the ADC's fault. So I think all he has to do is just keep playing and hope for some better support laners. That's all I'm going to say.
Now, can I ask a quick question? So
Yeah.
I'm seeing like a high lack of use of these control wards. Is that just because ADCs are just, you know, like they're the last person on the team that should be invested in the control wards? They should just be going for those items as fast as possible? Or is he just lazy?
Oh, look, if I'm being completely honest, he's breaking the summoner's code a little bit, okay? Because everyone needs to contribute to Vision. Team game, we need to all work together as a team to get the desired result. However, if you're slacking in the control ward department, you're then putting a lot more pressure on your support partner. Then the support partner feels a little more stressed of their ability. So what you can do to make the life of your support a little bit easier is just contribute to the Vision game just that little bit more.
It's all about that Vision game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, I believe that brings us to the end. Jubes, does it?
Yeah, look, to be honest with you, it does bring us to the end. However, it's not the end of the road, it's just the end of the show. The road continues to Friday, okay? We got Friday to look forward to. I won't be here. Nat will be here. Mac will be
always here.
Not sure about Elfish. You got to let me know. And we got the schedule. We have Direwolves and Order, right? That's going to be a blinder. That is absolutely going to be a blinder. Get your popcorn ready. Strap yourself in for that one. Peace versus Legacy. Mac, what do you reckon about that one? Blinder?
Oh, absolute blinder. Has to be.
Gravitas versus Mammoth is going to be the battle of who can make the late surge for playoffs. So keep your eyes on that game because the winner of that really does, you know, almost creep up on Legacy, if you will. Pentanet versus Chiefs, another one. Must win for Chiefs. Must not lose for Pentanet. So if I'm being completely honest, I'm actually upset I'm not here on Friday because there's some fantastic games, and I'll definitely have the popcorn, maybe a protein shake, and I'll strap myself in extra butter on the popcorn, and we'll be ready. And maybe I'll watch it with Witherby. You just whispered in my ear, we'll watch it together. So I'll definitely be there watching it with Witherby.
I want to point out quickly, I don't know if you said it, Jubes, but with the Gravitas and the Mammoth matchup, whoever loses their chance to reach playoffs, right?
Yeah.
Fully. They're just out of the picture. But also in saying that if Chiefs win, the other person also loses their chance, right? Because the only way that one of these two teams have to come back in is to tie with Chiefs. So Chiefs need to lose all of their games from here on out, and Mammoth or Gravitas have to win all of their games from here on out. They're the only ways that one of those bottom two teams make it into playoffs.
I just want to let everyone at home know that Jubes, he's done a spectacular job. I've really loved it. I'm actually running out of ink. But if I was a judge on a panel, which I feel like is part of this job, I'd give him a 10.
Wow.
Look at that. I'll give you a 10. That's out of 10 as well. So you've got full marks there, mate.
Can I say,
congratulations.
I had the pleasure of learning from the very best in the business, the creme de la creme. And that was you, Alfish.
Oh, thank you so much,
And
Jubes.
Mac.
It's very kind of you to say.
And Mac.
He's been watching some of my CSGO broadcasts, I guess.
With the
what is that game?
What?
Nah,
what game?
Do you know?
No, I actually don't think John said anything.
CSGO. I've never heard of it in my life.
No, that's
Do
not
they
what I
have
said.
it on the Rift?
I was talking about World of Tanks.
Mac, you're the best.
Thanks. Thank you. Who wants to close the
just
show?
happened?
Because we're sharing roles today. Who reckons they'll nail it?
I reckon that should have a crack.
No, you want to say goodbye and see you on Friday?
I would
Wrap it up.
absolutely love to. Look, thank you so much, guys, for joining us through all of the roller coasters of the game. Some potential upsets, but unfortunately, only one that went in favor of Mac. And hopefully, we'll see you guys on Friday for some more potential upsets.
Engage, and they found it. It's 1-0 so far on court through most of Order. But how big of a difference does that really make? Order are so uncontested right now that even with Baron, Chiefs are completely wiped.
It's gone from a 50 CS deficit to 100.
Beats has to be dead here. He has to die.
Ooh,
Emperor's
he's
Divine
buffeted.
misses. Oh, they've actually gone for the TP into base. No way. Order, they're all going to make it. They're going to make it. It's done. It's surely done. Chiefs can't get back. Maximizer's on it. Chungy's on it. Nexus is down. At the moment, leading the charge. Does he look for a headbutt pole? Right now, he does. Cupcake is the focus. Only stuck inside the Cataclysm, and there's the Mega Inferno Bomb. It's all working perfectly, Jubes. That's exactly what Mammoth wants. It's going to be a huge problem for Direwolves, but maybe that Cataclysm will be. Ooh. There's another Mega Inferno Bomb. And the curtain call from Shifrit as well is just sliding through the Direwolves roster. So far, the trades haven't gone too well, but Direwolves are so damn low. Shot, a one-shot.
Another all-in in the mid lane.
Cursio's going to go back, and Sybil is going to have to do it himself now. He will be able to. So strong in the early game is Udia. He's just going to chase Decoy down as well. Doesn't have the ultimate, so can't lock them down quite long enough. And here comes Call of the Forge God and Prated. Legacy have overstayed the knock-up, catches in Curcio as he goes over the wall. This is it, Jubes. That's the play that Legacy needed to avoid that allows Pentanet back into the lead. Piglet from that buster shot, you know? Anyway, speaking of the bot lane, a bit more here, and this time Piglet gets blown up. Well, this is the problem when you play up Jane. Make something happen, nobody charges on in there on Scion, but once you're in, you can't get out, especially when Magnet Storm is available. Isaiah stunned up again. It's a double kill already for Violet. Hasn't quite gone too deep. Able to turn back around and escape.
Find the quiet place where you can start to bless. Maybe all these thoughts are from imagination. And don't stress, we'll find this altered state. It's all blurry. Don't matter when we gone away. I ain't worried. It takes me down, down deeper.